أبحروا يا شباب نحو أحلامنا، واصبروا فالصعاب من أمامنا. في البحر لا البرد ولا الحر يثني عزمنا، في العلن وفي السر نمضي في حلمنا. كنا أفرقا فجمعنا الوفاء، إصرار وهو سر البقاء. عهد قطعنا لا يعرف الخذلان، أن نبقى معا حصون أمان لآخر الزمان. أبحروا يا شباب نحو أحلامنا، واصبروا فالصعاب من أمامنا. كنا أفرقا فجمعنا الوفاء، إصرارنا عزمنا والإخاء.
We are. What's up, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic evening, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is awesome. Our broadcast coming to you live from hazy, cloudy, and yet not so cold California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic month, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is yet another phenomenal day. Ladies and gentlemen, it is January 17th, 2024 on this fan-frickin-tastic Wednesday. It's Wednesday. And I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's an awesome day. Today is yet another Wednesday. Now, this is the part of the broadcast where I will quickly dive into my personal news about what's going on in the life of Hassan Hasanabi Piker. Okay? That's right. We're live. We're alive. And today is another day. Goddamn, you're so hot. Thank you for saying that, Lily Willy. Why don't you best use some bitches? Nice. Anyway, day 2 of my COVID isolation. Thanks for the fun stream as always. Yep. I try to make it as entertaining and educational as possible while doing a little bit of humanization on the side. But yes, we're live. We're live. Is this the polo shirt week? I've been, trying to improve my wardrobe a little bit, trying to look a little bit more adult. That's right. When you bring the stash back is a great question. As a matter of fact, I was very close. I was this close to actually shaving this morning. Some of you watch the Instagram stories, I suspect, but it's far too cold out here in California for me to shave. Kai's doing wonderful. What a great question. I need dating advice. Maybe later. Folks, I'm live. I'm alive. This is not the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal. This is the industrially ravaged Los Angeles Canal. Look at this, bro. Look, I got like a hot helper. Dude, let's go. Wait, I got straws here, don't worry. Yeah, Todd, come say what up. Dude, this is my house muscle hunk. He just I hired him to buy me snacks and treats and shit. Yeah. Anyway, Hoth, did you do a drip stream recently? I submitted a few months ago and I didn't hear anything about it. I have yet to do a drip stream because I'm waiting for our buddy Wisdom to align, and we haven't been able to yet. But anyway, folks, we were just working out earlier this morning. Okay. And yeah, we did some legs, did some squatting, and I'm feeling pretty good overall. I do think that my feeling a little sick. I'm a little under the weather, but I feel like my beard has gotten to a point where it's maybe a little too long and it makes my face look fat. No, I don't like that. That's why I was gonna shave it and keep only the stash. When will Elwig do a video on you like he did the Miski about the open door policy, fake friend? I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, regardless, One Piece updates. No, I'm gonna give you a One Piece update once I'm actually done with the arc that I'm on. I want to do a One Piece update with the man, the myth, the legend, Matt Owens himself. Stash only make you look racist. Don't do it, brother. I think I need to look as racist as I can. Like, I need to, like, this is a part of the propaganda, right? Like, I need to look more like a hog and look more like an American racist so that American racists will listen to me. You know what I mean? Like, I think the beard maybe makes me look a little too ethnic. It's something that I have to think about as like a media person, I guess, is like, is the beard making me look too ethnic? And therefore, how can I look more like I'm an American white supremacist? Especially if I put the beard on and the beanie on, all of a sudden everyone's like, bro, you have the fucking Muslim cleric situation going on. You know? You have a One Piece update actually, pirate friends? Yes, I've made friends with a pirate, but like not really a pirate, but a pirate. Get a white sheet, that should do it. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. Grow all the way out and wear a turban to really get them seething. I can't believe you to look like a hog to be acceptable. Listen, you gotta do what you gotta do. It's not the worst thing. I'll be honest, the beard does make you look more ethnic, especially when you're more of a fan, of course, but it's not bad. I get what you mean from a media perspective. Yeah. Anyway, a lot of the amount of liberals adding Twitch yesterday was hilarious. Yeah, they're gonna get me banned for being a terrorist if I keep the beard. I need to pull a Nikki Haley up in this bitch. Anyway, there's a lot to cover today, and not so much to cover on like the real world side of things. Campaign mania is upon us, but it's like very dull overall. You know, Hogwatch is back, even though we never ended up doing that yesterday. Worst TikTok politics ranked. What would your less ethnic name would be? Would you just go with Hank? I mean, I always do that. I do that already. I go with Hank. Anyway, yeah. Yank Pecker. Reginald Montgomery. That's the what? That's a wild thing. PBD versus Bassem Youssef. Campaign mania is upon us. Hogwatch is back. Worst TikTok politics ranked. Ukraine on the path to peace. New Johnny Harris vid kind of pops off. Oh, is he gonna rip into Netanyahu? Dude, if this video, you know what? Johnny Harris is always, I've said this before. I've maintained this position. He always gives us one good one and then two bad ones. Okay? I'm gonna be honest. He always does this. He'll give you one good one and then two bad ones. There's like a definite 1-to-2 ratio. Like sometimes he'll say some, like his Henry Kissinger video wasn't bad. Like his Henry Kissinger video was not bad at all, but because it was on the tail end of like another Israel Palestine video that I would say was kind of decent, that I thought the Henry Kissinger video was going to be bad. And then I watched it and it wasn't like that bad. There is the Johnny's Law, but it's not 100%. So I just want to say I appreciate your stream so much. You got me through some very tough times just to be here and feel like we're hanging out, shooting the shit, but learning new things. Just hope you know how much it means to so many. I hope I'm able to get you guys to think about things differently than the way you would. You know what I mean? That's my goal overall. For those of you who don't know, for those of you who don't know, I mean, we'll just address the elephant in the room real quick. Yesterday, I'm blasting out right now. Yesterday, I interviewed a man named Rashid. Okay, it was an impromptu interview that we were able to only make happen because we live in the internet age. It's one of the, in my opinion, greatest inventions, like or I would say this is one of the best. This is when the internet is at its best. Okay, this guy Rashid, who I was fortunate enough to be able to interview, is a 19-year-old from Yemen who went viral. Let me pull up the Vice article. Okay, under the name that was given to him by the Western world, Timothy Chalamet. Okay, and no, you're not supposed to follow Fuad. He's a private person. I was able to communicate with this person via Twitter. Okay, the video's out and it's available if you want to watch it. Interviewing Yemeni Timothy Chalamet is the title of it. Okay, thank you Thamasius for the playlist. US is, by the way, designating Yemen's Houthi rebels as a terrorist organization again, which is going to be devastating, and I will talk about why in a brief moment. But it was very cool that we were able to put this together completely randomly on stream, like haphazardly, I would say. But yes, I was able to secure a interview with him And he is a 19-year-old Yemeni pirate, I guess, quote unquote, but not really. He did not personally participate in the raids, as far as we know. I did ask him about his affiliations and militancy, and he said that he was just simply a Yemeni person and not a Houthi, not a part of Ansar Allah, or he didn't even want to mention whether or not he was Shia or Sunni. These are questions I asked him, which is normal things to ask. Okay, that's what you do when you interview someone. There are, of course, abnormal things that I did not ask him, like things that I got in the aftermath of the interview, right? Like abnormal things not to ask a 19-year-old is, are you participating in child brides and child marriages? Are you personally involved in slavery? Okay. Like things of that nature are not normal things to ask a human being when you're trying to understand their perspective. Okay. So I apologize to all the racists out there who were like, why didn't you debate him on how he's actually a terrorist who's killed people, is what I created in my mind. I like that Forbes wrote an article on this. Key facts: an interview with Hassan Piker, who has over 2.6 million followers. The self-proclaimed Red Sea pirate identified himself as Rashid, a 19-year-old Yemeni from Ib Governorate in central Yemen. Rashid has posted numerous videos on board the seized cargo ship Galaxy Leader, said through a translator that his only motivation is that they have is their solidarity to Palestine to stop their attack on Palestine. Now, understand how important this is, because right now, this article all of a sudden goes from something that is fascinating, right, about a viral phenomena, but it's an entry point into what the people of Yemen's interests are in these seized cargo ships. You don't get to hear that from any other outlet in the Western media. This is why it's very important for me to go and actively interview people like this, and also to show Americans, I hope, as best as I possibly can, that the people that we are bombing are human beings with real hopes, with real dreams, with real opinions. They watch and consume the same media that we consume as best as they can. And I want to make sure that people understand that, right? And that's precisely why I interviewed him. And I interviewed him in a humanizing way rather than in a dehumanizing way. Okay? And I will always continue doing things like that. I'm not going to stop doing things like that. I will say this much. A 19-year-old Yemeni kid, okay? A 19-year-old Yemeni kid is not, in the eyes of the American government, the worst person I've interviewed on this broadcast. Okay? After all, famous Hasanabi head, Chelsea Manning, is a frequent guest, both in my home and also on the Hasanabi broadcast. And I'm going to go ahead and suspect that Chelsea Manning is probably less liked than some fucking random Yemeni teenager. Okay? And Chelsea is a hero, and I stand by that, and I will always defend that position, and she is always welcome here on the broadcast. Okay? So for people that go, excuse me, why are you interviewing a terrorist? Just remember that I have interviewed people who have done damage to American empire in far more significant ways. Okay? The real terrorist I interview every day, though, is, of course, the Austin Show, the man, the myth, the legend himself. He did a little bit of piracy, too. So just something to consider. You're going to get Snowden on? I would love to have Snowden on. Yeah. Edward Snowden is also another person that I regard as an American hero. Okay. And yes, I would love to have him on. I would love to have more people like this on. Also, look at who Clarissa Ward has interviewed. It's just because she's with CNN that people have a different perspective. Exactly. Okay. Like Vice News literally goes into cartel territory and interviews cartel members. Vice and CNN has straight up interviewed like Hamas militants from the Al-Qassam brigades. It is ridiculous. This person is, one, not even a Houthi affiliated person regardless, but even if he was, and I repeat this now once again, even if he was, it would be still incredibly valid for me to interview them. Okay. And the things I do in the process of getting information out of whoever I'm interviewing is also perfectly valid. I mean, you have the famous 1997 Osama bin Laden interview where he declares jihad on a CNN interview. And there's definitely a difference between Osama bin Laden. I'm not even making the equivalence. I'm saying that this is a valid thing to conduct an interview on. Okay. This is valid. This is valid. And in a world where this is totally valid, okay, in a world where interviewing the Taliban is totally valid, in a world where interviewing Hamas is totally valid, in a world where interviewing all of America's foreign adversaries is perfectly valid, regardless of whether or not they are good or bad, okay, interviewing a Yemeni kid is perfectly valid. But even beyond that, even if he was 100% a official member of Ansar Allah, that would still be valid. Now, if he was a official member of Ansar Allah, there were probably a different set of questions that I would have asked him. But he did not say that. He said he wasn't, right? And with the constraints that I have, I'm not going to be able to push that further. People don't view you as a journalist. They view you as just another Twitch streamer with a gaming background and no formal education. They give you as much leeway. They'll never give you as much leeway. Yeah, except the problem is I'm not a journalist, right? I'm a political commentator. I do, however, sometimes interview academics, interview journalists, interview labor leaders, things of that nature, interview activists, right? And that's perfectly fine and dandy to do. The issue, however, is that they don't give me the same leeway that they would give to other Twitch streamers in general. Okay? You don't need to apologize for interviewing someone on your broadcast. Yes, of course, I am not apologizing at all. Why the hell would I ever apologize? I'm just simply describing to everyone that has, I guess, confusion surrounding the interview. I just want to make my position be known. Okay? This is a child of genocide. This is a kid who has experienced bombing for 11 of the 19 years that he has lived on this planet. Every single American media outlet has interviewed people that we have declared foreign adversaries that are officially a part of organizations that we have on the terror watch list. He was not. But even if he was, it still would not matter. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because I plan to conduct more interviews like this because I think it's good to do more interviews. And for those who are wondering about this particular thing, media outlets have, as far as I understand, reached out to my manager so they can connect with this kid. So the idea that there is no real journalistic interest here, okay, is laughable. So please do not get your information from Wikipedia consuming, Reddit point regurgitating, YouTube debate lords. If you want to be in the know, if you want to be, knowledgeable on things that are going on. The problem is not that you interviewed him, it's how you interviewed him. Gave me chicken and waffles with the Nazi vibes. That's great. That's a great question, or that's a great point to raise here. Except this person is not a Nazi in the United States of America. He's not a Nazi in Yemen either. You are suspecting him of being that because you're primed into assuming that this 19-year-old is straight up a Nazi. He's giving you Nazi vibes, I guess. I can't do anything to help you sort out your own internal biases that makes you feel like this is not a good thing, this is a bad thing. Okay? Why are there 3-year chatters being openly racist in here? Because they're American, or they are beneficiaries of Western imperialism and recognize it to a certain degree and don't want to question it. I think that's where it comes from. You just said it time and time again, Westerners who willfully lap up whatever the state tells them about non-Westerners without any further research or intellectually incurious, they shout down any voices deemed potentially terroristic. Exactly. They don't think their privilege and ignorance is racism. Yeah, that's the unfortunate problem here. It's not even progressive except for Palestine. At that point, that's progressive except for Muslims. There's a lot of Islamophobia that people have lapped up over the course of America's war on terror. Even if now plenty of white leftists, white liberals themselves think America's war on terror was bad, all of the wars in the rear view mirror, they were bad actually, and they might recognize that. What a lot of people fail to recognize beyond that is that there are still crumbs of that Islamophobia within the consent that was manufactured when you were growing up that you still harbor. There is a resentment and a fear and an anger that you have. Some of the things I asked him specifically pertained around, like, I gave you nothing to work with in regards to Houthis anyway. It would be really rude, bad faith etiquette to start pushing him on that. Yeah, exactly. No, it's just like entirely racist at that point to just like be insanely aggro to this dude for absolutely no reason. That's the point. But Islamist political ideology is actually regressive. See, I'm going to give you a good domestic example of this, hopefully, so you can re-examine why you feel this way. This assertion is no different than the idea that, like, black people in America just have a violent culture. It requires further examination that you're not willing to engage with. When you blanket everyone living in a specific region, when you're directly talking to a person who is literally Muslim, comes from a 90% Muslim country, okay, that is ruled by a supposedly Islamist guy currently, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and you're failing to even re-examine your own personal biases in the face of information that directly contradicts what you think, okay? People are not automatically regressive or conservative. That's not a real concept. It's something that I believe for America as well. So of course I would extend that same perspective globally, okay? Religion is a tool. That's it. It's simply a tool. It's an ideology based around dogmatic thoughts and dogmatic beliefs, of course, so it's a little bit stronger as a mechanism for social cohesion, but it's simply a tool. There are plenty of Catholics who are incredibly regressive and have done things that they claim they did for Catholicism that's incredibly regressive, and then you look at the new pope who is like open to gay marriage, talking about how Marxism and Catholicism are actually aligned ideologically, okay? And then on the other hand, you have evangelicals. So always remember, religion is simply a tool. The blanket assessment for all Christianity is bad, or the blanket assessment that all Islam is bad and all followers of Islam are barbaric, is just another way to recycle usually relatively racist propaganda in a way that is more morally permissible, in a way that is a little bit more acceptable in the eyes of a broader liberal, in the eyes of a broader liberal audience. Okay, this is very important for people to understand. Of course, there are plenty of people who live in the Muslim world who have a lot of regressive beliefs, including people that live in Turkey, right? But certainly in places like Yemen, in places like Palestine, in many other places. This is not a product of some impossible to shake standards. This is not a product of their own personal. This is not a product of their own personal moral failings. You are the most well-spoken left version of Alex Jones. I think Alex Jones is a genuine damaging figure to public discourse, but I do think he's very entertaining other than that. So I'm going to take that as a compliment. Thank you. I do think that your worldview has been a little distorted. Alex Jones is way more entertaining than you. That's true. He is. I think that your worldview is probably very distorted if you think that someone like myself is similar to a guy who has stalked the victims of a school shooting and like forced his audience or pushed his audience to stalk the victims of a school shooting while simultaneously claiming, no, you don't have to ban that guy. It's fine. I mean, I know he's like is a shithead. Anyway, I teach at a Muslim school. It's funny to see these people make these assertions. There's so much argument and discussion among the students. Many of kids who were born in refugee camps about which little beliefs and concepts are the most acceptable. They do say the same things as well. They constantly assume that white people are Christians and stuff. Yeah. Stop letting them get under your skin. They're being uncharitable. Don't be charitable with them. Ignore them and move on. It's better for your mental health. I think it's important to be charitable. And I'm also very calm in this situation. So that's fine. I think it's all right. Did you see the Forbes article about your interview? Yeah. I did not see the comments that they reached out for. I didn't see that at all. Why do you think he said he sees the Saudis and UAE as allies? That was one of the more interesting aspects of the interview, which I'm going to get to. Now that I'm done trying to defend like a normal function of the media that I engaged in and will continue to engage in always, a normal function of the media that got a lot of praise, as a matter of fact, from at least journalists that I care about. Jeremy Scahill loved it, and I think that's very cool. He used the words, "Oh my God, that is phenomenal." So I think I'm going to care about that a little bit more than random guys with Reddit accounts on their 11th sock account. Yeah. Also, Jeremy's handsome. So obviously a normal function. The interview was good, but here's the Forbes coverage of it. The Galaxy leader was seized by the Houthi commandos. A group U.S. said was returning to the list of designated terrorist groups on Tuesday. It's actually very bad that this is happening. The Houthis were taken off the terror watch list by Joseph Robinette Biden, which was a good thing. The reason why that had happened is because this was a first step towards the official recognition of the Houthis and Ansar Allah in general, not the Houthis, but like Ansar Allah as the official governing body of Yemen in the aftermath of the insane proxy genocide that the people of Yemen were subjected to by the UAE and also by Saudi Arabia. However, the Yemeni stopped short of confirming he was a member of the Houthi military. His answer is yes, he's a Yemeni who stands with Palestine, Parker's translator said. Rashid's original TikTok account was removed from social media site, but his accounts on Instagram, X, and Threads remain active. TikTok has not returned a request for comment on why the account was removed. Twitch and Piker have not returned requests for comments on Forbes from but the popular streamer site does ban content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist actors or acts according to its community guidelines. I like that there's like a subtle nod there at the end that it's like, why isn't he banned? Because he's supporting terrorism. Did they reach out to you? No, I did not actually see the Forbes comments at all, or the reach out. Actually, he doesn't want to be blocked, listed from working, studying in Saudi Arabia, UAE. There's 2 million Yemeni working in Saudi Arabia. Yeah. They probably reached out to a fan account, most likely. You didn't see them in time, or you never received a request for comment? No, I just never saw. I still don't know who they reached out to. I never got a reach out. Okay. I never got a reach out from Forbes or anyone. The only there are some journalists that have reached out specifically to potentially write about this. Some reporters have reached out to my management about connecting them with the dude, the Yemeni quote unquote pirate Rashid, but I don't know if that's the best idea. Yeah, the rest of it is the key back. Oh, there's more. I didn't realize. Okay, I thought this was the end. Jamnilla, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Key background. The Galaxy leader was seized on November 11th as a part of the campaign launched by Yemen's Houthi militants targeting Israel-linked ships in the Red Sea. The campaign was launched in response to Israel's ongoing war against Hamas in Gaza, which has killed over 24,000 people in the Palestinian territory, according to the Gaza Health Ministry's recent updates. In response to the Houthi campaign, the U.S. launched Operation Prosperity Guardian, a multinational coalition force designed to serve as a highway patrol on the trade lanes in the Red Sea. The Houthi campaign, however, has still forced major shipping companies like Maersk to shut down all cargo in the Red Sea, which the U.S. Department estimates consists of 10 to 15% of all global shipping traffic. Not exactly KB. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. On January 12th, the U.S. and UK took the further step of launching airstrikes against 16 military targets in Yemen, marking the first escalation of the conflict onto the country's territory. The Houthis are aligned with Iran and have been criticized by international observers for violating human rights. A UN commission also determined a group recruited almost 3,500 children as child soldiers during their ongoing conflict with the internationally recognized government of Yemen. They were taken off the U.S. State Department's list of terrorist groups in 2021, but are scheduled to return to the list by February 2024. All of this is true. by the way. Every single thing in this article is true, except there's also more to the story that they're not covering, including the fact that these are the officially recognized, the internationally recognized government of Yemen is a Saudi-backed government and no longer has the people's support. Another thing that they're not mentioning, because it's an ongoing situation, is that the officially and internationally recognized government of Yemen and the Sunni officials and the Sunni generals that operate underneath it are also now aligned with Ansar Allah in the aftermath of America's attacks on Yemeni positions in general. This is, of course, a important distinction to make, especially considering that even you have the Yemeni pro-Saudi tribal leader Mohammed al-Hazemi. We differ internally with the Houthi group, and between us is a war that has consumed everything, leading to collapse of the country and its disintegration and so on. However, we are not in disagreement regarding the Palestinian issue. Some may say that the Houthis use the Palestinian cause to their advantage, but I say this is their brilliance. Why don't you use it to your advantage? Why don't you take the lead in an event that shook the world but did not shake you? An event that occurred in your own backyard and is central to your faith. I know some will be angered by what I'm saying, but it's the truth that one would acknowledge if they stripped away bias. So the actions of Ansar Allah have actually done more to unite the country further than anything else, especially, and I've described this before, okay? There are multiple warring factions inside of Yemen. There are socialist factions inside of Yemen, historically, okay? Socialist communist factions. Many of the socialist militias have also united under the banner of Ansar Allah. There are some that have not, or there are spiritual successors that have not. But ultimately, a war between Sunnis and Shia sects and the militias that they have created is very different. A war between Sunnis and Shia sects and the militias that they have created is very different than a war against the United States of America and the British. There is nothing more uniting for a country, a non-Western aligned nation, than being bombed by a Western nation. I try to stress this point all the time. I have used examples from my own personal background and my own personal understanding of Turkish politics, okay? Specifically as it pertains to the coup that occurred, the American-backed, CIA-backed coup that occurred with Fethullah Gulen. Nobody aligns harder behind a dude that they despise, behind a movement that they despise, behind a movement that they've been at war with, than getting blown up by the United States of America. Okay? Why did they not mention that the USA saved the Houthis from the jaws of defeat against Saleh Mansour, Sunni government backed by the KSA? Oh, that's right. The USA wanted a strong regional player that is Shia, can oppose Sunni power to maintain destabilization in the Middle East, and it was a concession in the Iran nuclear deal. Nobody mentioned this. Lol. The Heavy Handshake, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Just like certain factors align everyone in this community, like the top of the hour ad break. Okay? Oh, can they be the government of Yemeni when they take all of Yemen? Well, there are 3 governments in Yemen right now. No, all under the UAE, Lamau, pure cope. They were bombed by the UAE and Saudis. Didn't unify then. Why would they unify now? Well, I described it to you already. There's a difference between being bombed by an American proxy, you know, someone in the region who believes in your version of you're someone that looks like you, someone that speaks the same language, and someone that is getting armed by America, but literally is still your fellow Arab citizens, right? There's a difference between joining that cause versus being bombed directly by the United States of America. This is something that I just described. See, bro, as a South Yemeni, this has been the only time that my family isn't cursing the Houthis and actually sees them as a good force. You saw this with Hamas in Gaza. Okay? That's it. I mean, you saw this with, yes, the KMT and CPC coming together to fight Japan in World War II. There is no greater force that unites a nation than a foreign adversary directly coming and killing your fellow countrymen. Okay? People go back to warring. Once that's done, this is something that I've tried to describe to people over and over and over and over and over again. And yet it's a fact. It's a historical fact. And yet people refuse to see it. Okay? Americans cannot begin to fathom solidarity. They can. They engage in it. Americans' solidarity, of course, only comes into the fray when America is doing foreign policy. America is doing imperialism overseas. That is why there are plenty of people who are currently criticizing me, obviously on the reactionary hog side, but also on the liberal side. There's a tremendous number of liberals that are losing their minds over my coverage, losing their minds at the fact that I dared to talk to a 19-year-old Yemeni kid, okay, a teenager who went up to a ship that has been grounded since November 11th, that has become a tourist destination. Part of that is because they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to come across as like progressive people, but also simultaneously want to continue doing genocide in the Middle East. That's a difficult position because it's inherently contradictory. Genocide and progressive values don't align with one another. Anyway, tangent. However, in the interview with Piker, Rashid continued to insist his motivation was not to disrupt trade, but to support the Palestinians in Gaza. He said he likes his adventures and is a big supporter of Palestine, and he's looking forward to bigger and better things, Hassan's translator said. Rashid later criticized headlines in Western media highlighting his good looks. I did not talk about beauty or anything else, but our issue is Palestine, and this is not the time to talk about beauty, he posted on X in Arabic. Rashid said he was only 19 years old, and many commenters on social media have compared his appearance to American actor Timothée Chalamet, jokingly referring to him as Timothy Chalamet. Now, many in this community made that joke as well, but of course, we can't make these jokes because the reality is people racistly use that against anyone and everyone. The amount of people that I have seen with anime PFPs on Twitter, on X, formerly known as Twitter, hoping that an American JDAM will destroy this 19-year-old, will kill him, fantasizing about how his entire family will die, is insane. Not Roman statue PFPs. I'm not talking about straight right-wing hardliners. I'm talking about liberals. Okay? Here is why. Because when you have absolutely nothing, when you don't have health care, when you don't have decent job prospects, when your future is uncertain, when climate change is ripping through your understanding of the world, your way of existence that you formerly thought was going to be the way that things were going to be, when you see so much death and destruction around, when you hear about American empire and its bounties in the periphery, but never actually see anything in return for that, you are going to be bloodthirsty, because that's the only thing you have to show for it, is killing a fucking teenager in one of the poorest countries on earth, 8,000 miles away. That is the only thing you have that makes you feel like we are still the champions. That's it. It is no different. And I don't think people are aware that they have this framework. Okay? They look at one of the poorest nations on the planet, a country that recently withstood genocide, right? And they say, let's blow them up further because it makes me feel like we still have some kind of power. That is a sad state of affairs. Just like the Israeli liberal or the Israeli left that does not comprehend that existing in an apartheid regime inevitably creates reactionary politics, fascist politics that end up coming back and haunting you as well. Americans don't recognize that this cannot be something that you advocate for, even from a pure morality framework, from a pure moral framework, but also because when you're so hyper-focused on America advancing its imperialist agenda globally, you can't even beg for crumbs with the tax dollars, the revenue that we generate. So even if you are an immoral charlatan and simply looking at this from the framework of self-interest, you must recognize that America's wars are a burden on your well-being as well. And only in the rear view mirror do you recognize that these atrocities are actually harmful internally as well, domestically as well. Only when you look at the rubble of America's war on terror and you look at the $12 trillion that we spent on that instead of healing ourselves, instead of fixing our infrastructure, instead of spending it on education, instead of spending it on healthcare, only then, years later, do you look back in that, you look back at the ashes of that, and you look at 12,000 American service members that died. You look at millions of active duty combat veterans that are crippled beyond repair. Every 22 minutes, a veteran kills himself or herself, okay? A veteran commits suicide every 22 minutes. This is a nation in disrepair. And if you yourself fancy yourself to be a liberal and think of yourself as a progressive person, you have to remember, is it 22 a day or not every 22 minutes. I apologize. 22 veterans every single day commit suicide. It's not 22 every 22 minutes. I don't know what the minute breakdown looks like. Problem is, maintaining this empire is taxing on your soul, as a chatter pointed out. It's taxing on our collective consciousness. There's a spiritual rot that comes with that as well. But you only can think about how bad that is after the fact. You can't think about how bad it is while it's happening. So like I said, if you don't want to think about this from the framework of humanity, that those kids that we're blowing up are human beings too, and that is no way to treat them. Genocide is no way to fix the problems that they withstand in their countries. If you don't want to think about it from that framework, then think about it from a position of self-interest. Am I running? Am I rushing to judgment? Am I assuming that this time America's actions are just? Or is there another solution? Is there another way to manage the problem? It's so hard to go to work every day as soon as I get up. I see my government sending billions in weapons to bomb children is absolutely insane. Yeah. Rashid said he was only 19 years old, and many commenters on social media have compared his appearance to American actor Timothy Chalamet, jokingly referring to him as Timothy Chalamet. After a 9-year-long civil war that began in 2014, Yemen's median age is only 21.6, according to the U.S. State Department. Through a translator, Rashid told Piker on Twitch, the recent U.S. bombings in Yemen were nothing new for Yemenis. The Houthi-controlled part of northern Yemen was recently targeted by an intense bombing campaign by Saudi Arabia, which was supported by the U.S. beginning of 2015. They're almost honored to be targeted by the U.S. because they are confronting the U.S. head-on and directly, the translator clarified. And that's it. That's the major difference between being bombed by a U.S. proxy who looks and sounds like you, who can at least claim that their interests are genuine and just, versus being bombed by America directly. Look no further than the state of affairs in Iran if you want to understand how this works. We left that wonderful nation in a state of disrepair, in a state of disarray, and have never, ever worked to fix the problem that we created since 1953. Okay? That's it. Pretty damning how many people came out of the gate screaming that this guy was a terrorist and Assange should be arrested for platforming him. How easy it is to essentialize people you've never viewed as fully human. He's a kid from one of the poorest countries in the world that our proxy has been starving and bombing for the last decade, but I guess it's easier to call him a Nazi terrorist and think he may have his own fully formed views like a human person. A lot of people that consider themselves of the left have a serious unexamined racism problem when it comes to Arab people. They'll say the right words, but when their preconceptions are challenged, they reduce an entire people to cartoon villains. This, in its essence, and I'm gonna bring this back to domestic situations as well. This, in its essence, is not materially adjusted to the reality that people experience on the ground. Okay? This, in its essence, if you were to make a domestic comparison, is no different than someone who is genuinely a white supremacist racist. Maybe not an open, out and about white supremacist racist. Okay? But just like the racism demonstrated by, you know, your grandfather or whatever, or your dad or your uncle, which, by the way, I keep forgetting to run the top of the hour break. I'm just going to do it right now. But anyway, as I was saying, the racism that you see from like the average conservatives when they talk about black people. Oh, black people have a culture of violence. They have a culture of violence. Arabs are all, you know, regressive, crazy Muslim people that, you know, because of Islam, the Islamic doctrine, are all interested in being violent. Without exactly, literally, liberals pulling the same framework as black people in Chicago are surely violent, but in this context. That is the problem here. If you do not adjust people's actions to their material realities, it doesn't matter. You're just behaving in the same exact way that Republicans do. Okay? Genuine question, Hassan. If their teachings call for the slaughter of non-believers, why is it unfair to say their followers are violent? Because that is a ridiculous assumption to place upon an entire population of billions of people. You are out of your mind, brother. If you think that every Muslim person legitimately believes that we must slaughter those, you're, by the way, talking to someone who grew up in a Muslim country, from a Muslim family. I'm obviously not the best Muslim, okay, but culturally I grew up Muslim. You're talking to someone right now. Do I strike you as the type of person that wants to butcher non-believers? It's ridiculous. Every religious script has stupid, silly, violent assertions made upon it, made in it. It's all about what you do with these stories that matters. Not at all, I admit, I know almost nothing about Islam. There you go. You know nothing about Islam except what you just said. That what you think you know about Islam is that their teachings are calling for the slaughter of non-believers. That you weren't born with this information. Everybody stop yelling at this person, okay? This is a really important teachable moment because this is in good faith, at least. This is a incredibly reactionary thing that this person said, but at least they recognize that they're coming at it from a perspective of just a lack of knowledge. Do you know how many Americans feel this way? If you were to just shut these people off, we would have very little allies. No, bro, he's not 8 years old. He's a racist piece of shit. I don't care. I don't care. America is a phenomenally Islamophobic, phenomenally racist place. Okay? You have to remember, every single person is coming out of a position of ignorance. They are products of their social conditioning. Leftists consistently forget, for some weird reason, that if we do live in a white supremacist, Islamophobic, imperialist, capitalist nation, then obviously the product of that is going to be that people assume that this is the norm. That's why a person can so easily say, I don't know anything about Islam. I thought that there's just like they kill all the non-believers, they butcher them. Okay? The most important part of that conversation is that person going, I'm sorry, I didn't know anything about that. I want to learn. If someone demonstrates a willingness to learn, I'm always going to be there for them. Okay? And a lot of people have, especially former fans, fallen fans, and the like, a lot of people have used that over the course of the past couple of years against me by taking advantage of that policy, the open door policy that I've always had, to derail the conversation. That's part of the reason why one of my 2024 convictions, one of my New Year's resolutions, was to be more charitable to people, even if they are openly being uncharitable. Okay? I don't want to shut off people who have a willingness to learn. Okay? Or to actually completely get your angle. I forget sometimes Americans can often explicitly say racist things out loud with zero consequence. Yes. Yes. What do I always say? No one is born. I think you have a double standard here. You would never be as charitable to an American theocratic fascist. Brother, I just talked to someone who was demonstrating theocratic fascism style Islamophobia. And that was literally a moment where I was incredibly charitable to a person because they openly admitted that they were not knowledgeable. Like seconds ago, did you just join the fun in the chat? One of the things that I absolutely despise about the attitude that people have about being a leftist, being a Marxist, being a socialist, being a progressive is that they think it is a tool to bully others because I am a moral arbiter of good. That's not the case. Okay? Your socialism, your leftism, your progressivism should be guided by empathy. Empathy to all unconditionally, even those who are engaging in microaggressions. Okay? That's why I have asked time and time again in this community for people to engage in what is known as emotional labor. Because your enemies, your adversaries, those who are believers of fascist ideology, they never think about emotional labor because obviously they're coming at it from a position of dominance. So there is no reason for them to conduct any kind of emotional labor. But you have to do that. If you want to win, you have to do that. This doesn't mean, allow hyper racist commentary to thrive in this community. Obviously, there's a delicate balance here. And I will always engage in that. It's something that you always must remember and carry with you when you conduct yourself online, when you conduct yourself in your personal conversations with others. That's it. So, bro, I know you're trying to be charitable, but a lot of people are so indoctrinated that they're already looking at you as a biased and bad source. It doesn't matter. It's the charm offensive, okay? And you should engage in that as well. Who cares? Yes. The problem is everyone is biased. I at least will openly tell you where my biases are. That's it. Part of the reason why I can also do this and openly advocate for it is because I am a white passing dude. Okay? That does give me a lot of privilege. I'm a cisgender, heterosexual, white passing dude. So, of course, nothing impacts me personally. Obviously, there are, as we've seen over the course of the past couple of months, there are certain angles of attack that are very successful, like saying I'm an Islamic terrorist. Okay? That does work with a broader audience. But overall, I have a lot of privileges, which is why I can engage in this conversation, and I will continue to engage in this conversation as well as possible. Anyway, that's why I tell you when you encounter a hater in the wild, just ask them to watch the broadcast for an extended period of time. Give it a watch. Make up your mind on your own. Make up your mind on your own instead of allowing someone else online to make it up for you. And I think that when they do come in and watch, personally, their minds will change. When I said haters in the wild, I mean online. Let's be real. Of course, none of them are leaving their houses. Very unproductive. I'd instead like to focus on the intrinsic moral character of the monolithic Houthis as a white person of the West, which is definitely not racist, and I'll scream at the top of my lungs if you ask me to examine my assumptions. Funny one from Emma, who's done a pretty awesome job so far on her coverage as well, on all aspects of the ethnic cleansing going on in Gaza. D-trolls are too wild to watch you fully. I doubt you have any previous Destiny viewers who would like to stir the shit pot. No, I think that I have viewers who probably watched Destiny debate right-wing reactionary sex offender PUA losers, and we're like, well, this guy seems like a liberal. I like him a lot. He's championing a lot of the causes that I care about, and he gave them the permission to also be like kind of racist, but in an edgy way, in a safe way. So they moved in that direction. And after a certain point, it's just like, yeah, if you already have these biases, because he masquerades as a liberal quite well to an audience that is like ill-informed or not really listening to everything that's going on. And if he looks good on, TikTok clips and whatnot, then they're just simply never going to come in here and make up their minds, or the ones that do come in here are coming here with a purpose. Do you not realize, Chad, that D's living in your head rent free as well? Holy fuck, yeah. I rarely think about this person, and I think you shouldn't either. I mean, you guys bring it up, but there was another Hassan fraud video. They showed us 8-second clips or even shorter to prove their point, and it even touched on the amount of journals you get on screen of the Palestinians and conscientious objectors that you've interviewed. Is prime clout farming? Yes. If you see an 8-second video of me online or a 20-second video of me online, Okay. That is not a person that is being fair or making a genuine assessment over whatever I'm talking about. Okay. That's a person who wants to get on the fuck Hassan train. If you see people pointing to videos like that in your life, get them to watch an actual real YouTube video of mine. Even if they come at it from an uncharitable perspective, I do believe that there are always going to be plenty of people who make up their own minds. Make up your own mind. I say this about everyone, including even Destiny. Okay? Make up your own mind. Unfortunately, there's a small cult following that act in unhinged ways that cause obsessive interaction with which the algorithm favors. Yeah. So, I saw a meme from Zalib that made a thumbnail of you. Invite some SS Soldier next, Lamau. Yeah. Leftist infighting is boring, unproductive. I mean, I wouldn't consider everyone I talk about to be leftist. Okay? Make no mistake. I feel like I take your haters' points more personally than you do. Why doesn't Vosh act charitable towards you on international affairs? Market share, market capture. That's it. There is a anti-Hassan slant that you can try to spear yourself into, where you will get a lot of dudes that are maybe not fully aligned with you, but they will come on board with, like, at least in that very moment, they'll come on board and say, "Oh yeah, I agree with you." He's also pro NATO. Anyway, that's it. But these are petty grievances with content creators that are completely irrelevant. Not saying the content creators themselves are irrelevant. I'm saying that the petty grievances are irrelevant. I've been very charitable, I think, to Vosh as far as his takes on Palestine. I mean, on the Yemen situation, we are in disagreement. But overall, I think I will always say this: if someone is decent on this issue, it is the one issue that many people are impossible to actually. Many people just simply have really bad opinions on Palestine. So I will always, regardless of what their other politics may be, I will always maintain that same charitability on this front. But that's it. The whole, like, Hassan's foreign policy is bad attitude comes from, I think, very cowardly, in a very cowardly way, trying to ensure that you are a good guy. Like, you're trust me, like, there's all these other guys who are bad. Like, I'm pro-Palestine, but I'm pro-Palestine the right way type shit. But it is pure Western chauvinism for the most part. You stated that the Houthis don't care about Gaza at all and their blockade is about Islamic Jihad. Yeah, that's a really good assessment. Yeah. That's a very disingenuous interpretation of those who are critical of your foreign policy. If a 3-minute video of you can still be considered clip chimp, then it is the only way people could be legitimately critical of you. They do commentary on a whole 8-hour stream. It seems like a catch-22. But if you require viewers to understand so much context just to understand your opinion, at some point you don't have the responsibility to be more concise. If you think that I can describe foreign policy in a more concise way to a inherently reactionary positioned Western chauvinist audience that has been propped up with jingoistic narratives and propped up against Islam in general, with false understandings of Islam, if you think that that is a issue with precision, then you are also personally recognizing how difficult of an undertaking that is. Okay? And as far as my foreign policy perspective goes, I'm fairly certain that Bigums Lajimbo, you are probably unfamiliar with my actual foreign policy assumptions, and you are simply making up your mind off of things that other people have motivated you into believing. If you were to actually examine what I have to say, or if you were to actually ask me what my foreign policy perspective is, for example, I'm willing to bet, and I will say this for every single person, for many, many people, if you were to ask me directly what my positions are on many things, then you would develop a much better understanding than the massaged narratives that you've been geared up with. It's not a weird assumption to make. This is what a lot of people have. This is an assumption that a lot of people have. Why are you getting so upset? You can just simply say, "No, I actually do watch you." Okay, what do you think is a criticism of my foreign policy from your perspective? You can watch me every single day and still not understand that, but go ahead. Watched every single day since 11/11/2023. Yeah. Put you in the back pocket while we continue.
To now, and the White House taking a new step against the Iran-backed group that has been attacking commercial shipping in the Red Sea. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce.
What if we just watch for the drama? I mean, plenty of people do that. I think it's sad that people care more about that than they care about like real human lives being taken or the impact that it has even personally. But yeah, plenty of people do that. It's the only way that they can consume political content for the most part. The problem is I see people straight up lying about what your foreign policy is. It's hard to prevent it. Yeah, people are just gonna lie. I don't know what else to say or do about that. Yeah, but that's why I always say go and watch my YouTube channel or direct people to go and watch my YouTube channel, and then they will develop a better understanding of my positions. This person immediately, as soon as I said, "What do you have a disagreement with?" or "What is a good criticism of my foreign policy?" and this person is completely stopped. I don't think that they had a real purpose here other than derail, but who knows? I mean, I'm here for you. If you have real questions, I'm here for you. I will try to explain as best as I can.
Has the latest. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Robin. Well, after weeks of relentless missile and drone attacks by the Houthis, the Biden administration today plans to designate the militia a terrorist organization, putting them back on the list after President Biden removed them in 2021 over humanitarian concerns.
I saw someone on Reddit say some regurgitated Hassan terrorist talking point, and the comment below linked their own comment a couple days prior in the Destiny subreddit saying they know nothing of the conflict and they hope Destiny would do a Wikipedia stream soon. You can't make this shit up. Yeah. Even on the debate front, I think that a lot of people don't recognize that. What do debate lords love, right? They think that they think that you got to make up your mind after you get all these facts. Okay, except many people don't do that. They just have geared themselves as drama consumers against content creators that they've declared enemies, and now they're and now they're just like waiting for someone to fill in the gaps with positions. Sorry, I'm trying to write my point accurately. I'm trying to be careful with my words. Go ahead. I'm still waiting for you. And if you want, we can maybe even later today I can invite you on as a guest if you would like. He's watching another content creator video to answer because they don't have a new opinion. I mean, sure, I'm sure that he has I'm going to be charitable.
Worried that the designation would make it nearly impossible for critical aid to reach Yemen's impoverished.
I'm glad that the media is actually mentioning this because this is the most negative consequence of declaring the Houthis to be a terrorist organization once again and putting them on the terrorist organization once again. It ends up making it harder for the poorest country, one of the poorest countries on the planet, to actually get aid. That's a huge problem. The Biden admin took the Houthis off the terrorist list in 2021. Now, because of commerce disruption, he will put them back on. Thank you to the Biden admin for clearly demonstrating the political nature of terrorist designations. Yeah. I send this at New Year's, but I think addressing some of the common misconception in a charitable way could be beneficial for capturing back some of the haters. I agree. I don't want to discourage chatters from speaking their mind, especially if they're being charitable. You have to be charitable back to those who you do not agree with, as long as they are not being like assholes. You know what I mean? There's a difference between someone coming in and being like, actually, I think that you personally are defending this because your perspective, your foreign policy perspective, is simply just America bad. You're being campus. It's okay to watch videos by people who communicate shit professionally to better articulate your points. Yeah, sure. But there's a difference between watching videos by people who communicate shit professionally to better articulate your points versus like digging into a drama farmer content creator who doesn't have like a real personal motivation beyond disparaging another person, right? Like that's the issue there. I mean, that's why I make these videos. I make these videos specifically so that people can I make these videos and I cover these issues specifically so that people understand my framework, my opinion. Yeah. Destiny called you a Turkish immigrant and said he wants you to join the Houthis so you can get killed, and these so-called liberals defend him. I love how fast these people show their true face about what they actually think of us Muslims. Yeah. Islamophobia is definitely, I think a lot of your foreign policy ideas are naive and unrealistic. Okay? Elaborate.
organization, putting them back on the list after President Biden removed them in 2021 over humanitarian concerns, worried that the designation would make it nearly impossible for critical aid to reach Yemen's impoverished civilians. Now, instead, beginning in the middle of next month, the U.S. will consider the Houthis a specially designated global terrorist group, blocking its access from the global financial system. The Iran-backed militants we know have been terrorizing commercial vessels in the Red Sea and the Sea of Aden now for weeks, claiming to retaliate for Israel's war with Hamas. It has caused a costly disruption to one of the world's most heavily trafficked and busiest shipping routes. Now, after issuing multiple warnings, the Biden administration has now responded with strikes 3 times in the last week. Biden's national security advisor saying this is now an all-hands-on-deck situation, Gio.
All right, Mary, thank you for your reporting there.
Yeah, it's a really sad state of affairs. It's a really sad state of affairs. You did that shit in Rose back in the day. What's so bad about it? Yeah, there's no diplomacy happening here, and the only answer here is that creating more moral justifications and moral permission that America doesn't even really need. I think the drama between the three of you is a bit tragic. Good faith discussion of the more nuanced differences in your positions will be productive. Brother, I hold commentators to a very different category than their fans, okay? You're out of your mind if you think that that would be a productive discussion whatsoever, especially considering that I was friends with everyone that you're talking about. I mean, there's obviously a reason why it did not work out, okay? I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. I like, this is not just drama. This is people that have openly at different times in their careers said that they were either very upset about my rise in my own personal career and were trying to find a way to like make that morally appropriate, like find a morally appropriate angle of attack, and have openly mentioned their fantasies of destroying me. This is not just pure drama at that point, and it's certainly not about like an ideological difference. Okay? If you know anything about me, I try to do as much as I can to be as charitable as I can and maintain relationships that are familial and friendly. If I don't do that, at a certain point, it's probably because the other party has been really, 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 really aggressive. Okay? It has never actually been remotely productive. Conversations have never actually been remotely productive. Usually because of the secondary aspect, which is not necessarily the discussion itself, but everything that came as a consequence of that discussion is usually clip chimp positions that I do not have, that people champion and spread everywhere. Okay, it's also, in my opinion, not just a simple petty disagreement. When like half of your position is telling me to go back to my own country and that I'm an Islamic terrorist, and also not directly, well, sometimes directly saying shit like that, but then also indirectly collaborating with content creators that are literal fucking Nazis who have openly stated that they want to murder me, and welcoming those content creators with open arms in your community and aligning with their audience. That is not just petty drama at that point. I mean, I've been compared to Osama bin Laden a million times over at this point. At a certain point, I got to be like, come on, dude. That's not exactly drama, nor is it brilliant political analysis. It's no different, basically, than Babylon Bee coming out with it. Vivek Ramaswamy is going back to 7-Eleven. And then turning around and be like, well, that's astute political observation here. What are you talking about? You know? But many of you want that because you don't have any real way of like maintaining an interest in politics. I get it. It gets kind of boring unless you're like super brain diseased, or if you have like a real interest, like, or unless you directly are impacted by this stuff, or are super brain diseased, like, yeah, you're going to follow it for blood sport purposes. We'll get to the Bassem Youssef conversation in a second. But yeah, they are comparing you to Hitler already, and it's no different how Israel makes every Palestinian Hitler. Yeah. Don't you think that people are here ultimately to be entertained, though? Yes, there are plenty who are ultimately here to be entertained. And if you pick up some information on the side, it's great. That's my goal. My goal is here to entertain you, but also then educate you as well. By the way, I asked that person what criticisms that they had on my foreign policy, and it's very odd because like that guy just left. He just dipped out. Oh, he did say something? Oh no, this was the other guy. So you want Israel to pull back from Gaza and give them equal rights? That is unrealistic after an attack. I'm not saying it's moral and good, but unrealistic. No, it's very realistic. You want to know why it's very realistic? Because what Israel's doing currently is unrealistic. Unless it completes its genocide, which I suspect you don't want, right? Every other option of maintaining an apartheid regime is actually less realistic. October 7 happened as a consequence of Israel thinking that it was a realistic position to continue having an apartheid regime over, 4 million, almost 5 million Palestinians, both in the West Bank and in Gaza. So I personally think that is the more realistic option. And some in Israel understand that. Many in the region understand that as well. So there you go. So that's my answer to you, Nick Stanforder. And then the other one is what? My original message wasn't meant to legitimize my criticism of your foreign policy, especially about Yemen, but we disagreed on Taiwan a few months ago. And that stands in my mind of I'm not trying to derail old news. Sorry, I'm not a full-time chatter. I had to do something. I'm still here to learn. What is the criticism of foreign policy with respect to Taiwan? I think that all people have an opportunity, or should have an opportunity for autonomy. Okay. I understand why there are especially younger generations of Taiwanese people that want full independence from China. This is major. Like one of the major reasons for this is because of the incredible social repression that the Chinese government subjects its citizens to. This part is correct. Okay. Just like wanting to be autonomous is also correct. Every single thing that I've mentioned here is correct. Taiwan is no longer the fascist cutoff that the fascist cutout that the American government claimed was the real China. Okay, of course it's not. Taiwan has a democracy. My position on Taiwan is that America's strategic ambiguity is just simply a substitute for just lying, and America utilizing Taiwan as a cudgel against a foreign adversary. That's it. And it's completely understandable that China would not want an island 100 miles off of its coastline that is aligned with the United States of America to want to disrupt and engage in acts of terror against the Chinese population in mainland China. The current standing between Taiwan and China is the American understanding of Taiwan and China, which happens to be don't rock the boat. The Chinese government wants there to be complete reunification inevitably. The Taiwanese people do not want that. Okay? But if you were to come in here and say that America has Taiwan's best interests at heart, then you're not paying attention. Yes, this is before we even talk about the Taiwan economy being obviously dependent on mainland trade. But that's it. Okay? I didn't get it, though. I don't know what your difference in opinion was. No, Taiwan society is split on reunification, but the vast majority agree that the status quo is the best situation. Yes. Yes. The overwhelming majority still say, don't rock the boat. Don't fuck up the dynamic that currently exists. That's a completely understandable position that people have. So notice how we mentioned Israel. He did not respond to my retort, this other person, and now moved on to China. So what is your foreign policy on China and vying for global influence? As long as Chinese global policy revolves around soft power, I'm not going to have an issue with that. I do not have an issue with countries doing soft power politics. I do not have an issue with countries collaborating with other countries and developing them. Okay? It is ridiculous. The problem with American soft power is that it requires a tremendous amount of hard power. China has yet to show that that same energy when it comes to the carrot and the stick. They've not shown the stick yet. They just do the carrot diplomacy internationally, of course. If America wants to compete with China, perhaps they should do the same. Just an idea. Okay? All right. Briefly going to talk about the E. Jean Carroll. I mean, I don't even care about the E. Jean Carroll defamation case, I think. Because it's like, Yeah, it's ridiculous. Let's talk about New
We turn
Hampshire
now-
briefly, and then I'm going to get back to Patrick Bet-David. Okay? And, of course, divide and conquer why Israel's strategy can't work. And then we have some fun reacts later as well. So,
Out of the race for the Republican presidential nomination, and it is
Also
still a
have to
race,
pee.
at least for now, focused on New Hampshire. All three GOP candidates will be in the Granite State today ahead of next week's pivotal primary there. And polls are showing Donald Trump ahead by not nearly as much as he was in Iowa. Nikki Haley is polling a close second, and Caitlin Huey Burns is following it for us in Manchester, snowy Manchester. Caitlin, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Tony. Well, New Hampshire's just the second stop on the campaign calendar, but here on the ground, it very much feels like it could be one of the final ones as Trump opponents see it as their last best chance to slow his momentum.
I'm thrilled to be back with the people of the great state of New Hampshire.
As snow descended on the Granite State, so too did the Republican presidential candidates. Former President Trump is splitting his time this week between the campaign trail and the courtroom as he faces a second defamation suit in Manhattan. All a sign he sees 91 charges and 4 criminal cases against him as a political advantage among Republican voters. He denies any wrongdoing.
If I didn't get indicted all these times, and if they didn't unfairly go after, I would have won, but it would have been much closer, I tell you.
But the reaction among Republican primary voters here appears mixed.
I think I can overlook that. I think his policy is so important to me and what he's going to do for the country.
I'm done with the drama. We know that the nation is looking at us now, and we're going to turn out.
And in a pitch to the state's independent sensibilities, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley is urging voters to turn the...
I love how much of a freak state New Hampshire is, by the way. This is like, it's fun. New Hampshire always brings the fun. Iowa tries too hard to be like the subversive first primary position. They really ham up the first primary position. They love their little fairs, and they love getting a little bit of relevancy domestically every 4 years. But New Hampshire is my favorite because they are genuinely freaks. It is a very fun little libertarian freak state. I've said this already. It's the most Arizona state in the East. Okay? It is our little Arizona above the Mason-Dixon. It's wonderful. It is incredibly Arizona coded without the Arizona weather, and I love it. It is a state created specifically for sovereign citizens. That's their greatest cultural export, and also Ludwig. It's great. Ludwig went to both born in New Hampshire, then went to Arizona State. He doubled down on the sovereign citizen libertarianism states, and yet he still came out the way that he is, which is shocking. I don't know what happened. Maybe it canceled itself out. You know what I mean? Like a subscription cancels itself out at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. Oh, really? All right. You want to take her? No? Okay. What? What's wrong? What's going on? Are you good? Are you good? Okay. Yeah, brother, we lose towns to bears, but don't legalize weed. We have the 4th largest Congress in the world after India, UK, USA, but they don't get $100 a year. What? All right, here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Page.
You've described this as a two-person race between yourself and Donald Trump. Does that mean you need to take the case more aggressively to Donald Trump?
Yes, it's about the differences between Trump and with me. And I'll tell you, look, we don't want 2 80-year-olds to be our options.
But another controversy is following Haley, as she was asked yesterday whether she thinks the GOP is a racist party.
No, we're not a racist country,
No.
Brian. We've never.
No, that's crazy. Why would you ever say that? Yeah, watch her poll numbers diminish. Watch her poll numbers diminish when Trump starts hitting the whole Nimrata line over and over again.
Never been a racist country.
And after eking out a second-place finish in Iowa, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis wants to slow Haley's momentum in New Hampshire.
So she does not have the ability to build the type of coalition that you need to win a Republican primary, period, much less take on Donald Trump.
Now, there are going to be plenty of candidate events here over the next 6 days, but Gail, there aren't going to be any debates before New Hampshire voters weigh in next week. Nikki Haley was scheduled to have one tomorrow with potentially Ron DeSantis, but she bowed out because she said she would only show if Donald Trump did.
All right. Thank you, Caitlin. We're still thinking about Nikki Haley's comment about never been a racist country. I think she needs to look up the Emmett Till story. Thank you very much.
Damn, she did not like that. This guy always with the phone. Yeah, I was gonna quote tweet like a random dude. That one guy, Armand Dostoevsky or whatever on Twitter. He's so mad. I love liberals being like just as racist as Republicans, but trying to do it in like a liberal way. And it is, I guess, a little bit less hollow because like they present themselves as like genuinely people who are anti-racist. Usually when it comes to domestic affairs, whereas like the Republicans don't do that. So obviously when a liberal person says something along the lines of like, yes, this person is a 19-year-old from Yemen, but they're actually a slaver genocidaire, as a 19-year-old who spent like a decade of his life under a brutal blockade that American NGOs have also claimed is genocide, correctly. Honestly, man, San Francisco liberals are insufferable. Yeah. It's giving real, we got to bomb Afghanistan to save the Afghan women energy.
We're going to
Armand gets pissed if you call him a liberal. He thinks he's a leftist. He's such a piece of shit. Yeah. What is it? Armando. What was his name? Hold on. Armand Dostoevsky. I'm trying to find the tweet that he had. Don't think it's Dostoevsky. Oh, it's Domalewski. Just 5,000 likes on just pure. God, this guy tweets so much. Oh my God. These dudes do nothing but post, I think. But yeah, I love having a incredible 5,000 like banger tweet on just like pure unadulterated racism. Okay. But liberally. Okay. It's pretty funny that Houthi pirates take their cues from a pirate anime in the same way that mafia guys take their cues from The Godfather and The Sopranos. Wait, what? No, that's not the one. Oh, that one didn't bang as hard. Where's the other one? Didn't I just see? He posted twice about it. Oh, here it is. He like couldn't get enough of it. Sure, he may be a fan of shooting random civilian merchants, child soldiers, slavery, and cursing the Jews. But did you know he also loves anime? Yeah, farming the same screenshot too. He's 19, meaning he spent most of his life getting bombed by Saudis with the full support of the U.S. Now he sees the same thing happening to the Palestinians. Can you blame him for wanting to do what he can to stop it? Also, what makes you think he's a fan of any of those things? And his response is he literally makes TikToks promoting the Houthis, who are anti-Semitic slavers, and recruit child soldiers as cannon fodder. I'm not going to sit here and judge a 19-year-old for supporting a bad cause, given all he's ever known as being bombed by Saudis backed by the U.S., but it's ridiculous for Hassan to promote him. You're right. I should actually instead advocate for his demise under the hands of American-guided munitions, which is what you're doing, but in a liberal way. I like sometimes showing tweets like this. I know you're going to say like, oh, don't feed into the hatred, but I realize that a lot of people legitimately think I'm making this up. Oftentimes when I talk about like what I see online, some of it is so gross that people genuinely go, liberals don't say that stuff. Well, this guy's a liberal. Here you go. What does promoting him mean? Does he think that your subs will join the Houthis now? That is the point. The point is that humanizing a person from Yemen, okay, who is not like actively a part of, I guess, a like Saudi sponsored coalition, who is not directly talking about like the major problem in Yemen is not American bombs flying overhead, but instead like the sect of Ansar Allah. And that is the real issue, because that's the real issue for Armand, right? That's the real issue for liberals. It's not even a real issue because they obviously align with Saudi Arabia, who has similar perspectives as well, right? Or many other Gulf nation states. The real issue is that they want to do the bombing, and this gives them, in their minds, some level of like moral permission to do the bombing. Were we not supposed to do the Houthis? I'm already to the Grand Line. Yeah. Just don't get it. Yeah, man, every Arab is just evil and hates America because we are too cool. The funniest part is always turning around and being like, well, dude, you wouldn't have an interview like this with a Nazi. Okay. And the irony there, okay, is that I know the positions of an American Nazi. You don't know if this guy's a Nazi at all. You just assume that he is. Okay. But I know the positions of a Western Nazi. Okay. I deal with them regularly. And I want them to not be Nazis as well. And I will talk them off a ledge when they have at least a moment of charitability. There are plenty of people here. There are plenty of people here in this community that formerly used to have reactionary perspectives. Okay. I, however, do not know the framework or the living conditions of a dude in Yemen. And I think there is genuine journalistic value in talking to a dude living in Yemen. Okay. That's it. And people are more mad that I didn't just like racistly try to pin whatever crimes that you claim he is engaging in onto a random 19-year-old and simply asked questions on whether or not he was a part of the any kind of militancy, what his ethnic background was, what his opinions were on regional actors against Yemen. I did that, and I think that that was the right thing to do. And then I talked to him like a person. I even asked him what his perspective is on anti-Zionist Jews in America, right? That's the real problem. That's the real issue. The real issue is that it humanized the person that you don't want to put a face to. It's much easier to continue championing bombing a person without really looking at the humanity behind the people that you're bombing. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah. Are the things that Tweet was accusing the Houthi guy of liking child soldiers, Isra, actually things that he said, or just stereotypes of things that he said? Sorry, I missed some of the interview. No, he never mentioned any of those things. Okay? Superior to conservatives or empathetic. Chat, he's ESL chill. Wait, what did I write wrong? Did I write empathetic wrong? No, I didn't. Have you heard about the bored Chinese housewife who modified Wikipedia and spread Russian propaganda because she was bored? I did not, but that sounds really funny. What surprised you most after talking to him? Not much. I guess his, like, indifference. His indifference to bombing. Okay? Go on an unsubstantiated rant. I think you couldn't get him to open up. Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. He was probably a mental coping mechanism. Yeah. People just run with the craziest theories based on their race and Islamophobic beliefs. I read some YouTube comments and was surprised how they even came up to those claims. The young man was a great communicator and passionate about the cause. Yeah. I will not. How dare I humanize him? Love when libs present themselves as intellectually superior to conservatives or empathetic. Oh, fuck. I don't want to hit the 280 racist rant about how a 19-year-old Arab dude from Yemen is a fan of child soldiers and slavery when he never said anything of the sort. How dare I humanize him? There you go. That's a good tweet. Did it. We did it. We posted it. Hit tweet though, man. You got 5,000 fucking racist monsters. Hey, I'm not trying to drama farm. Genuinely don't understand Emma's comment on your tweet. She's being sarcastic, making fun of liberals who have been saying that. I don't know. I feel like their whole issue is that you humanize them. I don't know if that'll move the needle. That is accurate if he supports the Houthi terrorists. Even that part is also inaccurate for the record. Like, I like that we're just like, there are many different varying degrees. There are so many different degrees of just people like finding a correct way to basically lend support to people. And it's ridiculous. It comes from how monolithic our understanding of those who are not like us is. Okay? You don't personally believe that every single American is a Nazi, right? Even though American empire has done Nazi-style death and destruction globally. Okay? Why would any Yemeni citizen not support the Houthis currently? It's the same principle behind Hamas. It's the same exact principle behind Hamas. People are like, wow, I can't believe the poorest country that England literally maintained its like slavery practices on until 1960, abolished slavery in 1967. Okay. And then the internal conflict that occurred with an unpopular leadership that a sect took advantage of that led to a major escalation and genocide by America's regional proxies upon this country has led to complete collapse. The assumption that people in Yemen love slavery is fucking insane. Houthis love slavery is fucking insane. And even if that is the case, the notion that you can save these people by bombing them is ridiculous. Okay? You do not want to bomb, I hope, Louisiana State Penitentiary, also known as Angola, the former slave plantation, still aptly named Angola, which is the same name as the former slave plantation, by blowing up Louisiana. There's still slavery occurring in many different parts of this country. How do you know so much without research on Wikipedia? Good question. I just make stuff up. I can't wait for someone to clip this and be like, see, he admitted it. Didn't America fight a civil war over that, though? Yeah, wonderful. Look at what's going on currently in America in the aftermath. Thank God we've abolished it. Or rather, did the classic Western thing of turning a former practice that was illegal and morally abhorrent into at least one that is protected under the legal banner. It is about legislating corruption and therefore making it something different than corruption. Anyway, just make your violence institutional. No one will bother you. That's not even true. They'll bother you. It's ironic because I said the exact same things in my criticisms of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, where I said that Azov Battalion and other reactionary nationalist groups are going to gain prominence in the country, understandably so, as they will be seen as liberators and genuine emancipators. And that is, not wrong. Many years later, we will look back at the rubble and go, how could this have happened? Who could have foreseen this? Okay. Mochen Jinners, thank you for the 5 gift the subs. And Kagure, too, thank you for the 5 gift the subs. Chozo, thank you for the 5 gift the subs. Diner, what is going on? Dinor Spesh, thank you for the 5 gift the subs. What the hell? Why is this happening? Oh, Golden Kappa Train. That's why. I was like, Azov was falling off, though, especially since the start of the war. Yeah. Okay. Bye, Moon. Thank you for the gifted subs as well. I don't know what the hell's going on. Jarblick. Akabidi, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Kilometers 040 and Nodder Smoke Time, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. All right. You know what? Let's do the heated Israel-Palestine debate with Bassem Youssef, who went on the Patrick Bet-David podcast, one of my favorite. He got value-tained. Are you not value-tained? Patrick Bet-David and Adam Sosnick and Vincent Oshana are joined by comedian, television host, and surgeon Dr. Bassem Youssef. Okay? He's an Egyptian comedian known as the Egyptian Jon Stewart. Dr. Brainslug, thank you for the 5 get the subs. And they call me Stens, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Let's take a look at how this conversation took place, because this is now, all over the place.
Would you ever perform in Israel?
People have been wanting to, people have been trying to get me to watch this for some time now.
No. You would not?
No.
Why? They would accept you.
I don't accept them.
You don't accept Israel, the state of Israel?
No, I don't accept them taking care of me getting in. That's no problem. The problem is when you go in Israel, it's not about going in Israel or not. It's the fact that they really show you a terrible time. You go in.
Yeah, this is like one of the major reasons why I worry about going into the region as well. This is like a very common perspective shared by Arabs, is that Israel does a very, very horrible job of showing you appreciation for your tourism or your patronage. Doomed Chimo, Moses C, and Franklin N, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Doomed Chimo, thank you for the 5 get the subs as well. All right.
In the security, they treat you like shit.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I've been invited by Palestinians a lot to go to there. And so, I would go to you, but, I don't want.
What do you mean? Not if you're on birthright, Lamau. Brother, yeah, at that point, you're not visiting Israel as an Arab. You're visiting Israel as a Jewish person. It's very different. Remember, this is not my designation. There are plenty of Arab Jews in Israel, but Israel considers them to be Jewish and not Arab.
Want to deal with the border control of Israel. It's just because they humiliate you. They treat
And that's
you
because you're Arab, or that's
Yeah.
because
they're mad.
but they have 20% of their population is Arab. They're not leaving.
Yeah, but they're treating them like shit.
Are you Arab? No, I am not Arab. I'm Turkish. But, I am Muslim. And that's enough.
Not according to them. I've seen them. I've met them.
I met them too. I mean, they don't have like you're talking about the 20% of Palestinians.
I'm talking about the
The Arab
20% of Israelis are Muslims, are Arabs.
Yeah.
If given a choice to move to any other Middle Eastern country, given the state of circumstances of the Middle East, they would choose 100 times out of 100.
Of our fellow Americans that are marginalized, discriminated against by the violent, oppressive structures of our white supremacist criminal justice system, for example, the violent, oppressive constructs that we are subjected to under the auspices of capitalism. We talk about that all the time here. Something to remember.
Every day I get called a dirty Jew. You think I'm crying?
No, but like every day here, if you find someone's like nigger, that would be yeah,
basically 200 years of America.
Exactly. But
That was insane. Okay, okay, that was wild. Did not know that was coming up. That's insane that he just said that. That's crazy. Bro, did he do a tactical N-word deployment to show that the word doesn't hurt him? Is that what it is? He did a tactical N-word deployment to show his interlocutors that the word does not threaten him. Didn't it sound like it was his first time saying it that fast? The Livswell guy that loved this guy for that? Yeah, that was insane. He didn't just drop it one time. He dropped it like a lot of times. It's probably because we are called sand N-words all the time. Yeah, dude, but you still said sand N-word. Notice how you said that? And same thing with me. I get called that too. I'm a lot paler than Bassem is, and yet I get called that all the time. I'm not going to say it. He machine gunned it. Yeah, he said it like he was the advisor to Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan. You know what I mean?
But like when you have like one part of them was much more stronger,
Mhm.
actually control the other one, and all they do is like slurs because the Arabs cannot do slurs against the Jews.
So why don't they leave?
Well, some of them actually, because it is between like a rock and a hard place.
Mhm.
Yeah, the whole idea about like Arabs living a wonderful life, they're living good life.
The black delegation is choosing to overlook this because the other guys are more annoying. Why did no one call him out? Are you kidding me? Because he's sitting across from right-wing shitheads, dog. Why would they call him out? That'd be really funny if they did. They'd be like, wow, dude, only we get to say it racistly. You can't say it at all, as a matter of fact. Also, why did they not call him out? Because guess what, dude? That's valuetainment, okay? Are you not valuetained? I'm going to keep saying that. Oh, Jesus. I love saying that. Are you not valuetained? Patrick Bet David.
Compared to other Arabic countries, which is a really low bar. And the fact
Correct.
that like can use like a low bar to sell and at least they're happy now. It's like I'm living here because I don't know where else to go.
I appreciate you saying that because the bar in many Middle
Like, I appreciate you saying that. I love that you said the N-word.
Eastern countries is very low.
I'm not coming here to defend any countries.
I know you're not. I'm asking what countries you would go on
I'm
tour.
just saying that the security and the equality that Israel wants you to think that they have it between all of their Arabs, it is not true. They have something called zoning committees where you as an Arab coming in to get an auction, to get a house in a Jewish town, you will not be allowed to take it. And it happened more and more and more ago.
One thing to always consider for those of you who are unfamiliar with this process, many of the things that Israel does, okay, in its daily maintenance of the apartheid regime are so brutal, so gruesome, and so openly, indefensibly racist that when someone describes them to you, at first, it is perfectly normal to go, hold on, is that real? Okay? Especially because you probably never heard of these things before, because guess what? The American media never covers it. Okay? So when you hear that, you go, what? No, this is the only democracy in the Middle East. What are you talking about? Okay?
Before, It happened in Nazarit Elite. It happened in many cities that I actually talked about. There was like an auction where they found that most of the people who are getting the houses were Arabs, and the city canceled the auctions. And they canceled the auctions saying that we want to preserve the city of Tarshiha as a Jewish, Zionist, secular country. So I don't know how Zionist and secular and Zionists come in the same city. So
It's interesting too what question you're asking, right? Because like I'll sit there and if you want to read this real quick, I'll sit there and I'll talk to my friends in California and I'll say, hey, you know, California, this, I hate California. I hate this. I hate that. I hate this. And he's like, why don't you leave?
God, I love Patrick Bet David. He does remind me of Cenk a little bit. He's like, I think he's like reverse Cenk. You know what I mean? He's like evil Florida Cenk.
I can't leave California. Why can't you leave California? Well, because my family's here, my unit's here, my kids are here, my uncle, my aunt, my grandma, da-da-da-da-da. Okay, got it. But I hate it here. I wish I was living in Texas or I was living in Florida, whatever, okay. Some people here, I can't believe, you know, da-da-da. Okay, why don't you leave? Well, I can't, you know, this, that. We lived in Iran. We lived in Tehran for 10 years. And I mean, I went to school there till 5th grade. I read, write, Farsi, everything till I left. And I went to Germany, right? I lived in Germany for a year and a half. And then we finally get here. Like, holy shit, we make it to America, right? It's like a dream. But the people that, it's not the people that can't leave that give the argument of why don't they leave. It's the people that can leave that choose to stay. Why do you choose to stay? Like, I'd love to have a room full of 50 people who are Arabs who can choose to leave Israel. Why are you not leaving? Make sense? Just to kind of get an idea. What would you say? Why are you not leaving, right? If you have the ability to leave, you can go to a different place. Why don't you choose?
Why do 2 million people in Gaza being bombed every single day for 100 days? Why don't they leave? Because that's their land, right? So you can be living in a very shitty situation, but you will not leave because you know that you're not going to get back again. There's those people living in Gaza, 2.2 million people. They're living under subhuman conditions. They could leave. As a matter of fact, everybody pushing them to leave through Sinai and said, oh no, we will not leave because this is our land. Sometimes you get connected to the land and it doesn't matter how bad. So to answer your question, why don't you leave? Because that's their land.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the Arabs.
Yeah, bro. There's like, okay, let's look something up, okay, really quickly. Population of Ohio, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, the population of Ohio is 11.78 million, okay? A question I ask myself all the time is, why the fuck do you live there? Okay? Why? Why do you live in Ohio? And the answer is quite simple, as a matter of fact. For many people, it's all I know. For many others, maybe it's the economic hardship of moving away. Or maybe a lot of people like the attitude and the vibes of the Buckeye State. Okay? This is what has made Ohio the 7th most populous state in the nation. And you have far greater freedom of movement living in Ohio than you do in Gaza. Okay? And yet people still choose to live there. The goal isn't to evacuate Ohio. The goal should be to make sure that Ohio and everywhere else in the United States of America has decent material conditions. This is why I absolutely despise when people turn around and tell me, a person who chose to live in the United States of America, that if I don't like it, I should leave. And I hear this in different degrees, right? Different seasonings. Sometimes people will say, if you don't like it, leave, brother, you Muslim man, terrorist. And then other times I hear it from liberals who say, well, I hope you go and travel to Gaza so you can be obliterated by a Mark 84 rocket. Or I hope you go and travel to Yemen so you get obliterated by, yet again, this time a Mark 82 rocket. Now, notice how both of those rockets are American manufactured. It's very odd, something to consider. And the point is, no, man, I'm an American citizen. I want to make America better. Like, that's my goal. Why are you sitting around and just saying that, no, things are good the way that they are? Let's not improve them. And if you don't like it, then just fucking leave is ridiculous. It's unpatriotic to say such things, okay? That's right. I want to make America great again, baby. Hell yeah.
In Israel. But
Yeah, because they consider that still their land.
Yeah, but there's so many different ways we can have this conversation. But everything for me comes down to socioeconomics, okay? To me, I'm always wondering, why is the Palestinian plight at the forefront of the news? Right now, we're starting to see Yemen in the news. People don't realize for 10 years there have been a civil war with the Houthi rebels, Saudis, Sunnis, Shiites, Iranian-backed militants killing each other. Never in the news. Syria, 10.
Is he doing black on black violence for the Middle East? That's awesome. It's so funny because the parallel is perfect. Okay. He said, why doesn't anybody talk about black on black violence? And it is really, 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 really funny to make this to say this, because the exact same reasons, first of all, the exact same reasons why there's so much conflict in that region is identical to the reasons as to why there is, violence that occurs and violent crimes that occur in places where there is a above average black population. It is white supremacist conditions that have caused chaos and ripped through marginalized populations, leaving them underserved. Now, of course, the what about black on black violence argument is also obviously ridiculous because, once again, the percentages for black on black violence is identical to the percentages on white violence. Now, what does that tell you? The only thing that tells you is that people kill those in their immediate proximity, and America is a very segregated nation still. There you go. Stop paying attention to this genocide. This is the same Hasbara talking point. Israel's such a small country on the other side of the world. What's your obsession with the Jewish state? Exactly. It's always so funny to be like, to engage in this, like Israel is a small being country. Guys, Israel is a small being country. Please let them do a little bit of a genocide. It's fine.
Tens and tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people murdered. We know what's going on in Iraq, what's going on in Afghanistan. This is not an anomaly in the Middle East. But in my opinion, humbly, with all due respect, what's going on in Gaza is the equivalent of BLM in the States. What do I mean? So, black on black crime, every single weekend in...
Oh, you Aleutin! He said, I could be more racist, just you wait, motherfucker. I love these kinds of arguments because it, like, genuinely shows to the people that watch, just become a grifter, dog. You got that shit unlocked. This is why I tell you, I can be the GOAT, okay? I can be the best racist. Oh my Lord. Oh my fucking God, brother. God, people that say Hassan is a grifter. That's why I'm taking, like, deeply unpopular positions that I genuinely, believe, like seeing the humanity of people that are being bombed into oblivion, understanding where they might be coming from. Oh my Lord, dude. Oh, God, I could be so good. I could be so good to you, conservative movement in America. Oh my Lord. And God damn, all of those people who fucking hate me would be such fans of mine too. Anyway.
Baltimore and DC and Chicago, you name the city, there's black on black crime. Let one cop kill a black guy, George Floyd, national, international.
Yeah, I love that he is exactly. Because he's right wing, he doesn't understand that this comparison unironically does a pretty solid job of, I think, getting liberals to comprehend this, because they at least understand to a certain degree white supremacy, right? If they are, depending on like what level of liberal they are, they might be just as racist too. But like this argument actually, in my opinion, ends up causing liberals to reconcile their positions, like to recognize that I disagree. I think you would ironically push them far left law just to spite you. No. If there's one thing that the right loves, they love, no matter how much somebody is very openly a grifter, they still fucking love anyone that champions their positions. Yeah, it's too true. Matt Taibbi bragged that he makes more money now. Oh yeah. Do you understand? Positioning Israel as the cop in this conversation and talking about why don't people talk about black on black violence is actually a great way to get liberals to understand the situation immediately, because it is a domestic policy issue that they kind of comprehend.
National news. In the Middle East, Yemen, Syria, Lebanon, you name it, Iraq, every day, Muslims are killing other Muslims. A lot of it is Islamists, fundamentalists. There's no marches, there's no protests, but
this is also not true. Okay, this narrative, once again, this narrative is ridiculous, and it's just pure racism. What do I mean by this? Let me tell you. The notion that black people don't care about black on black violence is one that only white people can champion, or white supremacist black people like Candace Owens. The idea that there aren't local community organizing happening that seek to try and make the best of the awful circumstances they're dealing with in the United States of America is silly. Moms Against Violence, I believe, is one group. There are so many people in black communities in the United States of America that absolutely try to combat violence in their own neighborhoods. Nobody's protesting about black on black violence is a ridiculous notion. Just as claiming that nobody is protesting in the Middle East about violence that Muslims are engaging with one another is also ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Of course. I mean, there's the Arab Spring is one great example of this. Okay? The issue, however, is always not revolts or revolutions that are happening internally. The issue is an outside superpower meddling in the affairs that always ends up leaving the country that America is interfering in rubble. Okay? The greatest example of this is Iraq. One of the most famous examples of this is Iraq and Afghanistan. Afghanistan is a civil war. USSR involvement comes in. It's devastating for the USSR. Taliban inevitably take over. America comes in, invades Afghanistan, 20 years of death and destruction. And what does America do? Pull out. Who's in charge? Taliban. With Iraq, America goes in, does a violent and brutal occupation, and the formerly nationalized oil industry of Iraq, of course, suspiciously finds itself in the hands of American oil companies, okay? The oil and gas industry in the United States of America, and also Halliburton is sent in to fix the country that it destroyed. Who is the former CEO of Halliburton? Dick Cheney. Don't think about that either. What happens after America's invasion of Iraq? ISIS happens. Do you understand? Every time America gets involved in other countries, specifically in the Middle East, they do it for personal gain, and not even for the gain of like the average citizen in the United States of America. Because if you live in Missouri, you didn't see any of those fucking material gains, okay? Maybe your oil prices, sure. But overall, you didn't see like a genuine benefit. The consequences of that, the allocation of resources to continue enacting imperialist policy over there for our corporate profits, our corporate bottom lines, has actually been quite devastating for you because you don't have a decent infrastructure. You have no decent educational opportunities. You don't have a good job prospect. You don't have health care. You don't have any of these amenities that you're supposed to have living in the imperial core. You got nothing. Some of the super profits do trickle down, living in the imperial core, being a part of the labor aristocracy. Some of the super profits do trickle down, living in the imperial core, being a part of the labor aristocracy. That much is true. Liberals recognize that reality, and especially liberals who defend American imperialism recognize that reality and continue to vociferously defend American imperialism for that reality. Okay, that's the whole concept behind you can't get 20-cent bananas unless you just keep doing destabilization. Sorry. Sucks to suck. That kind of thing. Problem is, you don't get the bountiful treasures of American empire in the way that other social democracies in Europe do. And part of that is because America is the most destabilizing force. So they focus more so on death and destruction and maintaining the violent hegemonic superpower position that the United States has. So you don't even get the same kind of amenities. You don't get the same kind of amenities that European social democracies have, which, by the way, there's a time frame there as well. There's a shelf life to that European social democracy that Europeans take for granted. So That kind of privatization is coming for you too. Neoliberalism is impossible to avoid, unlike the top of the hour ad break, which of course is very possible to avoid. By subscribing, of course, for $5 or for free, you can avoid the top of the hour ad break. Europeans, you cannot avoid neoliberalism, but you can avoid the top of the hour ad break by getting gifted a sub as well. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Americans are significantly wealthier than Euros, even clipping the extremes. Okay, so here's the problem. South Korea and Japan in rubble. Yeah, they're fucking so bad. Yeah, famously, South Korea and Japan, other communist nations. Okay? The issue is we do not think about the cost of living. We do not adjust to the actual cost of living in these countries. We do not have an appropriate way of deciding. We do not have an appropriate way of deciding like what the living conditions are in these countries. We just think, oh, high taxes, and also they don't get paid as much. You don't think about all the amenities that come along with living in a European country, from public transit, that walkable cities, and a better welfare structure, a better welfare state in general, healthcare, better public education, what that has, like what impact that has on the attitudes that people have, on the living conditions that people have, just the overall ease of life, better federally mandated protections in the workplace. These are all things that, one, Americans can't even dream about, and two, they don't even know exists in Europe. We talk about a country where there's no federally mandated time off for, having a child, no paternal leave, no federally mandated maternal leave, no days off, with the exception of, I guess, bank holidays, if you're lucky enough to be in a role that allows you to take time off in that situation. But we do not adjust. We do not adjust for the living conditions. We do not adjust for life expectancy. We do not adjust for even metrics that are incredibly difficult to comprehend, like happiness, okay? I guess it's entirely dependent on your worldview, but I don't personally think anybody looks at the overall GDP and goes, that's right, baby. Unless you're like a brain-broken neoliberal online or something. But nobody points to the stock market doing well to be like, well, I'm really happy because the stock market is doing well. Some people, I think, delude themselves into thinking that, when the stock prices are better, that they're doing better as well. And, because of our 401ks and ways in which the stock market losses are socialized, the gains are still relatively privatized, of course. People think that they have a stake in the fight, but you don't. You don't. Rainy draws a lot. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, by the way. And also, thank you, Phil Aesthetics, for the 5 gifted subs. I don't think you know many white American boomers well enough. Have you spoken to my parents? Yeah, I know. People delude themselves, unless they're in the upper crust, unless they're in the top 10% of wealth, which does own 90% of the stocks, the stonks. And many people fall under that category. America has a shit ton of millionaires. Okay? I'm going to pee.
Israel defends itself after October 7th, and I've seen you condemn Hamas for October 7th, but you've also sympathized with the Palestinians, as you should. But all of a sudden, that's the biggest story in the news. Why the distinguishment? Why can't Muslims
say... There's a difference between comparing conflicts, civil war, and then allowing another country to bomb you from the sky every single day for 100 days. You cannot compare the both. And actually, your tone of voice, when you say, oh, there is like black on black, Arabs killing each other, in your undertone is saying, yeah, they don't deserve to live, so let's Israel kill them.
0%.
This is exactly what you're saying.
No, this is what that's not what I said.
No, this is what I'm saying.
I asked a question, you're reading into my tone.
You have absolutely no sympathy for the Palestinian killing because
that's not true at all. Don't put words in my mouth.
No, seriously.
I 100% have sympathy.
Your entrance into this conversation is extremely racist because you say, well, Arabs have been killing each other. First of all, the Arabs have been killing each other. These are called either proxy wars or civil wars. But this is different because the America is not standing behind Saudi Arabia voting every single UN resolution like Israel. Israel is killing Palestinians and nobody can do anything for them in the UN or the Security Council. Right? You can talk about how Saudis are killing the Houthis or the Yemenis or how Iran. But when they go to the Security Council, America doesn't use the veto. You know how many vetoes did America use since the inception of the Security Council? How many?
Tell me.
88. How many of those were they used in order to protect Israel from a veto?
0.
56.
Oh.
0.
The superpower
Okay,
of the world over 50 years used more than 65% of its veto power to protect one country. You cannot compare both.
So why do you think that is? Why is Israel so aligned with Israel? I'm sorry, why is U.S. so aligned with Israel over Gaza?
I don't know.
I know. Just say what it is. What do you mean? Like, that question is only a trap if you're an anti-Semitic person. Okay? You missed that he called him racist? Oh, he did? With Israel based, he knows, yeah, why is Israel only aligned with Israel? Yeah, it's a really simple answer. One that I've answered a million times over. Israel is an American state, and an important American state, not like a shitty one, okay? Not like North Dakota, like a cool American state that America cares about. There's a lot of commerce, okay? Not one filled to the brim with motherfucking cows. Israel is an American state that is a unsinkable aircraft carrier with its own tools of espionage that is smack dab in the middle of a resource-rich region. This is precisely the reason why. Precisely the reason why Joe Biden and others have said that if Israel didn't exist, we would make it. That's it. We would create it if Israel did not exist. We'd make a new one.
I mean, there's like a million.
Ask yourself.
There's a million. Why? So why?
I want to know.
Tell me, because they're white like them. Are they allowed to?
Who's white?
No, I don't like this. I don't like this argument. This is where there is always. Let me tell you something. This is why there is always a deviation between liberals, and Bassem is a bit of a liberal, and socialists and leftists of the of a different variety. Okay, when did Brandon say we'd create Israel? Wow, so many people are unfamiliar with this. That's crazy. The Jewish lobby and military interest? No, man, it's not the Jewish lobby. First of all, AIPAC is not the Jewish lobby. You are missing the forest for the trees. Okay, you're missing the forest for the trees. And, you know, teetering on what I would say, well, not even teetering on. If you're unfamiliar, I'm going to be as charitable as I possibly can. What is anti-Semitic? Okay, there are far more Christian Zionists in this country than there are Jewish Zionists in this country. The breakdown of Zionism versus anti-Zionism in this nation is almost identical to the breakdown of Zionism versus anti-Zionism demographically in every other subgroup in the country. You go down the age demographics and you realize that the closer you are to 18, the higher likelihood there is, no matter what your background is. You could be Jewish, you could be Christian, you could be Muslim. If you are closer to Gen Z, if you're 18 years old, if you're under the age of 35, the likelihood that you are going to be more sympathetic to Palestinians increases dramatically. Okay? It's important to recognize this. There are a shit ton more Christian Zionists. Then, beyond the Christian Zionists, the regular old Christian Zionists, Joe Biden is a Catholic Zionist, for example, there is also the evangelical Christian Zionism, which still, and that is the messianic, absolutely psychopathic, Armageddon-focused Christian Zionism. It's the most militant, most cult-like Christian Zionism in this country. It is responsible for the highest number of donations to the state of Israel, specifically to the West Bank expansion. Okay? So just remember that as well. Even those guys outnumber Jewish Zionists of the country 10-1. Okay? But if you were to ask me, Biden is a stealthy evangelical. Biden is literally openly Catholic. Yes, Biden is not a stealth evangelical, but that is pretty funny. I get what you're saying. He does have some evangelical ass perspectives from time to time. It is very hard not to be Protestantified if you are especially in a position in the WASP nationalist nation state of the United States of America. Did you see how your haters are seething about the Yemeni Timothy Chalamet interview? They are spreading memes about you interviewing a hot SS soldier and shit. Can I just say one funny thing about that? The irony is, you know who I would be interviewing in a time frame adjusted moment if we're going to go back to like World War II? I'd be interviewing the likes of Rosa Luxemburg, and the same liberals in the United States of America would be talking about how she's actually a fucking terrorist. That would be an equivalent here. These guys, or interviewing some other fucking Russian communist or some shit, okay? If we were to adjust it to the events leading up to World War II, there are examples of who I would be interviewing, and it's not motherfucking Nazis, okay? Rosa died in 1919. Shut up. I know. I said leading up to World War II. So, something to think about.
We're also going to discuss the ironclad commitment. And this is, I'll say this
Here you go.
5,000 times in my career, the ironclad commitment the United States has to Israel based on our principles, our ideas, our values. They're the same values. I've often said, Mr. President, if there were not an Israel, we'd have to invent one.
It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel.
We're also going to discuss the ironclad commitment. And this is, I'll say this 5,000 times in my career, the ironclad commitment.
There you go. For those of you who are wondering, like, what, when did Biden say that? Well, there it is. Biden has said a lot worse stuff than just that, for the record. Okay? Someone has to let him know the old hits don't bang no more, but he mourns a lot, so that counts for something. This is important to understand that our interests in Israel are material. They are not immaterial. There's no spiritual reason to fucking support Israel. It's there is a very real material reason for why the American government has this position.
Well,
I mean, here, this is another example.
Reagan administration actually, even though Reagan was an incredibly pro-Israel president, but they were concerned about the mounting civilian death toll. If you go back, at one point, Reagan even told the Israelis that it's starting to look like a Holocaust. He used the term Holocaust. So contrast that with, Biden today. But Biden at the time was a senator. So Menachem Begin comes to Washington and he gets grilled by all these American senators over the rising civilian death toll. And Begin then goes back to Israel. He talks to reporters and he tells reporters, but there was one senator who stood up. This is 1982. One senator who stood up and gave an impassioned defense of our invasion of Lebanon and said that if he was in the same position in the United States and he was dealing with a threat like that, he also would support the killing of women and children. And Begin says, that senator was a guy named Joe Biden. And Begin himself was a war criminal from 1948 in the Irgun militias, as part of the original Nakba. So this.
Yep. Does Germany have a material reason to stand on the side of Israel? Yes, every country has a material interest on why they side with Israel. Okay. Yeah. They're selling weapons now. Germany is now selling weapons to Israel. Okay. Where is this? All right, let's continue.
I mean, a lot of Americans consider Israel is the white.
But you know for a fact.
I know.
Most Israelis are Sephardic and they're brown.
It's the percent. No.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Would you ever?
Where the fuck was I? Where? Oh shit.
Compared to other Arab countries, which is a really low ball, they're living against stronger.
There's slurs.
Oh no. Where was I? 2736? Is that where I was? Oh, did it actually?
But they have 20% of their population is Arab. They're not leaving.
Oh, okay. There it is. Yeah. Okay, good. Wait, no, that's not true. I was on 37 minutes.
The country that would kidnap little kids from Yemeni Jews in 1950 and then take them away and then tell their parents that they die. And they did that in order to instill Semitic DNA in their population. That's why DNA testing is not allowed in Israel.
So are you pro-Islam? Are you anti-Israel or both?
I'm not.
What does that mean, pro-Islam?
Not pro anything. I'm pro-humanity, man.
So am I.
It doesn't matter my religion is. I don't care actually, and I can give you 100 things I can tell you about Islamic countries that they do wrong. But what happens is right now is that the people who are bombing people only every single day, they are not Yemenis, they're not Houthis, they're not Saudis, they're Israelis. For 100 days, they have dropped almost 3 nuclear weapons on an open air prison, and all because of Hamas. Dude, if ISIS was already there, you have no excuse to kill 30,000 people.
You can't say words like nuclear weapons when it's not true, Bassem, and you know that.
The equivalent of three. No, I can't.
So now they're dropping nuclear weapons? That's what you're trying to sell me on this one?
I said like they're dropping the equivalent of 3 nuclear weapons.
So how many people have died in Gaza?
30,000 people.
Okay, according to Hamas. Obviously, UN gets their number from Hamas.
So
but
do you,
over the
do you-
last...
do you have a number that you trust?
No, I don't have any number that I trust, but I'll take your word for it. I don't think that sounds...
So how many? How many?
Hundreds of thousands of Muslims have died in the Middle East.
How many people in Israel died in October 7th?
According to the numbers, 1,200. But
According to who?
But the numbers are still being counted.
According to whom?
According to the IDF.
Oh, but I don't trust the IDF.
Whether you do or you don't, those are the numbers that we're working with.
Well, I'm giving you 30,000 people died, and you said you don't trust them. So what?
You are IDF.
Oh, but I don't trust the IDF.
Whether you do or you don't, those are the numbers that we're working with.
Well, I'm giving you 30,000 people died, and you said you don't trust them. So what?
You are the main story on the Philly D.
Beautiful.
Oh, God damn. That's going to be annoying. Hassan Piker platforming terrorist scandal? That's crazy, dude. Oh, God. Oh, here we fucking go. Come on, Philip. Don't do this.
What are your thoughts here? And then in social media news connected to real world news, there are people fighting about a question.
This is such a ridiculous fucking thing, dude.
Is Hassan Piker platforming terrorism? That's what a chunk of the internet is fighting about right now, and it's all because of a person that the internet has dubbed.
No, they're not. No, they're not. This is not a real fucking thing, okay? This is not a real argument. It's going to become one now because it's like growing into a larger momentum. But that's because people look at accounts like fucking this guy, okay? And they go, this is a real valid concern. I'm sorry. But if you look at a fucking meme like this and go, well, this is real, genuine, contentions here. It's like, come on. How do these guys always lap up AstroTurf drama from motherfucking anime avatar accounts, dude? Jesus Christ. Oh, it's like one Discord server that gets to manipulate literally half of liberal online journalists. Like, how is this possible?
Timothée Chalamet. Right? We've talked in greater detail about the Houthis in TikToks, even in yesterday's show and others. But the oversimplified TLDR, in case this is the first video that you stumbled upon where I'm talking about it, is that they're a Yemeni rebel group. And they recently attacked ships in the Red Sea in response to Israel's attacks on Gaza. And very notably, that has included U.S. vessels. So actually, as of this morning, Biden has redesignated the Houthis as terrorists, which is very big because he previously removed them from that list. But this is the Houthi leaders have defended their actions, saying they're doing what they're doing to support the Palestinian people and to pressure Israel and its allies to end the war. And so all of that brings...
Never mind, it's not too bad actually so far.
Houthi. You might actually recognize from his viral videos like this one, with one person sharing it on Twitter with a caption, Yemeni pirates posting casual TikToks while the entire Western Imperial Corps are having a meltdown about their blockade on their ships is the funniest shit of 2024, surely. New Advice actually doing a piece on it, identifying him as Rashid al-Haddad, noting that in that clip, he's on the Galaxy Leader, which is a cargo ship seized last year by the Houthis. But they also said that there's no clear evidence that he was actually part of the raid that captured the ship, but he did post photos of him in gear and carrying weapons, so people online have called him a pirate. And yesterday, political commentator Hassan Piker actually interviewed him on his stream, and saying in a later post, I interviewed the Yemeni, quote, pirate yesterday, and all he cares about is freeing Palestine. Turns out he's not part of any militancy, according to him, and is 19. Spent most of his life being bombed, says he welcomes all who defend Palestine no matter their background. And right off the bat, with the way that Hassan started the interview, you had people accusing him of trying to baby girlify a terrorist. Because Hassan asks him if he's seen the anime One Piece, and then actually comparing the Houthis to the show's main character.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
Hassan also asking if he's part of a militancy or just a TikToker, to which he said through his interpreter.
His answer is a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
Hassan then asking him what compelled him to
I think that's fair.
actually go on the ships, as well as other questions about news coverage about the situation and motivations behind it.
Says he likes adventures and he is a big supporter of Palestine. Just reiterating that the cause is to cause disruption to the shipments that Americans have interest in until they stop bombing Gaza, and that if they weren't affected by it, then they wouldn't.
No, this is not bad. It's just clickbait title. Or unless it like takes a heel turn. Oh, it's gonna take a heel turn. Never mind. He's fucking framing Destiny as a decent interlocutor in this subject. Liberal Philip DeFranco, you're putting a fucking person who has routinely said, I am Osama bin Laden, and is like one of the most Islamophobic people literally in liberal media.
retaliate on Yemen.
And in this, there are also other bits unrelated to the conflict, or things like what is life like in Yemen, what other TV shows that he watches, stuff like that. And so with all this, depending on where you went online, you had people having drastically different reactions. There was a lot of backlash, people saying Hassan was platforming a terrorist.
Like the people that he's platforming in this coverage are random ass fans of Destiny who are absolute psychopaths. Okay. I'm sorry. This is not like valid coverage. This is not real. Okay. I mean, maybe he'll show like the other side of the story.
Honing
as
in
well.
on that whole One Piece comparison, saying that's brain rot. It's actually one of the most viral reactions to that being from political commentator Destiny.
Dude, we think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
God, he's so cringe. He's like such a cringe loser. I would pay so.
Dude, it's so sick. That's a. I hadn't seen this clip, but I do love personally that this is what stands for political commentary. That's awesome.
We'd raise $1 million to send this dude to go fight in Yemen, and then all of us would volunteer for the Navy. Holy shit, he's such a cringe, LARPing loser. I cannot believe, like, nobody in the history, no fascist ever could have dreamed of such an amazing representation of socialism as the most anti-American, like, pro.
Wait, so his political commentary is that I should go to Yemen and get blown to bits? That's the retort that he has, and that I'm cringe. Like, my take on the One Piece comparison is, one, partially a joke, but two, to try to open up more conversation so he doesn't immediately assume that this is a hostile audience. If you guys noticed in that interview, I also asked if he had any affiliations. Okay? How dare you relate to people through shared interests? Exactly. Great take, man. Thank you. Thank you for your political commentary on this matter. I'm cringe, and I should get blown to bits, and you should join the Navy with your fucking loser 38-year-old IT specialist brigade of cyber stalkers. I love his commentary being, I hope American empire kills you. And Philip DeFranco's like, well, I think these things are valid.
Islamic terrorist, Turkish immigrant loser that is like cheering on attacks.
An Islamic terrorist Turkish immigrant loser
on merchant ships as this multi-millionaire guy living in West Hollywood.
Well, on the other side of this, you had people defending Hassan, saying that Hassan is actually doing the public an enormous service by speaking to a regular Yemeni guy with regular hopes, dreams, and hobbies, and asking, where were you?
I like that the people defending me are being like, hey, man, it's normal to humanize a regular 19-year-old that's like grown up being blown to bits. And then the people who are attacking me are like, hey, this Islamic supremacist Muslim terrorist loser should go to Yemen and get blown to bits by the Navy. I can't wait for all of us to go and join the Navy so we can kill him. That's good. That's good. I love the liberal framework here. It's like one side is like, oh, you interviewed someone whose experience has been death and destruction their entire lives that we are currently justifying to kill. Okay. Well, I hate that. You're a Muslim supremacist terrorist fuck from Turkey who we should kill ourselves. Will there be a punishment for these racist remarks? Of course not, because people think that is scathing commentary. They think that is insightful, because a lot of people can lean on pre-existing structural forms of oppression, like Islamophobia. That is precisely the reason why, and I will show you. There is I believe it was a Wall Street Journal article that featured the Biden administration's opinions on what should happen in Gaza. Okay, let me see if I can find it. I wonder if he deleted it or not, but we'll see. John Podhoretz, like the guy in question, was born in 2005, which means he was like 9 when the war in Yemen started in 2014. I think people don't realize this. Yeah. Do you guys remember the John Podhoretz tweet? Maybe you guys saw it. Maybe you didn't. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if he deleted it or not. Here. Yeah, by the way, people interview those with opposing viewpoints all the time. Opposing viewpoints to you all the time. So if you interview him and put it on YouTube, you'd be a journalist, but since it's on Twitch, you should be killed. Yeah. Exactly. Hold on. Do you have the Treat King John Podhoretz's tweet about the Arab reporter from, I think it was Wall Street Journal or Washington Post? he quote tweeted this guy openly saying that here. Let me see if I can find it. Is this it? Yeah. Akbar Shahid Ahmed wrote about the Biden administration and what the Biden administration's plans were for Gaza, which was a continuation of the Trump administration's opinion on what to do with Gaza, right? Completely wrote off Palestinians entirely. The Biden administration turned around and said that this was fake news. This was actually good journalism, the reporting from Akbar Shahid Ahmed. John Podhoretz responded to that by saying, I am going to call you Hamas boy from now on, Hamas boy. Now, John Podhoretz is literally the editor of commentary, the columnist for the New York Post, and he used to be the co-founder of the Weekly Standard. This guy is a right-wing shithead that gets a lot of coverage in mainstream media, okay? This is a legitimate person of notoriety. Why does he feel so comfortable saying that about a Middle Eastern reporter, an American reporter of Middle Eastern descent? Because Islamophobia is perfectly allowed. Anti-Arab sentiment, anti-MENA sentiment in general is perfectly allowed, okay? And liberals have no way of going, wait a minute, this guy's just being a fucking racist piece of shit, okay? He's not even Middle Eastern, he's Pakistani, okay. Regardless, it's all under the same umbrella. If you are Muslim or if you have a Muslim name, I mean, look at me. This is a great example. I'm not Arab, I'm Turkish. I'm pretty white passing, right? But all of a sudden, you're a fucking terrorist, dog. You're a terrorist. I have a feeling that Podhoretz might be describing a Pakistani writer as Hamas boy for reasons other than his actual writing. It's pretty amazing how just blatantly Islamophobic these men can be, says Elad Nehorai. It's pretty amazing just how blatantly Islamophobic these men can be without any professional repercussions. It's just the way their world works. It is the exact same reason as to why that dude who worked in the Obama administration on Israel-Palestine in the State Department felt comfortable being so overwhelmingly racist to that halal cart guy, because that's normal. He's like, what do you mean? I do this all the time. Like, what? Of course I'm going to be fucking profoundly racist to this dude, profoundly Islamophobic to this dude, because the reality is that this is a decent substitute for genuine political commentary and genuine retorts.
Islamic terrorist, Turkish immigrant loser that is Islamic terrorism as the most anti-American, like pro-Islamic terrorist, Turkish immigrant loser that is like cheering on attacks on merchant ships as this multi-millionaire guy living in West Hollywood.
On the other side of
Great commentary. Seems pretty good. Seems like a pretty valid retort there.
You had people defending Hassan, saying that Hassan is like,
I think he would do a better job if he didn't just like get so horny with his anger and once again demonstrate that he just simply cannot look at the situation from a decent moral framework that he supposedly is defending all the time. Isn't this Connor guy being responded to in the tweet here the counterpoints loser who was a cop who assaulted his wife? That's what I've heard. Anyway, this guy works for him, I think, but let's continue.
He's actually doing the public an enormous service by speaking to a regular Yemeni guy with regular hopes, dreams, and hobbies, and asking, where were you for the past 10 years when the Yemeni people lost lives and limbs just for the crime of existing? Another saying that the interview is actually amazing, with Hassan humanizing him and wanting us to understand that he is just a normal Yemeni teen. But with all that said, I got to pass the question off to you. Where do you land on this? I know there's two camps. I don't know if there's a third where you're landing somewhere in between. What do you think about it?
You were kind of taking him out of context, even in that clip? Wait, really? Can you please explain to me the worthwhile commentary of someone saying I'm like a cringe pro-Islamic terrorist loser from Turkey that should go into Yemen, and then you guys can kill your fan base can go and join the Navy so you can kill me? What's the commentary there? Oh, you mean just the beginning? You're kind of taking him out of context. You missed the start of his sentence. I love the brain worms that people have where they're like, no, you don't understand. This is actually, I'm going to sit here and intellectualize a racist screed that you've heard 1,000 times over from many different types of people, including in the right-wing sphere of influence, but certainly from liberal commentators as well. Like, the notion that there is some genuine, valid, principled stance here and not pure Islamophobia is hilarious, okay? It is no different than the Reddit debates that I saw, that I read, when, like, the two dumbest motherfuckers on the planet duked it out on the Trainwreck podcast, okay? Aiden Ross versus Destiny, right? Where Destiny's literal fucking argument, supposedly, was simply saying that one of Aiden's Muslim friends was actually a terrorist who died with a suicide bomb. He made a fucking suicide bomb joke, and then his entire psychopathic fan base on Reddit were trying to moralize that and intellectualize that to be like, well, actually, the likelihood that someone who's of Muslim descent, a random Muslim person who probably would die by being a suicide bomber, is actually quite high, which is precisely the reason why, making that claim is perfectly valid. Now, of course, the other side of that conversation is not a valid one either. Aiden responded by calling him the F slur like a fucking million times over. They were having a mid-off. Okay? Whew. I mean, here. You want to know? You want to know what his fan base looks like? I hope he cries on stream when his new co-host is in multiple pieces. The #1 political pundit in alt media. In the alt media world is interviewing Houthi pirates. You literally can't make this shit up, lol. They deserve all the things I cannot say. I hope he cries on stream when he sees his new co-host in multiple pieces. That would make me come, says the guy who has Dubstep Enjoyer, Pro Second Amendment, Sock Them, Globe Twitter, DGG for Life, which for those of you who don't know is Destiny's online community. That's what it's called, is DGG. American Exceptionalist, 40K, Las Vegas Sphere's Strongest Soldier, Ukrainian American. Just a real mentally stable guy. Clearly fantasizing about like some fucking 19-year-old Yemeni kid getting blown to bits by American weapons. Okay? Here's the thing. And I mentioned this before, and I'm going to be as charitable as I physically, humanly, possibly can here. I talked about this earlier without actually mentioning this person or the thousands of other comments that I saw. Okay? I talked about this earlier. You only have this perspective because you don't have all the nice things that you're supposed to have. Okay? The thing is, we don't have healthcare. We don't have infrastructure. We don't have, decent prospects for education. Education being the most important step in upward social mobility. Our material conditions here in the United States are not great. Okay? So when you don't have any of those things, yeah, his location says Langley, Virginia. Shut the fuck up, chatters. When you don't have those things, I get it. Oh, he's a Fed. Okay, you got it. You're great. You noticed that. Fine. That's why he's probably memeing. But my point is broader than this, okay? My point is broader than this. When you don't have any of those nice things that you're supposed to have, and the only thing you have to show for American empire is just more dead children, more dead brown children overseas, okay? That's the only thing that you that's the dying rattle of a the death rattle of a dying empire. It's the last thing that you can get excited about is like, yeah, well, at least we're killing people. At least we're killing people overseas. And it's kind of sad because a lot of people don't realize that if we weren't spending so much time and effort doing that, we could perhaps use some of those funds on saving ourselves, on making American lives a little bit better. Okay? Brother, please don't give these people too much credit. They're just racist. They don't care about all that. No, but where does racism come from? I talk about charitability to even racist people as well. Okay? Where does that racism come from? The goal as a leftist, as a socialist, as a progressive person is supposed to be changing the underlying material conditions so that it is harder to become a racist person, okay? That you're not radicalized by your circumstances. I know that these guys are not charitable, okay? But you have to still remember that there is a broader structural problem in the United States of America that churns out these results. Sure, the American super profits that we all benefit from make it so that our radical supremacist psychos rarely ever, become ISIS. That is what I want to work on. Yeah, no amount of bombing Yemen is going to cause you to get your job back after getting laid off. No amount of bombing Yemen or opening up new fronts is going to turn your life around. You're just going to, for a brief moment, feel like you dominated someone who has significantly less than you. And that's it. You think spiritually we've actually achieved something here, but we have not. Okay? And before people turn around and say things of this nature like, oh, don't you agree with these guys? Don't you agree with everything they're doing? Don't you agree with all of that? If that is your framework, we can have a conversation on those boundaries. You cannot come to me and say you're an Islamist, fundamentalist, terrorism supporting piece of shit, go back to Turkey and the like, and then turn around and go, but actually I was simply making a reasonable argument about the motivations of this 19-year-old or Hassan's interest in interviewing him. Because that's not what you said. You said the thing that you said. If you wanted to say something else, you would have said something else. But you didn't say those things. You said the thing that you said. So why? Why is it that so many of you rush to act as though there is an underlying broader point here when time and time again, this person has demonstrated that they are genuinely Islamophobic? They've said it themselves. I mean, that's their perspective. Here, I'll run a quick, easy search here. Okay, Destiny addresses. I said Destiny Islamophobia. Destiny addresses the Islamophobia allegations.
Very clear here. I want to be very, very, very clear here because people seem to misunderstand this. People don't get this. Destiny's joke borders pretty hard on Islamophobia. I am Islamophobic and I hate Islam. I'm an atheist. Yes, I will make Islamophobic jokes because I do hate Islam and I am Islamophobic. Very, very clear here. I want to be.
It took me 3.5 seconds to come to this. It took me 3.5 seconds to find this. Okay? It's not that difficult. Like, this is a genuine motivator for his framework. That's it. To make this assertion that this is a defensible position is no different than the very same interlocutors that he used to own in the marketplace of ideas, the likes of the Sam Harris types in the past. So don't come in here and try to moralize it. Don't come in here and try. It's out of context, Lamau. Yes. He literally thought Erdogan was the Palestinian president. He's a fucking joke. I know. Is there more so we can't claim that you're clip chimping? I don't know. I don't know how to watch a full-blown kick clip overall. Anyway, Schizo's live reacting, so they'll be brain dead. Sure.
About the platforming and interview. What do you think about the reactions? What do you think about any and all of it and why? Let me know in those comments down below. And then there's even more news that we got to talk about today, but I got to take a second to pay some bills because let's face it.
Anyway, also, who cares? No, I'm in a clips where he directly says Islamophobic things will convince those who defend him that he's wrong. No, I know, which is why I usually don't spend a lot of time on this kind of thing. Actual journalists like Ryan Grimm were retweeting your interview. Meanwhile, Globe Emoji liberals are speedrunning 2001 Islamophobia in your mentions. Exactly. That's it. This is it? What is this?
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. It sounds really shitty, but like I think that Israel should just drop its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like that's about.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. You 100% you could say that. If you are a supporter of Israel, you could say that as a joke, seriously, and you're not going to suffer repercussions for that.
Also, Destiny.
Bashar al-Assad, is that this guy? No. Fuck, wait, who is this? Who are these people? Fuck, am I just supposed to know? This isn't him. Oh, Erdogan. Is it Erdogan? Erdogan? I don't know if I fucking pronounce this guy's name.
Why should he know? Why should he know these things? That's the whole point. If you are directly motivated by racist screeds, and that is your substitute for Middle Eastern policy, I mean, there's plenty of evidence that you can compile from mainstream media that you can use to justify your framework. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. You don't have to know. You think fucking Klansmen know the intricacies of black culture or black existence in America? No, of course not. They don't. Why should they? If they did, they probably wouldn't have those positions. That's my point. The difference, however, is that in the United States of America, there are a lot of people, as a consequence of the 20-year affair that is known as the War on Terror, and all of the media training that was necessary for people to either turn the other cheek, look the other way, or directly champion that war on terror, have been brain poisoned into thinking that every Muslim is this like barbarian freak that deserves ethnic cleansing. So my point is, there are a lot of people that agree with this framework, and they do not think about what they are saying, what they are defending. They think about this as, you know, haha, whatever, who gives a shit? I can't wait for his new Wikipedia research stream so that I can actually develop my positions, even though I'm just basically, you know, going to repeat whatever he's saying. It sucks. I just simply want charitability, okay? Charitability. That's all I ask for. Charitability.
When did he become president of Israel?
That's it. It's going to be so annoying anytime you pull up a page on Wiki. No, I mean, I use Wikipedia as well, okay? Please don't misunderstand me. I sometimes even look at Reddit. The reason he hates people like you because you're raising the quality bar is a musical. No, I don't even care. You can be a music school dropout, which alone doesn't mean much, but he's also profoundly lazy. I don't even think he's profoundly lazy. I don't believe those things. I don't agree with those things. Okay, maybe he's probably a little lazy, but being a music school dropout doesn't automatically disqualify you, okay? Oh, I fucking went to school for this. Who cares? Okay? That doesn't make me more knowledgeable automatically. I think that the inherent biases that one has legitimately causes one to see things in a very narrow focus, okay? Whether it be the personal biases that Destiny has towards me, which he has also obviously openly admitted way back in the day. Those Reddit logs or those DGG posts are still very much available for all that want to see it, where he's like so upset about Hassan's success. I made him, blah, 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 right? But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Before I get to the heated Israel versus Palestine debate with Bassem Youssef again, it's not the fact that he's a music school dropout that makes him bad or not knowledgeable. There are plenty of brilliant people that didn't go to college, and there are plenty of dumbasses who did go to college. I'm a dumbass who went to college, okay? Doesn't mean shit. The issue is, if you have these incredible biases, it actually neuters your commentary. It's ironic because many people say I have a bias against America, that I'm America bad and America bad only, and that's my only commentary on the subject. That's not the only commentary I have on the subject. There's plenty of historical background that I provide for why I make statements when I do make said statements. Okay? And anytime I engage in some level of description, anytime I engage in a contextualization, people immediately go, oh, you're defending the bad actions and you like the bad actions because America decided they were bad and you're bad. You hate America. Okay? There's so much more. Anytime I give historical context, people say I'm rambling as well. It's just a way to, boom, stop the conversation dead in its tracks. Just agree with me. It's the same principle behind going, you're a terrorist supporter. You support terrorism. Why would you cover this conversation? Why would you have a conversation with a person? Why would you even humanize them? They're a terrorist. They love slavery. They love doing slavery. I bet they love doing slavery. And it's like, you don't know any of those things. You made this assertion. And the leading motivator when making such an assertion in your mind was racism. Okay? That's it. It's a quick way to just immediately shut off anyone who is even remotely intellectually curious. And is the easiest way for you to see issues with a slant that causes you to not fully grasp the situation on the ground. Okay? Folks, if you're coming in here and you've never watched me before or you've only seen clips of me, I urge you to stick around because I promise you, okay, beyond the massaged narratives off of 8-second clips, you will develop a much better understanding of what I support and what I advocate for and where I'm coming from. Okay? I am first and foremost going to be charitable no matter what. And I do admit that over the course of the past couple of years, the relentless attacks have made me infinitely less charitable to those. And it makes me feel as though sometimes, inappropriately, that any contentious chatter is actually a bad faith debater. Okay? Interesting you say that, but then do the exact same to D-Man. Use 8 seconds of clips against them. So mad, Omega Law. I think that is a charitable and honest framework that I have withstood time and time again. If Destiny wanted, to present himself a little bit better, I assume he wouldn't personally say vicious things time and time again. But I don't think that there is any way that I can convince you that he is Islamophobic, for example. Okay? I can't, because I think you agree with him. That's the point. But it's okay. Let's continue.
But
I
who
said,
do we trust?
That's not what I said. I said according to Hamas.
Yeah, but
so
like
whether I believe the numbers,
when you say according to Hamas, it's like it's the undertone that you don't believe the numbers.
With all due respect, you're missing my point. 30,000, other than the Hamas fighters, because I will stand to kill these people. I hope 0 civilians die. But we know what happens.
But they die.
Of course.
Every day.
But let's go back to my initial question. Let me ask this question, and then you can stick to my.
How do you think how many?
But what about the 100? 0.
Should we stop?
0.
But they're killing it.
Okay, but that's not my point, Bassem. My point is this: 30.
How many?
Can I ask the
lost their
question?
limbs?
Can I ask the question, and then you can have the full response? Why is this issue at the forefront of the news when hundreds of thousands since 9/11, 5 million plus people in the Middle East have died? 5 million. 5 million versus 30,000. Where are the marches? Where are the protests?
You haven't been around. You just haven't been around.
No, but I also read the newspapers. I see what's going on.
That's crazy, dude. Oh, I haven't seen the marches myself, so they must not exist is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous take. The idea that like Arabs are not consistently, or the Muslim world is not consistently up in fucking arms about the sectarian conflict that oftentimes is, of course, backed by Western powers is ridiculous. It's like trying to have a conversation with a baby who lacks object permanence about whether or not I actually got your fucking nose. Okay? I can tell the baby, I didn't get your nose. This is not your nose, baby. But the baby will be like, but in my heart of hearts, I believe you did get my nose, sir. Goo goo gaga, give me back my fucking nose. Where is my nose? I say as the baby. But that is the nature of debate with a reactionary. That's it. Especially in the United States of America. American exceptionalism, straight up, dictates that you have to literally talk to a stupid person who has the dumbest fucking opinions, and simply on the virtue that they thought it, and they are a unique and individual snowflake, that you have to take it seriously. His argument is not backed by any evidence whatsoever. His argument is simply backed by, well, I didn't see it, and I read the news. Okay, got it.
Going on.
Because there has been marches against what's happening in Yemen. There have been massive marches against what happened in Iraq.
If you ask the average person, they couldn't tell you that there's a war in Yemen.
There is a difference.
But if you ask the average American, they...
What does this prove? Once again, this is not an argument. You went from Arabs are not protesting this kind of thing to saying the average American doesn't know. Okay, yeah, that's deliberate. That's by design.
They know what is exactly going on in Israel.
Here's the thing.
The last 5 minutes made me lose my train of thought. I think I was talking about this guy's argument devolving into, well, other guys get to kill each other. Why can't Israel kill some of these guys too? Which is silly. It's silly because you've moved away. You've moved the conversation away from the main point of contention. Is it good for Israel to kill these people or not? I don't believe it's good. I don't believe, even without Israel killing 30,000, close to 30,000 Palestinians over the course of 100 days, what Israel did in October 6th, what Israel did in October 5, what Israel did on before October, in the daily maintenance of its apartheid regime was still violent and immoral, because violence is a necessity for the maintenance of an apartheid regime, as we know from other apartheid regimes like South Africa. That's it.
to the Sinai. Basically, that is my country. All right.
The only people shouting for the river to the sea are the Gazans.
Well,
Palestine will be free. So what does a free Palestine look like?
You know what's the difference between regular people in the street shouting from the river and the sea?
Mm-hmm.
These are regular people that are carrying flags in the street. You know what's happened on the other side? You have government official like Bitzail, like the Minister of Finance. You have Ben Ghafir, who is the Minister of National Security. Both of them, by the way, were arrested many times for acts of terrorism against their own country.
These are Israeli prime ministers?
These the ministers.
Not the prime ministers, ministers of certain.
Yeah.
So do you mean to tell me that Yahya Sinwar, who's the head of Hamas, or Mahmoud Abbas, who's the head of the PLO, they're not politically saying from the river to the sea? So if we're going to use that equivalence...
You didn't even finish.
Okay, go ahead.
So first of all, you are comparing a militant group, a terrorist group, with a secular democratic country. This secular...
The From the River to the Sea conversation is one that I've had a million times over. I'm sorry, but on the one hand, you're trying to justify Israel's real genocide. On the other hand, you're talking about words being genocidal. Okay? It's mind-boggling to me how you can simultaneously defend very real ethnic cleansing that is happening in Gaza while also saying, you know what the real ethnic cleansing is? When people who are being ethnically cleansed and their supporters say that they dream one day of freedom, okay? That they yearn for freedom. That slogan is the real ethnic cleansing, of course. It's like someone beating the shit out of you, okay? And putting you in a coma and then complaining about how your hand hurt in the process. It blows my mind, except much worse, okay? Literally much worse. Genuinely frustrating. You are a liar. That analogy is too kind. I would just like to say thank you for your commentary and coverage. I'm enjoying your reaction to Bassam. Can we please watching? Yeah, I already ran the ad break already.
The democratic country that I'm telling you about, they have ministers coming up with a map of Greater Israel behind of them, and they openly talk about them, which is, by the way, if you don't know, the Greater Israel map is from the river to the Euphrates, including part of Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria, and of course Palestine. So that is the official talk of the official ministers. So you want to kind of ignore this, and you go after random people in the streets with flags saying from the river to the sea. Don't you see that comparison is a little bit
Well,
off?
it's not just random people. It is Hamas, who is the governing body of Gaza.
Hamas?
But the point of a democracy, what do you mean?
Hamas, at the end of the day, they're a militant group. They're a
From the river to the sea predates Hamas by approximately 20 to 22 years as a slogan. Okay? The Hamas charter, written in 1980, Hamas developed, I guess, in the 80s. And then its original charter featured this slogan because it is the popular emancipatory slogan of Palestinians. Okay? Them putting that slogan in their charter does not change the historical reality. Okay? I mean, they also say free Palestine, right? And we personally understand that saying free Palestine, unless we are weird, psychotic, rabidly Islamophobic, racist people, we understand when someone says free Palestine that is a valid demand. You don't go, well, Hamas says free Palestine. There is no other version of this where you look at in a situation where one side is the genocidal side and the other side are victims of said genocide, and you look at the oppressors in that and go, I am going to frame this on the boundaries of what the oppressor has set. Well, we do that for everything, but reactionaries do that for everything. Oftentimes, progressives are supposed to see through that kind of thing. They're supposed to make this assessment on the boundaries of who those who are enslaved and in chains are and what their slogans are and what their slogans actually mean. Unless you're an absolute dumbass, you would never look at a situation where someone says Black Lives Matter and then the other side says, well, that's actually racist. Why not all lives matter? And go, you know what? I agree with the other side. This happened in America. There were plenty of liberals who were like, oh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, all lives do matter. What's up with that? Oh, white lives do matter. Why can't we do that? And guess what happened? Guess what happened? People now understand it. because those who support Black Lives Matter turned around and explained it to others and said, no, you don't understand. All lives do matter. But all lives don't matter until Black lives matter, because Black lives are not seen as a part of all lives in this equation in the eyes of many. And in a similar vein, many activists of all different backgrounds have described the historical importance of saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And yet, people simply don't listen. They go, la, 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 I can't hear you. I am still going to operate on what I believe it is. I'm going to falsely claim that you are saying anti-Semitic things. I'm going to falsely claim that you are being racist. I've made plenty of jokes about the issue already, including those who others have made as well. Like, don't say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Say, that all the occupied territories where Palestinians reside in, including the 5 million under Israeli occupation and also the 6 million that are refugees outside of Israel proper, will one day be able to live in a secular, pluralistic, democratic country where they will have equal rights to the Jewish Israeli population, right? Like that's not a slogan.
Militant group. They're ISIS. You don't take them seriously. Militant group.
Don't take them seriously. They're the leaders of Gaza, Bassem. They were elected in 2006, and as your joke said, a 30-year...
2006, when nobody actually was alive by then. Like now, like people there, how many people were alive?
50% of Gaza was not alive in 2006.
So if you did an election right now, they're not going to be the rulers of Gaza.
Yeah, but you didn't do an election. That's the point.
Why is that? Why is that?
Because basically they kicked out Fatah and the PLO, and they're running the West Bank.
And Israel didn't put them under blockade and kick the shit out of them.
There is an argument to be made there. You think that I'm saying that Israel is completely innocent? Do you think I would say that the U.S. is completely innocent?
No, I don't think you said that.
We had a debacle in Iraq. We had a debacle in Afghanistan. There's no perfect country. There's no innocent country.
Listen, this is...
We had a debacle in Iraq, and we had a debacle in Afghanistan. A debacle. Anyway, I do like that Bassem does a fairly decent job, because, like, listen, any moment where you're on the back foot in a conversation like this is a moment where you've like legitimately conceded certain points. So that's good. Okay.
This is what you do. And when I say what you do is what America and Israel and all of this, like, let's kill them all.
No. You've already put words in my mouth. You've called me racist. You're saying that I want to kill everybody. I've said none of those words.
You kill people and then you ask questions later. You kill people, you ask questions later.
Isn't that what Hamas does?
America did. Hamas is a terrorist group. You are comparing Hamas. Every time you compare Hamas, I'm bringing you Israel and America, which are supposedly democratic countries. Hamas and ISIS and whatever, these people are not like good examples, right?
I agree.
A good example. So when you tell me Hamas, all right.
The moral equivalence between Hamas and Israel is a ridiculous one. Okay, the Israeli government exists. Hamas would not exist if the Israeli occupation did not exist. It is a nationalist resistance group that is definitely Islamist. Okay, its inception is certainly Islamist fundamentalist. It no longer reflects, especially on its civil governance side, those same values. Obviously, there's a separation between the two. Okay, this guy says he's literally comparing Israel to terrorists. I can't, brother. What I'm about to tell you is going to freak you out, okay? I'm actually not comparing Israel to Hamas. But if I were to make that comparison, simply judging by October 7th, for example, and what percentage of the casualties were civilians, 800 out of the 1,200, versus the past 100 days of ethnic cleansing being done in Gaza, Hamas would be the lesser evil. Oh, you meant the idiot show host. Okay. That's true. Objectively, if you were to equivocate the two, well, notice I'm not yelling at this person. Okay, guys, bro just parried you. Yeah. Leave Patrick alone. He's one of us. Guys, a new year, new me. New year, new me. Reformed. Okay. I'm also Egyptian, and I wish Bassem wouldn't capitulate so hard. However, whenever Hamas comes up, no, he's speaking to an American audience. Look, I think he's doing fine, okay? He's doing fine. You don't want to get lost in the weeds, okay? You don't want to get lost in the weeds. Obviously, there are certain things you mustn't say, certain things that are just completely completely idiotic. Like any comparison between Hamas and ISIS is idiotic. And that's not a concession. Okay? That's number one. Any concession on from the river to the sea being like genocidal rhetoric, which he kind of did as well when he talked about like, well, Israel does it too. And it's like, no, there is no comparison. Okay? One party is the offending party. The other party is the victims. Okay? The victims' calls for emancipation cannot be equivocated to the oppressor's calls for domination. Ridiculous. There's also literal laws surrounding this thing. When you talk about like international humanitarian law, there are laws around it. Okay? There are laws around it. It is valid and just to resist a belligerent occupier under international law. Okay? Correct. It is invalid, unjust, and illegal to be a belligerent occupier retaliating against those you are belligerently occupying. Doubly bad when you're also an apartheid regime. It's ridiculous. Hamas is a violent, militant resistancy. Okay? Their goal is to end the Israeli apartheid and the Israeli occupation. Not agreeing with their politics and not agreeing with their methods does not change that reality. And I say this as someone who has condemned October 7, for example. Okay? I say this as someone who separates what Hamas is doing currently, what the Al-Qassam brigades are doing currently, in a defensive posture against the Israeli occupying force in its operations in Gaza versus the offensive posture. But having said that, anyone who tells you that October 7 caught everybody off guard and it was not expected, it has to be delusional. That's why there are Israeli victims and family members of Israeli victims from October 7 currently suing the Nova Techno Rave. Okay, the organizer of the Nova Techno Rave, for example. That's why there are Israeli family members who demand investigations into October 7 right now. The notion that you can have a non-costly, a cost-free, violent, brutal, dehumanizing, humiliating occupation upon 5 million Palestinians, half of which are in the West Bank and the other half in the Gaza Strip, is ridiculous. This is why I said directly on October 7 that a resistance to apartheid and an occupation is sometimes going to be ugly. Okay? There are going to be condemnable actions. The notion that it is unexpected is ridiculous. Okay? And that actually comes from the fact that under Zionist racial agitative propaganda, the dehumanization of Palestinians was so perfect that many in the Israeli security apparatus believed their own lies, the criminal negligence, the assumption that you can continue putting additional stress upon the West Bank, the idea that Palestinians under the blockade in Gaza have absolutely no way of even dreaming of a violent retaliation against Israel. This stems from a supremacist attitude, thinking that you legitimately have so perfectly dominated, humiliated, and subjugated this population that they will remain like the docile, caged animals they are. But one day, they break through that cage. Okay? That's it.
Right, fine. Hamas, horrible people. Let's talk about the leaders of the free world. America, they kill first, they ask questions later. And the result, Afghanistan and Iraq. Israel,
disasters.
They killed.
I'm not going to argue with them on that one. Disaster.
Israel.
Why? If you think that that's a disaster, then why do you not have that same energy for 75 years of aggression? Always against the last war, but never against the current one. Always for the last civil rights movement, but always against the current one. Odd. Makes you think.
Kill later, and then the result, what's happening in Gaza and what's been happening to Gaza. There's no justification for Israel to kill 30,000 people right now. And all the thing about October 7th, many of them, can you tell me where are the decapitated babies? What are their names? Can you give me the names?
You want me to go over every dead, decapitated Israeli baby's name?
I think that's
No, he's asking that question because it's misinformation, a falsehood that Israel ran with, and a falsehood that Western media repeated without any sort of clarity whatsoever. Journalists have parsed through the action. 10-month-old that died, was killed by Palestinian militancy, as far as we understand it, and she died in her mother's arms. That is a devastating tragedy. That is an act of terror, okay? 100%. 100%. And that hurts my soul to think about, just as the 12,000 children that have been ruthlessly slaughtered by the Israeli occupying force is an act of genocide. There's genocidal intent and there's genocidal acts there for all to see. All you need to do is open up your fucking eyes and take a look. There were no babies thrown in ovens. That was also immediately discredited. Okay? There were no 40 babies that were decapitated. But that didn't stop Biden from repeating it. That didn't stop Ben Shapiro from repeating it and defending it.
Story was refuted, wasn't it?
It was refuted many times.
It wasn't real.
And it was the biggest story.
What's your point? That Hamas didn't kill babies? That didn't kill women?
What I say, if you have
There's hundreds of people kidnapped by Hamas. What's your point?
No. They're kidnapped, yes. That
you're saying that 1,200 people weren't murdered?
If a terrorist group would decapitate people, if terrorist group would burn people, you know what terrorist groups does? They terrorize. They will show them off. Like ISIS, they were burning people in cages. All right? We will not find about the atrocities of rape or about decapitating from other sources, because the terrorist group, by design, terrorizes. They would go in with their GoPro.
It's actually low-key not a bad argument. I've never even thought about it from that framework. I talk about that from the perspective of like the hostages and why it is obviously the rational choice to treat the hostages well. Like that's why the Al-Qassam Brigade and you know the Islamic Jihad groups and all the other Palestinian militancies will do their very best to at least protect or offer some level of like security to the hostages. However, I will say this. The counter to that is also very effective because they did. Part of the reason why October 7 can be considered an act of terror is because they did. Palestinian militancy did very much strap GoPro cameras on their heads and ran around and shot civilians. That much is true. That is also another function of terrorism. Okay? Obviously, the much larger terrorists in this story, both by motivation and also by pure death and destruction, is the Israeli occupying force. Okay? How come you didn't get banned for simping for terrorists? Brother, I do not simp for the state of Israel, and I certainly do not simp for American imperialism either. Okay? Don't come in here with that kind of nonsense. Don't do it. No, that's a good argument against the whole atrocity propaganda that Israel has run. The atrocity propaganda that Israel has run to justify the actions that it took immediately after October 7, and they recycle it over and over again. Okay? The reasons as to why they do that is obviously, as you know, to say, look, like the Palestinians deserve what's coming for them, and the Palestinians deserve what came for them, right? Now, having said that, there are plenty of things that those GoPro cameras did not show. Plenty of things. Now, that could be a consequence of the fact that once that border wall was broken, there were also criminal elements that also seeped into Israel proper. Okay? And therefore, they might have been responsible for some of the other atrocities. Okay? That much is 100%. That is 100% something that could have happened. Okay? Could have. Point is, you have to investigate. You have to. You have to investigate with an outside investigator that looks into sexual violence in conflict, like the UN special investigator that went into Israel recently and was met with backlash and criticism and accusations of anti-Semitism. The victims deserve the truth. You cannot stand against active investigations and simply demand that things are the way you say they are. I'm inclined, because of the probability of sexual violence occurring in all matter of militancy and in all matter of violent instances of war. Statistically, there is a probability that sexual violence occurred on October 7. I've said this since day one. Okay? I know that a lot of people get very mad at that and go, what do you mean? Oh, Muslims would never do that. Or maybe more reasonable takes, like who had time to do such a thing when, you know, your goal is to go in and out and and you're literally trying to fight a superior military force in that time frame. It's not going to happen, right? However, it does not matter. What matters is that there needs to be an investigation. Obviously, some of the most erroneous, exaggerated claims of like systematic gang rape, that kind of stuff is not confirmed, and it still deserves an investigation. Okay, it's claimed that rape was ordered from the highest levels of Hamas. That part matters. Yeah, no, that I don't think is. This is why I wanted an investigation. We don't even know what the Hamas soldiers were commanded to do. No, I don't believe that. No, that comes from the classic Israeli negotiations. The classic Israeli what is it called when they fucking torture people that they arrest and then they put a camera on them and they're like, yeah, go ahead, tell us what you wanted to do, and then they'll say, oh, I wanted to rape every Israeli, and also I'm just like Hamas. That is a interrogation that I've seen those footages as well. Yeah. It's a forced confession. It's not usable in court. It's completely ridiculous. And I mean, the Israeli government also uses it not to like dupe people even into believing anything. They usually just use it. It's coerced confessions, but they use it to humiliate. Like the Israeli government and the Israeli journalists that I read, at least, understand it as like a different for a different purpose. The coerced confessions aren't to neatly wrap up a narrative that this is like a real thing that's going on, but instead to humiliate Hamas and try to separate Hamas from the rest of the Palestinian population. That's like their actual goal. That's why they will oftentimes name commanders by name when talking about who gave what order. It is very specific. That's the overall goal.
They will show you the babies that they decapitated. They will not gonna hide it. It's like, oh my, we didn't do it, because terrorist groups does that, right? Remember ISIS when they were burning people in cages? They like to promote their terror because the terrorist group wanted to terrorize the public. We have not seen anything of that.
That's one of the most naive comments I've ever heard. We've seen videos, countless videos of them gang raping women and then blowing their head off while they chop off one of their breasts. We've seen these videos.
No, you haven't seen it.
Well, are you fucking crazy? Of course we've seen this video.
Seen it.
We've seen dead bodies littered all over kibbutzes.
You have read about it.
Okay.
And I can
go watch the video. You're choosing. This is selective ignorance. This is selective ignorance. That's like me saying, if that's like me saying, of course Israel's not bombing indiscriminately. No, they have. And I'm at least willing to own that. And I'm not Israeli, I'm American.
By the way, I'm not defending Hamas. They did.
But you are equivalent.
But what I'm saying is all of these like decapitating babies, that is wrong. That never happened.
Okay, it was only a few.
A few? How many?
Dude, I'm not there on the ground. So what's your argument?
We have pictures.
Let's be clear here. What's your argument? That they didn't decapitate one baby's head?
No.
So what are you saying?
I said that what Hamas did was terrible, but it was inflated by things to make it emotional, to think that it's okay to kill all of those people.
It was inflated. So it wasn't 1,200? Well, how much was it?
I don't know.
So Israelis' numbers are inflated, 1,200, but the 30,000 from Hamas is not inflated? You're talking out of both sides of your mouth.
As a matter of fact, according to Israeli survivors, they said that many of these casualties happened because Israeli troops came in and indiscriminately killed everybody.
Yeah, he said that we have video evidence of like many women being gang raped and having their heads blown off, and that's a lie. There is no video evidence of it. Owen Jones actually went and watched the October 7 video footage that Israel has. There was not a singular instance of sexual violence in that video, for the record. There's also no video evidence whatsoever. There's been no report of a video evidence at all from every outlet that has actually covered, every single outlet that has covered the accusations of sexual violence occurring on October 7th. Not a single one of them have mentioned that there is video evidence. Now, there is, of course, there were videos on Telegram of atrocities being shared, right? Shani Luke? No, there is, that's, what are you talking about? That's not video evidence of rape. That's a gross and disgusting act against a woman who was murdered ruthlessly and then paraded around, if that's what you're talking about. But as of this morning, there is, at least to my knowledge, there was no evidence of that. What about the girl with blood on her pants? That's a great question. This was immediately addressed day one. That could be a multitude of different things. Sitting on literally blood, having her hands bleed, and then sitting on her hands. Like that's not video evidence. This person is literally, listen, I'm sorry. I'm going to be as charitable as possible. You've been following since 2019. This person straight up said, like, there is cartel style footage of gang rapes and decapitations happening after gang rapes. That's not the same as what you're talking about. Okay? Sitting on blood is a pretty long reach. Really? That's a long reach. That's a long reach for you. It's a war zone. It's a massacre. Tell them off. They're baiting you. I think so too. Anyway, once again, the conversation shifted. The conversation shifted to, why is this person's pants bloody? It shifted away to, why is this person's pants bloody? From, there's video footage of gang rape and decapitations and, people's heads being blown off. Okay? There is no such video exists. Videos of such gruesome violence does exist and certainly were circulated online in Telegram groups, except they were not from October 7th. Okay? This is Reddit debate. Lord Hamas killed families, innocent people. Let's stop debating how and when and what torture technique they actually used. Yeah, I agree. I said this time and time again, for the record, that I think it's silly to have these conversations, but I will, of course, push back on misinformation, right? That's the reason why I just mentioned this, because the person said there's video footage of this, and I am not a person that thinks that this is 100% a lie or anything like that. I'm very understanding and open-minded. Obviously, I think that there is a likelihood that these things definitely could have happened. He said we've all seen the videos, though, and he's talking about cartel footage or the very popularly circulated footage of a Kurdish woman from 2002, or not 2002, 2022, as a matter of fact, I think, of the rape situation and then being killed. Now, even if all the worst atrocity propaganda that Israel brought forward without any evidence was true, that still does not justify, in my eyes, the occupation and the apartheid regime. I just want you to understand that as well. This does not change the dynamic of an apartheid state being immoral. October 7th did not change the dynamic in my mind at all about whether or not an apartheid is appropriate, whether or not ethnic cleansing of Palestinians is appropriate. It did not. Because as I've said time and time again, the colonial power sets the standard for violence. Okay? That's it.
But including the hostages.
That's the first time I've heard that story. I've been
First time, because you were not covering, because you have not listening to the survivors from the Israelis. On
Every morning I read credible sources, Wall Street Journal, Fox News, Bloomberg. Okay. So what are you reading? Hamas.com? Where are you getting your sources?
Hearts.
Yeah, belittling him and immediately being like, oh, where are you getting your source from? Hamas.com? So stupid.
Okay, Haaretz. Yeah, the Israeli newspaper.
The Time of Israel.
Yes, of course. Yeah. I read those too.
They have actually brought
I've never heard them say one time that 1,200 people were not murdered.
I didn't
not in
that.
one paper.
No. I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said many of those numbers that were killed, they were killed because of the indiscriminating interference by the Israeli troops, and many of them died because of...
4 people were killed that way when they tried to rescue the hostages.
No, that did...
Yeah, the only people that were indiscriminately killed were actually the Israelis. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, you're definitely not showing your perspective at all. That's awesome. That the only people that were indiscriminately killed were 4 people who just happened to be the Israeli hostages that IDF directly shot as these guys were like retreating and telling the IDF that they were actually Israeli and to not shoot.
The fact that you're trying to equivocate 1,200 people.
You're late in the game.
Basser.
You're late in the game. There was a woman whose name is Dalia. She came out on an Israeli podcast and she said that everybody in the kibbutz were died. And then we went out and we said that the Israeli tank, the one that fired on the whole kibbutz.
This is bullshit stories.
All right.
You think the IDF is just coming in and then just spraying down kibbutzes? That's like saying American troops are just coming into a conflict here and just spraying down fellow Americans.
It's called the Hannibal.
Bullshit.
It's called the Hannibal Protocol. Look it up.
Yeah, we'll look it up. But I think that's bullshit.
Basan, I want to ask you a question. So going to that day, all the stuff that we found out since that day, we found out, Rob, that they knew, apparently they had information intelligence for a year that it was going to happen. The day that it happened, apparently all the
I love these guys, man. I am value-tained, okay? I don't blame him for not believing it. Let's be honest, it sounds insane, but they actually did it, Lamau. Dude, they all dress like they're going to high school prom, okay? The black tie on the skin-tight silk black button-up shirt is so fire, okay? The only thing missing from this is like a teal vest. Like, if he had a teal vest that he was wearing with no jacket, by the way, he would be perfect, okay? They got the lion stickers on their fucking Fiji water to cover the non-sponsored water brand. They all have incredibly ill-fitting, like, skin-tight button-up shirts. They all got the fucking TRT vein popping, okay, as they're talking, like, insanely high blood pressure. It's so perfect. I love these people. I love this podcast. They are incredible. Wow.
defenses were down. Hamas got to run rampant for 6 hours. Mayhem. They asked, John Kirby went up, and one of the reporters from Fox asked, how did you guys not see this with all the intelligence? And he said, and I quote, now is not the time. Since October, it's not, 3 months, October, November, December.
Wait,
we're in January right now. They still don't know. We saw this thing called the Jericho Wall where
This guy's awesome. Wait, what's happening? Why is he...
a leaked document where Israel already had a plan of what to do with all these, all the displaced people. They want to...
I still love them. I mean, it doesn't matter. Even though he's criticizing Israel, I still love him, okay? As you guys know, I am Israel's greatest defender. And...
to Egypt and all the countries and the United States. Bibi Netanyahu was on a video saying how he could do whatever he wants in Gaza because Americans are gullible and he could do whatever on the home video. Bassem, what do you have an opinion on the knowledge, the pre-knowledge of this was going to happen and the fact that they got to wait, they got to do whatever they want for 6 hours with one of the sickest military, sickest intelligence? Do you think like they knew, they let it happen? How do you feel about?
I'm no military expert at all, but like watching this, the fact.
For the record, whenever I see like right wingers criticize Israel, I do get a little worried. Okay, you know why? I'm not saying this guy is, but when I do see a guy who's like otherwise, talking about how value-tained he is all the time, I don't know what his framework is. I don't know anything about the guy. I'm telling you right now, I don't know anything about that guy at all. He was kind of spitting there, but I don't know what other kinds of spit comes out of that mouth. Okay? You said sick like 20 times to the kid yesterday? What do you mean? Please tell me you're not comparing like an American podcaster to a 19-year-old who was born into genocide. I hope you're not. Like the collection of the collection of like world experiences. I'm joking. Come on. Oh, thank God. I was going to say like, Jesus Christ, dude. Because like the reality is that kid I talked to, he might be anti-Semitic too. I mean, he said that he does not care what anyone's background is as long as they are pro-Palestine, but it still doesn't matter. I mean, I was prodding a little bit. I wanted to see what he had to say about Jewish people.
That they've been doing this for 6 hours, and this is the most guarded border ever. Mm-hmm. I mean, you can't even have a dog pass by without being shot. And these walls has been tried and tested, and the fact that they get in and they continue, like the wall by itself is 7 meters up, 7 meters down the ground. It's one of the most fortified borders ever. And then you go in, the Apaches didn't even appear until after 6 hours.
That doesn't make sense.
And you understand like how Israel and Gaza and all of these are like very small.
Mm-hmm.
These are like very small. This is like a plane can be there in 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I mean, these are the questions that I don't want to go into conspiracy theories, but these are the questions that the Israeli community has been asking. This kind of failure. A lot of people inside, again, conspiracy theories. I don't want to adopt any of them. It's like it's because of Bibi was having under a lot of pressure from his Supreme Court, so he wanted something to kind of like divert it. And when people want to divert something, like they make a conflict.
Mm-hmm.
But it kind of like it got out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact you can go in lily-willy with very primitive weapons and go inside of Israel and come up. I mean, just a year ago, there were 50 Palestinians that were killed by snipers just because they came in closer to the road,
border.
And they were like holding flags.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that they go in and you see like all of these military bases empty for the taking and coming back with cars and with people and with hostages. I mean, if I'm an Israeli citizen, I would be pissed.
Of course, I want to answer.
I would like to have some answers. So I don't know.
But Bassem, let's go to the last thing because for me, I'm curious with solutions. Right? Some say, well, this is going to keep happening. It's never going to stop. It's been going on for hundreds of years, couple thousand years. It's going to be ongoing for another couple thousand years. Perfect. Okay, fine. So that's one argument. Now, for the people that maybe are solution oriented and they want to figure out a way to improve things. You said 2006, Hamas gets elected because, what it was, but today it wouldn't happen. Today, if they do have an election, who controls the election? Because you were a little bit not elusive. You were not clear about why.
Dude, that's sick. Okay. Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, when someone says, when someone who is like otherwise defending Israel asks, what are the solutions then? It's over. It's Jover. It's perfect. That is the best point you can get to in a conversation. Okay? So I just want to point that out because then you start talking about actual solutions. Then you can talk about the morality of the situation, not the morality of the offensive nature of ethnic cleansing that's happening currently, but also the morality of their daily maintenance of the apartheid. Okay? That's them throwing the towel, boys. That's your time to shine. Whenever you hear someone go, what are your solutions then? Okay? Because from that point on, they're going to say, this is unrealistic. To which you can always respond with, you know what's unrealistic? Thinking that you can get away with doing an apartheid without like these human beings actually fucking getting mad. You know what I mean? Now, having said that, currently, if there was an election conducted today, Hamas, gangbusters. Okay? They're winning. The only opposition to that is the Palestinian Authority, and god damn, they are the least popular institution for understandable reasons amongst Palestinians. Okay? There is no one that is less popular than the Palestinian Authority. Why? Because they are seen understandably and correctly by the Palestinian population as collaborators. They are just simply an extension. They are simply an extension of Israel's violent security forces. Okay? Just a Palestinian face to the brutality. That's it. They give up Palestinian resistance members' positions. They routinely lock them up so they can be tortured. Unacceptable. Okay? They're completely unacceptable. Their position is unacceptable. That is by design. Israel, again, a testament to Israel's audacity and foolishness to show the Palestinian people year over year that if you collaborate with us, we're going to turn you into fucking prison guards? Insane. You had every opportunity, every step of the way, since Arafat, to show the Palestinians that if you collaborate with us, we are going to give you a life of dignity. And what did the Palestinians get for 30, 40 fucking years? They got death, destruction, more oppression, and 750,000 settlers in the West Bank in that same time frame. Unacceptable. To think that that would come with no cost is ridiculous. We are no longer talking about the morality of the situation because the morality of the situation is clear, unacceptable, inhumane, gross. But it doesn't work from a pragmatic situation either. This sheer arrogance cannot allow you to continue maintaining this apartheid. Okay? That's it. So, having said that, yes, if there was an election conducted today, I know what the polls look like. I've seen them. Hamas would win. Hamas's popularity always increases when Israel attacks. Because in that position, Hamas is no longer seen as the civil governing body that does a relatively piss-poor job, all things considered. Let's be fucking real, right? One, because they are living under an Israeli blockade, and two, because, of course, there's corruption there as well. They're not very good at doing civil governance. Do the best they can. Some steal, some are brutal, right? But when Israel attacks, they are the defenders. When Israel attacks as the belligerent occupier, Hamas, Al-Qassam, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, those are the people that fight back, okay? That is precisely the reason why their popularity increases when Israel does attack, okay? So that's what I wanted to mention. Now, of course, there's Marwan Barghouti. I think I'm not butchering his name, I hope, who is declared the the Palestinian Nelson Mandela. He is more popular than as a figurehead than Yahya Sinwar. He is more popular, who is, of course, on the Hamas side. He is more popular than Mahmoud Abbas, of course. Has Hassan talked about being covered on Philly D? Yes, very disappointing. Actually, it wasn't that bad. All things considered, I think the clickbait made me more upset than the coverage. Obviously, I would have wished for him not to show, reasonable criticism of me by like someone who was just fucking foaming out of the mouth. But I do think that a lot of people will recognize that he changed the title now. Oh, okay. I think a lot of people that watch that video will come away with it going, okay, so this guy is just like fucking psycho. Like this guy's response, unless you're like a live stream fails poster, I suspect that I suspect that the people that watch that video and their takeaway is like, oh, this is really, really good commentary and criticism are going to be like Redditors for the most part. Yeah, because he is fucking unhinged. Let's continue.
They're not having fair elections today. Who controls the elections?
I wish Hamas is not in charge of. I wish the whole thing about the Islamization, Judaism of this conflict is not there, because that is making everything worse.
So how do you get
the
rid
whole
of
idea
Hamas?
about like putting so much religion on the Israeli side and on the Muslim side? It has actually it is the reason why this conflict is getting worse and worse and worse. It's because now people are like kind of like rooting for the divine, and whenever you put religion in any conflict, this is going to get worse and worse. So the thing is, there is a problem, a fundamental problem for the rights of the Palestinians in the land of Palestine. Now, whether you create a Palestinian nation on the 22% using like Jimmy Carter once said, it would have to have like a two-state solution using Gaza, using the borders of 1967 with modification and land swap. That is what the Palestinian Authority are actually accepting. Hamas does not accept that. And there's other people who does not accept that. And at the same time, people on the Israeli side does not accept that. You have radical people on both sides who want all or none, and kind of fairly moderate people who want to stay in the middle and say, all right, let's have a little bit of a swap. But what is happening right now is the two-state solution is being shot and dead a long time ago. Because even if Benjamin Netanyahu, when he came out and he bragged about how he have spoiled the Oslo Accord and how Americans don't care and we have manipulated them and 80% of America are with us so we can do whatever the hell we want, even if we can kill as many Palestinians as possible. And he was there on camera. When he does that and there's no repercussions, I don't think it's going to get any better. And I think it's going to be a matter of time until those Palestinians will be, if it's not today, It's not this year. It's the year after. All of this Gaza will be cleared out, and the Palestinians will be pushed into Sinai, and Israel will take it over. And it will not stop like that, because if you put 2.2 million people, put them in Sinai, that will be a security threat, because those people will have an open access to the sea, and they will have weapons, and then they will want to avenge what happened to them, and they will go in and attack Israel. And now it's going to have a dual problem between a group of people, between Israel and Egypt, and that will not get any better. So I'm just like telling you, I'm not very optimistic about what will happen, because if you don't have justice and you don't have people what they want, they are just like people going to get justice in themselves, and then they will be called militant terrorists, freedom fighters, no matter how you call them. But it's not going well.
So, regarding Gaza, and I'm trying to come from a solution-based approach here, to be honest. At the end of the day, everything comes down to money or security. You need that? Everything comes down to money or security. So,
You just got to pull your shirt up.
hold on.
What's happening?
It's a heater pad.
He's got a bad back. Let's get his back right before I ask this question.
Dude, I am value-tained. I have never been more value-tained than I am in this moment. Okay? He just like me for real. Okay, is the rest of this still popping off or what? You got to go on this podcast? I'm sure Patrick Bet-David would love to have me on, I suspect. Treating the guests with dignity and respect while you ignore genocide. Listen, at least they're treating him with dignity and respect as he, is criticizing them for ignoring genocide.
Look up the shirt.
That's how we played. Massages. We got a masseuse coming in the house.
Well, thank you guys, because I'm really in pain. I can't even.
Well, you've been traveling for how many days?
We have what is called unreasonable hospitality.
Yeah, Pat doesn't play.
While we're having a friendly debate, we're going to make sure that your back's.
All right, so
Okay, go ahead. Solution for Gaza.
Yeah, well,
go
look,
for it.
Yeah.
Israel wants security.
Ultimately, he's still too Iranian to let his guests sit there with his back broken. Okay, that's it. That's it. My man. God, I love Patrick Bet-David. Yeah, they are genocide apologists, but they aren't bad hosts. Thank you. Exactly. You need to talk with Bassem Youssef. Ironically, I have actually. I've actually met him. We were on a panel together. I think it was like progressive Muslims or progressives. Like some kind of like progressive Muslim panel we did together at Politicon. Would you ever go on a pod with a fear and cast? Absolutely not. I would never subject my wonderful friends whose brains are broken in different ways, but I would never subject them to like the fucking mania of the disgusting mania of political commentary, the political sphere. That's insane. Never, ever would I do that. I would never, ever do that, just like I'd never subject you to the top of the hour ad break, which is why I urge you to subscribe at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break, right? And if you no longer want to see those ads, then, that's what you got to do. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Boom.
And Gaza, many countries in the Middle East need and want prosperity, okay? Israel's whole thing, their whole contention is, listen, we just can't have another October 7th, period. And we're going to do everything to protect our citizens. The people in Gaza, they're no different than other people in the Middle East. They want prosperity. The problem in the Middle East, in my opinion, my humble opinion, it's not just an Islamic issue. It's certainly not just an Israeli issue, because by the way, it is an Iranian issue. That's the tip of the spear when it comes to the mafia-like regime that's running Iran over there. But it's socioeconomic. People need economic improvements. People need political certainty. And when you combine that with Islamic fundamentalism, you sprinkle in a little jihad, throw in a little anti-Zionism and rhetoric, you'll get what's going on in Gaza. But look at the countries that are thriving in the Middle East, and look at the countries that are basically the Gazas of the Middle East.
Fuck yeah, baby. Yeah, that's such a sick take, man. That's cool, dude. I mean, it just aligns so perfectly with white supremacy in general. You know what I mean? It aligns so perfectly. It's the same principle behind, like, look at the conditions in Africa. Clearly, these guys can't, conduct their affairs themselves. We got to sprinkle a little bit of civilizing occupation in there to stop these barbarians. That's it. It's not the violence of colonialism that has set back these areas okay, despite their natural resources and overall wealth, it must be that they just simply can't deal with it. Why? Culture. Culture. That's the reason. It's culture. Cultural. It's not race. I'm not saying race. I'm saying culture.
Unemployment rates. People need jobs. Okay. If kids don't have jobs, if youth unemployment is skyrocketing, what are these young people supposed to do? The highest unemployment rate in the Middle East, Jordan, 23%. Palestinians right next to them also at 23%. Then you have Sudan, Libya, Tunisia, Lebanon, Iraq, Yemen, Afghanistan, Iran, Morocco.
That's so funny. It's like, I wonder why that happened. Like, that's crazy. I wonder how that happened. And I wonder why that happened. That's crazy. It's like, yeah, man, look at that. Now, obviously, Jordan isn't bombed, but like the Jordanian population is basically a fucking holdover state also created specifically to deal with like Israel's violence, okay? Their population is just fucking mostly refugees, dog. Every single country that you're talking about is either like a colonial cutout from like some Western imperialist forces that decided like these are the fucking lines drawn here, okay? Or it's the same, but also on top of that, they're getting military and material support from the United States of America. Meanwhile, by the way, while we're talking about Yemen, U.S. has conducted its fourth round of strikes against the Houthi targets of Yemen. U.S. official confirms to CBS News the strikes targeted several sites that were prepared to launch attacks, according to the official. I do love that he said the good countries.
Just had the World Cup there. Richest country in the Middle East. Bahrain, 1.9%. Israel, 3.3%. UAE, 3.4%. By the way, the UK's unemployment rate is 3.5%. So UAE is better than the UK. Kuwait, 3.7%. Same as the US. When people don't have jobs and they don't have purpose and they don't have meaning and they can't work and they can't basically have political economic sustenance for their family, they're going to resort to violence. That's why every single one of those countries that is 10% unemployment, those countries are, as Trump says, shithole countries. But all the nice countries, Qatar, UAE, they're all thriving. So it's not an Islamic problem. It's an economic problem. Now, if you want...
Dude, I swear to God. I mean, conservatives, I mean, he's not wrong, but he has the causation reversed. Yes, but also he like neatly ties it while he's saying it's an economic problem. He's trying to do like sociological commentary, okay? While simultaneously like, I mean, he's like further ahead than I guess a Sam Harris type, but he's still going back to the same good bad dynamic. These are good countries and then these are bad countries. As an economist, I want to redact it myself. Please make this man stop. Wait, what do you mean? As an economist, you should understand that there are good countries and then there are bad countries. And good countries have good economies, okay? And we don't bomb them. Bad countries have bad economies and we do bomb them. And their economies get worse, not because we bomb them, but because they're bad. The response to the bombing campaign and no material support in the aftermath of said bombing campaign, like we did for Japan, for example, implies that you're bad only to be worse. Bombs fall out of the sky when you have a bad culture.
I want to talk GDP just for my last point. The countries with the lowest GDP per persons, those countries are disasters. Afghanistan. You know what the average person in Afghanistan makes a year? $350 a year. Afghanistan. Syria, $420. Yemen, $650. Sudan, $1,100. Morocco, $3,400. Palestinians, above any of those guys, $3,700 a year. Lebanon, $4,000. Egypt, $4,200. Conversely, every single rich country has zero problems. Qatar, GDP, $87,000. Better than the United States. Better than the United States. Israel, $55,000. UAE.
I'm going to lose my mind. Brother, come on. Brother, come on. That's crazy. I do love personally when, like, for example, he's comparing apples to apples. What's the problem? Yeah, you're right. Saying Qatar has zero problems is a fucking wild take. Yeah, no, I think it's hilarious when people are like, dude, the Houthis brought back slavery to Yemen. Where did I read that? On a fucking Saudi newspaper that was that reported on it while Saudi Arabia was doing genocide in Yemen. Okay, that's it. And all other coverage on the matter straight up comes from third-party sources and whatnot. Obviously, American-backed think tanks and the like. But like, all of the actual coverage of like slavery in Yemen pertains to this being like a tribal aspect that existed under British occupation, and there's no evidence that like the Houthis personally reinstituted slavery. Now, having said that, of course, that's not like there's a difference between, for example, someone can say, Hassan, what about Tibet? What about Tibet? Right? Like, yeah, there's a difference between unironically fighting against feudal slavery and also joining forces with the same military that is like liberating your country from slavery, okay, versus slavery being a permanent position historically in the country as a byproduct of being severely colonized, okay, and then having another country that also utilizes slavery come in and blow you up with American bombs. How did that fix slavery? It did not, okay? Isn't it just Andrew Tatey and Econ, bro? He's retaining brokey. Yeah, he's saying, and I think this would be more honest, okay? He's saying that if the Palestinian people actually signed up for the Valuetainment podcast's very own econ course on Discord, the entire country would be on the rise, okay? I'm talking, they're making crypto, they're mining crypto, they're selling NFTs, they're selling the ugliest ape NFTs you've ever seen, okay? Please join my multi-level marketing scheme, Palestinians. A rising tide lifts all boats, brother.
54,000, Kuwait 40,000. I can go on and on and on here.
I'm a bit confused with the slavery part. You're saying that slavery was bad because of the British people, so therefore it's not that bad. Not trying to do a gotcha. No, brother, what the fuck? Slavery is bad. That's it. I'm simply refuting the point that like slavery was restored by the Houthis. The fuck? That's an insane take. No, slavery is unconditionally bad. There is no defense of this whatsoever. And also, one, we're not bombing Yemen because of slavery, and two, there is no world in which like bombing Yemen has been able to defeat slavery anyway. If anything, it is a byproduct of them being a fucking colony for a very long time, including like up to the 60s. That is the reason why there's so much economic destitution. All right.
The bottom line is this: what I've seen in the Middle East, it comes down to socioeconomics. Then you sprinkle in a little Islamism in there. Why is every rich country in the Middle East have no problems, but all the poor countries are suicide bombings, terrorists? Gaza had the opportunity to invest billions of dollars into infrastructure.
In what?
Into infrastructure,
How?
But they built tunnels and bombs. But my question is,
no. You're wrong.
Gaza has not built tunnels and bombs.
You're wrong. You said like as if there was like some sort of a prosperous source of economy, and all of Gaza said took that and put it on in tunnels. What you're missing here is Gaza since 2006 is under blockade, and even the medicine, even the water, even the electricity is controlled by Israel. They don't have.
I'm not asking you about Gaza. I'm asking you about the Middle East. To be clear, you want to focus on Gaza and then you want to turn it back on Israel. I'm asking you specifically.
I'm sorry. Let's not talk about Israel if that will make you a little bit nervous.
We can talk about Israel for the next 2 hours.
Other countries in the Arab world, so we can prove that Arabs could be bombed at any time because we're fucking poor.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's exactly what you're saying.
No,
it's like they're just like poor people killing each other, and we're just like there watching them.
No,
I'm sorry that dude. I like you, but seriously, your undertone is fucking racist from the beginning until the end. You are looking at those people as lesser people who have made bad choices, and because they are poor, they are okay to be fucking bombed by Israel.
Okay, this is the third time you've used the racist word. I've never said that once.
He's right, and he should say it. Okay, and he's actually much. So are there slaves in Yemen? As far as I understand, most likely, yes. There are, of course, slaves in all of the Gulf nation countries, including those who bombed Yemen. I want to remind people that this is a country that was under a genocidal occupation and blockade. No. As a Yemeni, we've never heard of this. Okay, here's the thing. I can only go off of what I know from history and what I know from not the Saudi Arabian article, okay? But, sorry, my food is here. I'm not talking about the Saudi Arabian article that was like, oh, Yemen is doing like child brides and mass slavery or anything like that, okay? I was reading the majority of human trafficking for slavery in Yemen all get exported to Saudi Arabia. It's not surprising, but what I'm simply stating is that, of course, there are slaves everywhere. still. So it is not. Yeah, I said there's probably slavery in tribal parts, but it's not in a major way. Yes, there's no institutionalized form of slavery in the way that they are presenting it. And the I said that as well. I said that there is likely slavery occurring in tribal parts of Yemen. However, it is not like an institutionalized form of slavery. Okay, and slavery definitely still very much exists in all of the countries that are currently bombing Yemen. There is no way of fixing slavery by bombing a country anyway. There's never been a moment where you were like, let's look at Libya. Okay, we restored open air slave markets in Libya by bombing Libya. You do not destabilize a country and fix its slavery problem that way. We are not blowing up Louisiana because of the Louisiana State Penitentiary's existence. I would never argue for that. I think that's ridiculous. And if you point to the Civil War, I think you would understand that there's a difference between a civil war versus what Saudi Arabia was doing. They certainly were not doing it to abolish slavery in Yemen. They have fucking slaves themselves. Okay. It's just entirely ridiculous.
Your undertone is very, very, very offensive.
So when I read stats,
yeah,
you don't like my tone when I read stats?
You read the stats basically telling people, like, you see, because they're rich, they got this to themselves. The rich people are better. The poor people are okay, so we can have to kill them every now and then.
That's not what I said. And you're putting words in my mouth, and it's actually super disrespectful. I'm reading stats to you. I'm saying, how can we uplift the poor countries in the Middle East? How can we turn...
the blockade. That's number one.
No. I said the Middle East, funny guy.
Remove the blockade.
I said the Middle East. You're talking about Gaza. I'm naming all these countries that are thriving. Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, Israel, Silicon Valley of the Middle East. What can be done with the countries that are quote-unquote shitholes?
Okay, give me a country like a shithole. Give me an example.
I'm looking at the unemployment rates in all these countries.
Give me one country.
Afghanistan,
okay.
Syria,
Afghanistan.
Lebanon.
Why Afghanistan became a shithole country?
Because they endorsed the Taliban.
They did. They did. Yes. Isn't that a little bit of a reductive way to tell history? Because at the beginning, there was no Taliban, and then the Soviet Union came in, and then America came in, supported the...
Wait. The Mujahideen were propped up before the Soviet Union came in, partially due to the communist government of Afghanistan's insane violence towards them, towards the Muslim tribal sects, okay? But also, partially as a byproduct of America's direct involvement in radicalizing the Mujahideen and arming them. Pointing that out. Anyway, let's continue.
The Taliban, make them bigger than they were, and then at the end of the day, they support. If you remember Rambo 3 was supporting the Taliban. So Taliban was really cool, and even they were even hailed by right-wing Christians as freedom fighters, anti-communists. And then what happened? America, some people like the Richard Wilson Wall wanted him to come in to put some schools. That no. We spend all of this money of tanks on weapons. We don't need to put them schools. What happened? Taliban flourished, all because of America interfered, made it shitty.
He's literally talking about Charlie Wilson's war, dude. He's repeating Charlie Wilson's war. That's so funny.
Left everything. Taliban flourished, and then America went in again, spent $2 billion, making it even, 2 terrorism laws made it even worse. So when you tell me like a country is not surviving, it's not because there are bad people there. No. You have to come into the root cause. Every single country that you said, I can bring you the root cause of how America and the West has fucked this country to become.
Go to Syria, go to Lebanon, go to there.
Yeah.
Bashar al-Assad, killing his own people, gassing his own people.
Big Bro said, go to Lebanon. As a country that hasn't been impacted by Western forces, he said, go to Syria. I'm sorry, dude, but you're out of your mind. Even Turkey is a nation in the MENA region that has been impacted by American influence. The only reason why Turkey was able to maintain its economic prosperity for as long as it fucking did is because we aligned with America and became an anti-communist force in the region. That's it. It's NATO. It's NATO that saved Turkey. And not because NATO is a defensive position. NATO made Turkey a military base for America. So America allowed it to exist without interference. I'm choosing my words carefully. Fuck NATO. NATO can suck my cock. It is directly the same as a Italian mob style protection racket. Okay? Severe Dunning-Kruger. What? He's way out of his depth. Severe Dunning-Kruger. Oh, the other guy.
people. Tell me, well, that's Americans' fault.
Who's he supported? Who is he supported by?
That's the whole problem in the Middle East.
Okay.
You have Sunni, you have Shiite, you've got Houthi rebels, you got
every single country in the Middle East.
It's a quagmire wrapped in a riddle, and then surrounded by Islamic terrorists.
Every single Middle East.
Figure it out.
Bashar Hussein is not. You cannot really put Bashar Hussein as a Islamic terrorist thing,
because he's fighting ISIS, which we're funding ISIS to fight against Bashar al-Assad.
Who's funding ISIS?
You tell me.
Qatar, who's actually funded by the United States. All right. So you don't understand. You see, this is how complicated.
I do understand how complicated it is.
People in the Middle East are either supported by Russia or supported by America, and they're fighting each other. So at the end of the day, you have people who've come to power because they have been.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That was very interesting. That was the most interesting thing that Bassem Youssef said. As a guy who was like anti-Muslim Brotherhood, obviously. His Muslim Brotherhood is fundies, but was the democratically elected leadership that was couped in Egypt, who he literally criticized as well. The fact that he stopped there to correct them on Assad not being an Islamist is really interesting. Normally, most liberals will just go, yeah, no, and I'm not fond of Assad at all. For the record, I'm letting you know, but the fact that he actually corrected him on that misinformation is really interesting, because most of the time liberals just let that. They just
no better than the ministers.
That is the.
So you're the Nikki Haley camp. Let's go for it.
That's the answer. Bomb Afghanistan, bomb Iraq, bomb Palestine, bomb Iran, and let's see what happens.
I speak sarcasm better than the next guy. I trust you. I know you're being sarcastic. But what do you do about a regime that is funding Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah? They are the ones who are sowing discord. What do you do about Iran?
I remember Colin Powell in the Security Council. Let's bomb Iraq, and then they bombed Iraq. How is bombing Iraq had done to this country?
It was a fucking disaster.
Oh yeah, really? But it will not be a fucking disaster to bomb Iran, right?
I'm agreeing with you. I know that you're speaking sarcasm.
But it's so funny. Okay, so but bombing Gaza is good then? Oh, you hated the Iran invasion, but you tell me for the past fucking hour that it's totally just to bomb Gaza.
People
but you say it's all about Iran. It starts like this.
Of course it is all about Iran.
Because
who's funding the Houthis? Who's funding Hezbollah? Who's funding Hamas?
Because 20 years
Billions of dollars they're giving to terrorist organizations.
Because 20 years ago.
Are these guys all Iranian? I know Patrick Bet David is Iranian, but are they all Iranian? He's Jewish? Okay, so what? Brother, I live in Los Angeles. I don't know if you know that, but most of the Jewish people in my immediate vicinity are Iranian. So saying, what do you call it? So saying no, he's not Iranian, he's Jewish is a really funny, very American take. Bro, I don't know if you know this, but there's still Jews living in Iran. Literally. To this day. A very tiny number. Yeah.
And you just want to ignore that?
20 years ago, it was Iraq. And 20 years ago, it was Afghanistan, and they bombed them.
I got a question for both of you. I'm actually really curious and listen to both of you guys. This is my question. Okay, the part that both of you guys agree that we had a guy on.
God, thank God Patrick is talking. Fucking my goat, dude. He's literally Bizarro Jank. God, my goat. Someone said he's Assyrian, Iranian, Armenian. And it's other than Iranian, this dude is literally just if he was fucking Greek, it would be the antithetical Turk. He's the anti-Turk. Okay? Bizarro World Jank is actually all of the different ethnicities. He's Kurdish. If you said he was Kurdish too, it's all the different ethnic backgrounds that the Ottoman Empire fucking did horrible things to, and the Turks are horrible things to.
The only guy, one of the guys I've had on a couple times, his name is John Perkins. He wrote a book called The Economic Hitman. I don't know if you've read the book. You know who he is. Okay.
Yes!
And one of the things he talked about the model on what it was. They go to president, and that's what he did, by the way.
I love these guys that understand these, they read these books, or they claim to read these books, and they maybe summarize it, right? And it's wild to me when they're aware of this, but to still have a fucking reactionary framework. How is that even possible? How do you see it and then you still
This was his job, okay? He goes to a country that has a natural resource or location, oil, it's close to something that they can have some kind of control. And they go to him and they say, here's what we're going to be doing. We're going to come here and we're going to bring billions of dollars of infrastructure to your country. However, here's what you're going to give us. Okay? And then the presidents who said no, he says, couple of them they killed.
Oh, shit.
That was his job, okay? And he doesn't say he killed them, but he says, if you said no, when I went back and I had to report back to the people that I work for that you're saying no to, guess what? Bad things are going to happen to you and your family. Wow. And it happened. Then the next model was we bring infrastructure, then we make the country go bankrupt.
This is so reductive, but awesome. I love these guys, bro.
Then you give us everything, then we control you. Are we naive enough to believe?
That's what China is doing now.
Exactly. But pre-China.
I'm going to die. He literally just said, here's a guy who did this for America, a practice that's still happening to this day. You know who's doing that? China. Bro, did you not read the book? What do you mean? This guy's like, yeah, dude, he was actually working for China. Oh, that's awesome. Wow. Fuck, he's so sick.
China, we did that.
America did that,
and others have done that, and Russia's done that. Other people, and UK tried to do that to Iran, and then later on, eventually, UK, US, Germany, France. These guys got rid of the Shah because coup and all. The people have been involved with economic hitman for a long time. Here's a question for you, Bassem. Here's a question for you, Adam. Okay, so we both agree that that's going on. Okay, we both agree that that's been going on for many decades. No one can even dispute it nowadays. But now we're in this shithole. And what I mean by shithole, shit show, is insanity everywhere. Bassem, what do you do now? Is it more from the standpoint where a part of you was almost not optimistic? You're like, Pat, I think this thing's going to go and nothing's going to happen. It's going to continue all this other stuff, right? What do we do now? We were told during 2015, 2016, when it was a debate between Hillary Clinton and Trump. Yeah. And what were we told? If Trump becomes the president, war is going to happen. This is what's going to happen. So everybody, we're all like, oh, shit, it's going to be pretty bad. This guy's going to have do you really want this guy to have the finger on the button? Okay. He goes in. ISIS disappears. There's no war. It's quiet, low key. Everything's good. Boom, boom, boom. And then, and then boom. Biden gets elected. He's going to be peace. He's going to bring everybody together. He's going to bring this. Then he comes in, and then next thing you know, Afghanistan happens within months. $83 billion of equipment being left. And you got Ukraine, Russia, and then you got this. And then there's a bunch of guys, economists, that are talking about, this is China's year to try to invade Taiwan because Taiwan's got an election coming up.
It's a shit show, basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah, but the point is, there's so many contradictions in politics as well. At a point like this, Bassem, where, mainstream media is not going to tell us the real story because they're maybe not even getting the real story themselves on what's happening behind closed doors. What do you do today?
There is one of the most advanced military.
Dude, wait. This guy is literally saying, this guy's doing the America bad, but in, the ways that my interlocutors think I do it. Where he's like, remember when Biden invaded Ukraine? There's a mismanagement there. Okay, there's a mismanagement there. But what the fuck? Sure, America is not completely removed from the continuation of the Russian invasion and the way that it did. It could have set terms significantly better. I don't know, given assurances to Russia that they're not gonna try to advance Ukraine into NATO, things of that nature. Now, of course, that still would not have, it's still, there's a likelihood that it couldn't have worked, right? Reinstitute the Minsk protocols, things of that nature. Okay. It's America's reaction to events that is bad. It's not that America invaded Ukraine. I don't know where he's coming from with the way that he's talking about. I feel like a lot of Republicans and right wingers will just take the unironic America bad position only when a Democrat's in power. And then they turn it up and they go, America good now because Trump was so sick. And it's no, you have to have the America bad position unconditionally and across the board. depending on the situation and what America's actions are. You can't have it both ways.
Three armies in the region, in the world, supported by the West, supported by America, have voting, like they're diverting their vote all over, and they're killing people for all that time, and nobody is doing anything for
Who are
Israel.
you talking about?
I'm talking about Israel.
Okay.
All right? So the killing has to stop. And I'm not talking about Gaza. I'm talking about what they do in the West Bank. Every single day in the West Bank, all of these people are being killed in the West Bank. And there's no Hamas came out from West Bank to do the 7th of October. All right? Just a couple of days ago, like a woman was walking with her children, stop, pop, snap, walking the street. That is the regular days of people in the West Bank. Do you think the problem is Gaza? What you see in Gaza is an accelerated, exaggerated form of what's happening in the West Bank too. So
You're
you have
so
a country that has occupied the land, and they are like making people living like animals. And if you deal people with like animals, they will come up as animals, right? So that is the crux of all. We can talk about politics and about economy. It's here till the kingdom comes. What is happening is...
Wait, that wasn't a young girl, was it? That was actually like a baby. Or it could be another one of those. Because there's always like, I think she was 2 or 4 or something. Yeah, like I think it was literally like a toddler. Or was that the child in the car? God, Israel's so fucking awful. It's just so awful. Yeah, Sky News called her a young lady. Oh, no! Look at that! Fuck! What do I do? It's such a fat guy moment. Shut the fuck up. What do I do? You get a paper towel? No. Oh, I'm so cooked. Don't waste it. Lick it all. I'm not licking to fucking... I'm licking to suck it out. So stupid, God. My man said, "Don't waste it." Okay. I think it's fine. It's jujuk.
There is horrible injustice happening every single day. They're taking people, strip them up, saying them that they're Hamas. You have like an 11 person being killed every hour. You have 247 person being killed every day. That is in 5 days. That is 1,400 people that were killed on this October 7th. You have 30,000 people. And the thing is, when you say 20,000, 30,000, numbers don't don't mean anything anymore. If I told you 1 million people died in Gaza, you will not flinch because their numbers have become so...
It's true.
See, it's nobody...
I don't disagree.
Nobody. So we go into these circular motions. How can we stop that again? How is it? No, there is killing happening every day. My wife's family have actually cheated death so far for 100 days because they've been running from Khan Yunis to Rafah, back to Khan Yunis, and they were told in the beginning that Khan Yunis and Rafah are the safe place because it's in the south. And then they were telling them, these are the safe path.
Yeah.
Take this safe path. These are the buses. They will run into the buses, and Israel will bomb the buses. After being guaranteed that this is a safe path. This is murder every day. So I don't know all of these circular words about like river to the sea.
Patrick Bet David looking at how he's gonna somehow tie this back to like a Discord econ group that will save. How a crypto server that he puts together will help the Palestinians overcome Israel's genocidal ambitions. I don't even know who this Patrick guy is, dude. He's the best.
What's happening, that doesn't make any sense while people are being killed every single day. We have a tragedy, a genocide, a Holocaust happening in Gaza, and everybody is just like playing their balls. It's like, what do you think about the economy? What do you think about that? What do you think about Iran? That's bullshit. There's killing happening right now, and we're just like watching it and trying to fill time with useless conversation.
But how do you fix it short term, though? Because
make Israel stop. There's no.
How do you do that? Okay,
exactly.
Great question. And once again, now you're on the winning side. Okay, we got Tariq. I'm asking Murat to see if he can give you an answer. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why it's slow. Tariq's internet's bad today, which is weird because it was perfectly fine.
America has to tell Israel stop because basically Israel is a client state. It's taking all of its money in the States. It has actually sucked America dry with all of the money that is taking away from him, and yet it's not doing anything.
So why do you think Biden administration is not telling them to stop?
Calling Gaza a Holocaust such a dangerous use of the word, straight up Bussum needs to be better than that. Brother, like, yes, the Holocaust is different, 100%. But like, if you think that he was trying to do Holocaust denial or Holocaust revisionism and not simply using the term interchangeably with genocide in this moment, I don't know what to tell you. Like, the Holocaust is a genocide, but not all genocides are the Holocaust. That's the point that the chatter is making, and it is correct. It is correct. Israel officials are calling it the Holocaust. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't make this comparison, but I understand why others do. Overall, what is this? All Israeli border patrols among us. So, like, I don't have an issue with saying that the way that the Israeli occupying forces operating is similar to the Nazis, though, and the dehumanization is similar to the Nazis. It's literally coming from the Holocaust. It's not by scale. No, it's only similar to the Holocaust in the sense that, God, this is such an unproductive and stupid conversation. It's only similar to the Holocaust in the sense that there is a systematic erasure of the population that is under the occupation of the other force. That's it. Let's continue.
Because they are fucking cowards. Because it seems that every 4 years, every American president go and kiss the hand and bend the knees and go to AIPAC to make them sure that Israel is much more important in their foreign policy than America itself. And the only one who did not do it was Bernie Sanders, the only Jewish American candidate who refuses to go to AIPAC. And you cannot call that anti-Semitic, right? And you have to be very, very careful about being anti-Semitic or anti-Jew, because if you call me anti-Semitic, I'm just like, I'm going to fuck you, man. I'm not. Like my idol is Jon Stewart. Bernie Sanders, I voted for him for presidency. Is this whole thing about like using anti-Semitic and Islamophobe and all that you can do and transphobe to shut down the conversation? It's bullshit. You have a murderous country who have lied to the international community, who have actually neutered its own Ethiopian women because they didn't want black people to reproduce, who kidnapped Yemeni Jewish people from their parents, who have like countless atrocities, who even have zoning laws like Jim Crow. It's like, what are this? This is like a racist country that is supported by the United States, and it's and you know.
For the record, I know Norm Finkelstein's perspective on the coverage or the way that the Holocaust is presented. There are obviously certain aspects of that I agree with respect to what kind of atrocity is allowed. But the part that I don't agree with is that the Holocaust is, as it pertains to, I guess, the European continent and European victims, the singular, most mechanized, systematized form of state violence and ethnic cleansing. Now, why did I specify it like that? Because obviously, what those same European colonial powers have done in Africa and African countries, like even Belgium, the Belgian colonial project in the Congo, right? Like those are all oftentimes equally brutal, equally systematic. But when you put those qualifiers on it, I do agree that it is industrial genocide. Oftentimes and this is a weird distinction, because it doesn't matter because you're still killing people, right? But oftentimes it was the industrial grade genocide of the Holocaust is with no discernible purpose other than just like ethnic cleansing, especially with the final solution and the acceleration towards the end. Whereas like all of the other colonial indigenous violence, like the violence the indigenous population was subjected to under colonialism, had some secondary reason. I guess you could say it's like Lebensraum, like if you consider that to be like a real reason, right? I think it's really most comparable to America and the Native Americans. It is definitely a I don't know. The distinction I think comes from the mechanization of the violence. Like it was like a machine of murder. Yeah, like factory farming, but for genocide. Because like what Israel's currently doing is, I think, pretty similar to the Armenian genocide. Ironic to say that, considering that what Israel is also doing is identical to what like the Turkish government has done, at least as far as I know. This is what I learned when I was growing up, that it's a lie, that it's not real, right? And it's more so a forcible population transfer of a civilian population that a forcible population transfer of a civilian population that were brutalized and killed in that time frame, in that process, every step along the way, both directly in the villages, but also in the population transfer as well. So, like, it is very close, I would say, to the Nakba, personally. This is a very controversial thing for me to say as a Turkish person, but I do agree with it. Like, or the Trail of Tears. Literally describing Native America. Yeah, with the express purpose of creating more living space, more living.
No, it's fine. There's a lot of racist country, horrible people, but I've never seen a country killing 30,000 people within 100 days. This is 10 times the number of Ukrainians being killed in Russia in 2 years. It does not make any sense. And about nuclear weapons, yes, they have calculated it. Right now, they've calculated the number of weapons that have, by the TNT, they have like three nuclear weapons in a very, very small part. So it's really about the killing. Stop the killing, and then we can talk.
Yeah, but that's okay. So
that's that. Now let's not stop the killing. Let's talk more about circular stuff that doesn't make any sense.
What I'm saying is Biden. No, I'm asking the question to say we're so in too deep that the amount of.
What did he say about? I didn't understand what he said about Ukraine. Like, did he say that there was more Russian deaths in Ukraine than? I know Bassem is not fucking pro-Russia, for the record. Civilians in Ukraine.
That doesn't make any sense.
What I'm saying is Biden. No, I'm asking the question to say we're so in too deep that the amount of parties involved is not as simple as stop the killing, because you know the only way this works, and I know you're a diehard President Trump fan. I know you're a big fan of his, and you campaigned for him and all that stuff. I've heard you getting up there. You open up for him all the time, which is beautiful.
Oh, I love it. Oh, yeah. Trump. He's my favorite.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Why do you think? Sometimes you sit there and you say, "Man, I can't stand that person. That person is da 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 da." And then, shit, maybe am I wrong myself? Maybe that guy's not as bad as I think that guy's. Fuck, there's no way in the world I can say anything good about him. No way. If I do, God forbid if I do, right?
I don't think there's more Palestinian deaths than Ukraine over the course of the past 2 years. Oh my God, this pepper is so spicy. Fuck. Oh, civilian casualties. From the 24th of February 2022, which marked the start of a large-scale armed attack by Russian Federation, till the 24th of September, the Office of the Office of High Commissioner of the Human Rights in the United Nations, this pepper is kicking my ass, has said that the recorded civilian casualties is 9,700 killed, 17,748 injured. That's civilians. Fuck, I'm dying. If that pepper makes you feel like this, you've defo been whitewashed. Bitch, I eat spicy every day. Come on now. Yeah, I know the U.S. carried another round of strikes against the Houthis in Yemen. It's a regular old red pepper. Or not a red pepper, it's a green pepper. But it's a very hot one. It's not even spicy. I don't know how to describe it. It's hot. It's not a jalapeno.
Okay. Do you think, like, every family, has that one tough guy in the family? And when that person is alive, nobody does anything stupid. Do you know what I'm talking? Every family has it. You have it. I have it. We all have it, right? It's an uncle. It's a grandfather. It's a father. It's somebody.
What's he going to say?
He's not the bully. It's not the bully. It's the guy that doesn't allow the bully to bully. That guy. Okay. It's the guy that does
protector. Even.
Yeah, it's like the protector. It's kind of like you don't want to wake that guy up. Like, that one scene from Christopher Walken in a movie says, every once in a while, the lion is sitting there and they come and pull him and they do this and they do that.
The hyenas are biting his
Every
ankle.
once in a while, the lion has to wake up and tell everybody. He says everybody knows what the lion is capable of.
Yes.
Right? This is why people put on their house sign that says what?
Please tell me that's Donald Trump. Oh my God. He's trying to say that's Donald Trump. Bro, virtually everything that is happening with respect to Joe Biden's foreign policy is a direct continuation of Donald Trump's foreign policy. That's insane. The major anger that I have towards Joe Biden is that he didn't reverse course on any of the shit. He stayed the course and followed it to a T. What the fuck are you saying? Oh my God.
What? There's a
Snowflakes 2023, cope more, copium. Dude, what are you talking about? Down to the fucking good shit like the Afghan pullout. Everything. I think that just means that foreign policy is not something decided by the president. I don't think it is. There can be some slight differences for sure. So you've gained some weight. This is why I was going to shave my beard, because motherfuckers say shit like this. I have not. I actually look sick. Like super sick. sicker than I did a couple months ago. I look hot as fuck. The issue is the beard itself makes my face look fatter, which is why I was gonna cut it. Don't take this person serious. No, I mean I am. You lost weight and are very strong. Thank you. I'm a lion.
Just dog,
yeah.
you know, in the back of this house believes in the Second Amendment. Whether they have a gun or not, the person that's trying to rob the house is going to say, what? I don't want to go and rob a house that may have a gun in there, right? So that sign avoids conflict.
Yes.
Why do you think, Basso?
No, dog. Having a sign that says there's a gun in this house is basically a perfect opportunity to steal the gun. If I'm a criminal, I'm going in there and I'm stealing the gun. That's a loot box, bitch. That's the fuck do you mean? And for the record, that's not even a joke. That is what happens.
I'm so curious to know what kind of an answer you're going to give to this. Why do you think during Trump there was no war, no conflict, and we were expecting to see World War III under him? Why do you think?
I have no idea. And I think because maybe Trump, as much as I don't like him, he was kind of business oriented. He said, like, I'm going to
lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind. Dude, Trump literally assassinated Qasem Soleimani. What the fuck are you talking about? You always backtrack your positions because your face look fat? Shut up, dude. If that's a fucking top of the hour ad break debate that you're trying to get me to pay attention to, I'm going to tell you right now, okay? Your words are hurtful, but you know what else is hurtful? The top of the hour ad break, especially if you're not subscribed for $5 or for free. So at top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break coming for you. You don't have to see those ads as long as you have subscribed personally for $5 or for free or by getting gifted a sub. Okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break. Now, Meltdown Lemon, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Is everyone in this room got the IQ of a frozen piece of chicken? How dare you? Patrick Bet-David is my goat. Putin didn't cause trouble for Trump because Trump is a fucking FSB asset. Okay. The idea. Actually, all right, here's something controversial I'm going to say. Are you ready? Blue Wizard Cult, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Here's something controversial I'm going to say. Okay? What Patrick Bet-David is saying is actually something that I've kind of mentioned as well. Okay? Joe Biden looks inconsistent and weak when it comes to foreign policy for 2 reasons. One, because he's old and everybody thinks, oh, he's asleep at the wheel because he's old. And he doesn't inspire confidence, right? But the second reason why Joe Biden looks weak is because of America's diminishing soft power, which was happening under Donald Trump as well. However, it's because Biden does the liberal thing of speaking out of both sides of his mouth. The classic, we care about science, the science of climate change, but we're still going to keep drilling. That, when you do that on the global stage for a country like Israel, when you can't rein in your attack dog and you openly say, Israel, cut it out, but then also keep giving Israel weapons, to the average person with the Patrick Bet-David brain, they see that, especially when it's accompanied with how old Brandon is, and they go, oh, Trump was strong. He was posturing. He was at least like, his words and his actions were actually consistent. Like, he's racist. He has a white nativist immigration policy. He has a white nationalist foreign policy. Doesn't give a fuck about the victims of America's wars or whatever. Yada, yada, yada. But at least there was a consistency there. And the American military reacted in the way that he claimed they would. With Joe Biden, all you see and all you hear from him now is pulling out of Afghanistan, which is a continuation of Trump's foreign policy, for the record. Okay? But then everybody pans that as a massive failure, as a massive flub. Okay? They talk about how, like, Biden gave Afghanistan up to the Taliban and how unacceptable that is, even though it's literally a direct continuation of Trump's negotiations. They yell at him about his lack of decisive action on Israel, or at least they make it seem as though he's wagging the finger at Israel as it maintains his ethnic cleansing campaign. But it's not actually wagging the finger. It's publicly saying it's wagging the finger. And all that remains is the notion upon the population that Joe Biden is actually unable to control Israel, its own attack dog. Steve Shives, he blocked Hassan. I don't know who that is. He did a funny video on the Israel-Hamas war I think Hassan would get a kick out of. What are you guys talking about? Are you guys having conversations with one another? Huh? In the chat?
How much will that war cost me? No, I'm not going to do that. So maybe that's the one thing. And that's kind of something to be good on his behalf, although I'm not a big fan. I have a problem with other policies, but yeah, I don't think, maybe that's the only thing. That
But Bassem, what about...
Bro, that's crazy. Donald Trump assassinated Qasem Soleimani. The only reason why it didn't turn into an all-out war was not restraint on the American side. It was a restraint on the Iranian side. That's crazy.
Let me stay on that.
Go, because I was going to ask a question too.
Because I on the spending side, it's going to cost us money.
I guess.
He's a business. That's an interesting perspective. But okay, how about this one? How about the fact that, you know, he says, hey, you have a button, I have a bigger button. Hey, you do this, I know exactly where you are right now and I can destroy you. I would much rather not. How about the fact that he put the fear in people that wanted to bully and take advantage of other people, so nobody did during his time?
Maybe, but you also have to remember that COVID came in right in the middle.
That was 3 years later. That was 3 years.
No, that was actually
2.5 years later.
Yeah, but you know,
the first 2.5, or still, if the COVID came, you know, that's even a bigger opportunity. But
I have no clear answer. I'm the only thing is like, this is going to cost us money.
It's so funny. These fucking idiots have no idea what Donald Trump's North Korea policy actually was, and they are simply hyper focusing on the things that people tweeted and the things that like MSNBC covered. The real reason why he was de-escalatory in North Korea was actually because he was giving in to the demands and taking a back seat to the conversation between South Korea and North Korea. Something that literally Rachel Maddow yelled about. Trump's actual perspective on DPRK policy was de-escalating military operations in the region and even fucking visiting Kim Jong-un. No, he didn't make us look weak. No, Trump did a good job. Ironically, with North Korea, it's like one of the few parts of his foreign policy that wasn't that bad. I'm not even joking. His Twitter fingers are ridiculous, nonsensical. Overall, he took a back step. He took a back seat to the South Korean, North Korean relations for the first time in like American history. I mean, he might have done it for bad reasons because he fancies, autocrats or whatever, but still, he did that. He decreased the amount of military operations being conducted in the sea, and that was a decent enough assurance for North Korea that now North Korea is popping off. They're literally tearing down monuments his father had erected, symbolizing peace between North Korea and South Korea. Yeah, because now South Korea is infinitely more reactionary towards North Korea. I can't speak on North Korea. I don't know what their fucking internal politics looks like right now. I haven't been paying attention. But as far as North Korea goes, like Trump actually did a decent job with that. South Korea now is, of course, way more reactionary than it was before, but there
money. I don't want to spend money.
But you know what, though? You're a smart guy and a reasonable guy. Because for me, like, if I were to sit there and say, you know, what did Clinton do? You know, I voted for Clinton. The freaking last time we had a balanced budget, him and Newt Gingrich worked together, right? Mm-hmm. So, what did Reagan do? Reagan and Tip O'Neill would go have beer together afterwards as two Irishmen. They would fight throughout the day, but at 6 o'clock, they're at the bar sitting there having a drink together, right? You don't have to like the enemy.
What? This is why this is a relatively popular podcast, bro. Because it's so stupid. It's just like, bro, he's just a liberal. Yeah, he's like, I mean, there's a tremendous amount of valuetainment that I'm getting out of this. And it's because he's such like a everyday common guy. Like his perspective is so like normal American median voter. It hurts my brain.
Or somebody that maybe policy-wise you disagree with. You may say, I don't agree with them on pro-life, pro-choice. I don't agree with them on blah, blah, blah. I don't agree with them on this. But holy moly, the temperature was super low during Trump than we have today. Everybody that was talking about Biden's a sweet man, he's a unifier, he's this, he's that. Dude, we got like, it's almost a World War III. Categorically, we can't say it, but there's a world going on right now.
Because he's supporting Israel.
But so did Trump, though.
Yeah, but Israel didn't do the attack during Trump.
And you know what Trump said about Netanyahu? Did you hear what Trump said about Netanyahu?
Right.
Can you pull up a clip about what Trump said about Netanyahu, where Trump said, after what happened with Qasem Soleimani, okay, you remember when he took out Qasem Soleimani, who was supposed to be like the next leader, he was the number 2 guy in Iran. He criticized Netanyahu and said he almost didn't trust him because when Netanyahu said he was going to be in it with him, he didn't. So the part about Trump is he doesn't have a problem Wait, you criticized Netanyahu? Your daughter's married to Kushner. What are you doing criticizing?
I don't know if that will be the same if it was like more of a massive.
Wait, what? So he just said his son-in-law is Jewish. That is literally like the same shit that 4chan groypers say. What the fuck? That's awesome. That's so sick. Dude, I love these guys' brains. I'm having so much fun with this podcast. He just straight up said, dude, your son-in-law is Jewish. How can you criticize Netanyahu?
Like military operation that's
Maybe
happening
because
right
it
now.
wouldn't happen under him.
Because like when you kill someone, a kind of like repercussion kind of die very quickly. But this is like an ongoing for more than 3 months. So I don't know how would Trump would react.
Are you a sports guy?
It's funny because it's like, I'm so value-tained. I've never been more value-tained in my entire life. The idea that one, Trump is like following through on Israel's interests because his son-in-law is Jewish is the funniest argument, okay? Like, it's funnier than like what other anti-Semites say, because there's like an element of like, there's an element of anger I experience when I look at like the fucking dumbass list where they're like, look at all these Jews in positions of power. And it's like half of them aren't even fucking Jewish. They're suspected Jews. The notion that it's like not even something like that, but specifically because he really likes his son-in-law. Yeah, man. That's why they did the Abraham Accords, because he really likes his son-in-law. It's cool. I like hearing new talking points. I like hearing new talking points like that. I'm not a value-tainer myself, but I think PBD was saying that because Kushner worked directly with Netanyahu for the Abraham Accords, but Trump obviously didn't give a shit. Yeah, but then he would say that separately.
Yeah.
What do you like? What sport?
Basketball.
You like
The
basketball?
entire reason why Jared Kushner did the Abraham Accords is because that's his son-in-law. But overall, the goal for the Abraham Accords, which Joe Biden is literally following through on, was to completely sidestep the interests of Palestinians.
Basketball.
Yeah.
You know what they say, it's like sometimes like these teams like, Baltimore Ravens or some of the teams like even back in the days, I don't know if you're a Detroit Pistons guy or if you're an old school basketball guy or not. A lot of the guys won because their defense was sick, right? They just had a sick defense. Or you wouldn't come through the middle, or they just were freaking hovering all over. It was so annoying.
Yeah, like
right?
the Jordan rules in Pistons.
Dude, even I know the Baltimore Ravens is not a basketball team and is actually a football team. Why did he say that?
That's right. The Jordan Rules Pistons, right? So, sometimes, the best way to prevent a war is to have the fear you impose on everybody else where defense where it's like, you know what?
Is this podcast better than JRE? No, I do think Joe Rogan fell off. I kind of love Patrick Bet-David now. Because, like, in all of the weird shit that he says, there's still, like, a very jank style, like, genuine framework. Like, when I look at Tim Pool, I recognize immediately, like, this guy, he has a very different perspective. What you see is what you get with Patrick Bet-David. Like, he has a level of sincerity that Cenk also has, even though I have my disagreements with Cenk. I have my disagreements with Patrick Bet-David, but he has a level of sincerity. Joe Rogan, on the other hand, I feel like does not have that sincerity, and neither does Tim Pool. I think Joe Rogan used to have it, but lost that sincerity, actually, with like all the COVID mania.
We're just not even going to get there. I don't even want to do anything under this guy. Do you think at this point, like, for example, case studies, you've been here since 2014, right? November 11, 2014. So do you think 10 years, you've been here 10 years. I came here November 28, 1990, okay? And you come here like, okay, a senior, Bush senior. All right, Clinton, interesting. Okay, boom, junior, GW, interesting. Okay, Obama, there's a Trump, So now you got so many case studies, and then in life, you sit there and you say, socially, these are the issues that matter to me the most, right? If you and I were to start a country together, if you and I started a country together and we got 10 million people, okay, and we have an opportunity to attract another 10 million people to our country, what do you think the mothers and the fathers' number one priority is to come to a new country? Do you think it's Social Security? No.
Bro, I have no idea what this guy is saying. He's awesome. He started off with like the best offense is actually a really solid defense. Like that's what he said, right? So I thought he was going to be like, and that's why Trump is a goated president. And he's just yapping away on like 11 different tangents. Now he's talking about immigration.
You think it's Medicare? No. What do you think is number one? I would say the S word, right? Security and safety. Let's just say, okay? A woman wants to feel safe around a man. A woman wants to feel...
Oh my God. Now he's doing some PUA shit. Yo, that's awesome. He's sick.
Secure around a man, right? If the number one word...
Bro, I think he's checked out. I've never seen this man more checked out.
Is the S word, especially the last 3 years. Do you think a lot of people in the last 3 years are sitting there reprioritizing their top reason to elect a president as somebody that's going to lower the temperature to not have war? Do you think America's kind of there today after all the...
Yo, he took a fucking, like, I'm not even kidding. He took like a 19-minute tangent to say like the best defense is a strong offense, but he distorted that. He said it in the wrong direction. He then talked about how important security is for immigrants, and that's why a lot of people come to America, only to literally say Trump made the world more secure and America more secure by being an attack dog, just like a lion would be. That's awesome. This man is not the mayor. He's not the governor. He is not the Senate leader, Senate minority leader, Senate majority whip. This man is the king, not the president, the king of Yapping Town. He has been the greatest yapper that I have seen on this broadcast in quite a while. Okay? He is the monarch of yapping, of Yapsville. Okay? Population Patrick. More like Yap Trick. Boom. More like Yap Trick, I said. Am I right? Now that is valuetainment. Okay?
Mess we've seen the last 3 years.
I still have hope in America. I still like this country this month. I consider this as my own country. I find it like I found a second chance when I left the Middle East. I think America is actually a great country. It has a lot of potential, and it has given a lot of...
Bro, okay, dude, I get it. Like, time is a flat circle. I'm literally Bassem Youssef, but in the future, he is me. Okay, we get it. Like, you don't have to literally directly say all of the same things I say all the fucking time. Okay, we got it. It's me in the future. I'm watching myself. I'm going to be that jacked, and my hairline is going to be that intact in the future as well. We got it.
Of people, including me, a second chance. So I believe in the idea of America. And the fact that I criticize America, I criticize it like we do. We criticize it out of love in order to be better.
Of course.
And what I'm worried about is like over the years, America might have lost that kind of lure because it has been dragged more and more by my military industry complex. And the money...
No, I plan on becoming more libbed up. As I get more jacked as an older man, I'm going to be way more libbed up.
Has been prioritized in order to spend money on war, spend money on the military.
I agree.
And I think 68% of your budget is taken to the military. And that's not a lot of, that's huge. And many of these military contract has been exaggerated. In 60 Minutes just shows something that used to cost $30 now costs $3,000, and there's no catch. There's no curb of these prices because they are the one who are making up the prices. So yes, the security is great and all, but security in itself, because North Korea has security, right? It's not about the security. This is education, and there is and
now that you've seen the video, definitely don't rapid fire the N-word on the pod in the future. Sure, fair. I wouldn't do that. You're right. I'm not that libbed up.
The equality and people.
Let me answer this. Hang on 1 second.
Chris Cuomo.
Mr. Cuomo, we're on a podcast. Why are you calling us? We're in the middle of a podcast.
Name dropping.
Yeah, I mean,
Chris, I'm doing a live podcast.
Okay, I'm done. I can't do the rest of this. This is too much. It's too much. That's insane. Okay, we did that. We lived through that. I watched that for like 3 hours, I think. Obviously, there was certainly a lot of sidestepping. There was a little bit of drama, Philip DeFranco coverage. I've decided, however, I'm definitely going on the Patrick Bet-David podcast. 100%. Okay, let's watch Donald Harris, dude. Let's watch Donald Harris. Turns out people are saying that this is a pretty good one, okay? Our boy Jonald is popping off with this.
Do the Palestinians have a right to a separate state?
No, I don't think they do, but...
In 2007,
Would he even invite you? I feel like he has. I can't remember. I don't know if I'm making this up, but I'm pretty sure. Like Lex Fridman has asked me to be on his podcast in the past. All of the podcasts that require me to fly somewhere, I usually say no to, including Lex, including I think Patrick David. So, and also, don't pretend. Yeah, I'm lying. I'm lying for clout. Why would he not have me on? He has everybody on. I think these guys are very open to conversations. Same with Tim Pool too. Like, bro, why refuse legs? I don't want to go to Austin. But I DM'd him a while back saying like I'm down to do it. Lex interviewed your big boss? Yeah, bro, he interviews everybody. I think Tim still holds a grudge about you not going on a show. Yeah. He might be upset, maybe. Would you have sushi and skate with the boys at Timcast? No, I don't skate. Patrick Bet David, after he had Cedar on, talked again about how people called him, telling him not to have him on again. I mean, he owned Patrick Bet David. I don't know why. I feel very, I feel a sense of closeness to him. Probably because he does look like my uncle. It's like not even a joke. He is Bizarro Jank. He's like more shredded. He's like if Jank was shredded. Would you take his talking more seriously? No. Yes.
Head of military intelligence for the Israeli.
Hassan Abichan, what if the government accuses you of supporting terrorism? I don't know. That'll be not one, but multiple governments at that point, I think. Tim Pool went on Patrick Bet David. They talked about you, of course. Aphex Twizzy only fucking posts fart sounds. Like, it's just starting to get annoying. Yeah, it's just like Spider-Man memes and fart sounds. Like, bro, come on, get a new thing. Every now and then actually send me like a real link, you know what I mean? So I develop a sense of I don't know, I just like develop a sense of respect for your linking, for your linkage, you know what I mean? That way I don't immediately just like go, it's another one of these fucking things.
The Army had a meeting with the US ambassador in Tel Aviv. We're looking at the classified cable that summarizes what was talked about in this meeting. The topic of discussion was Iran, Syria, the Gaza Strip, and Hamas.
Is this
Hamas had
Aldani
just won the
Markey?
Palestinian elections, which kicked off a fight with the other Palestinian group, which ended in Hamas taking over Gaza completely. They controlled it. And if you're
Wait, did he talk about America's involvement in this already? What?
The topic of discussion was Iran, Syria, the Gaza Strip, and Hamas. Hamas had just won the Palestinian elections, which kicked...
Okay, right off the jump, I don't know why Johnny always does this. Like, even when he talks about like, you know, America's allies, or if he's like criticizing Israel or whatever, he just always will neglect to mention like America's involvement every step of the way. I find this to be rather odd. I don't know if it's by design. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe he's setting it up.
Kicked off a fight with the other Palestinian group, which ended in Hamas taking over Gaza completely. They controlled it. And if you're an Israeli citizen or the US government, this is a terrible set of events. Hamas is a...
Like, every part of that process is directly America's fault, more so than Israel. And believe me, I will always tell you when Israel has done something wrong, I will tell you. This is one of those instances where America's own framework, America's own opinion on the matter, George W. Bush's own opinion on the matter. No, not even allegedly. This is not alleged. America thought PA is our guys and we can bring PA in. We should do an election. The PA people said, don't fucking do that. We do not at Fatah have enough support from the population. They know we're corrupt. They think we're like working with Israel, which is true. They think we're America's dogs, which is also true. That's why they were having the conversation with George W. Bush at the time. And George W. Bush was like, no, don't listen to me. I mean, I will not listen to you. Just do the elections. You'll be fine. And then the elections happen. And of course, Hamas ran on an anti-corruption ticket. They're like, listen, we're the new guys. Like, I promise, like, we never work with Israel. We will never work with Israel. We're not corrupt. And then they won by a 3% margin. And then America was like, oops, that really fucked up. That really Wasn't great, was it? Okay. And then what did they do? Oh, that's right. They took literally the PA guys, kidnapped a bunch of Hamas dudes and tortured them alongside the CIA, mind you. And then they tried to do a coup to forcibly overtake the Gaza Strip and forcibly rip control from the hands of Hamas. And of course, you know, they lost in that coup and Hamas took over the entirety of the Strip. That was objectively an American failure. Okay. I'm sure that it corresponded to Israel's interests at the time, but a lot of what he just mentioned in the first 47 seconds were almost entirely George W. Bush's fault.
Violent extreme.
Genuinely a uniquely bad president. Like, still, this is why I say he's the worst American president of all time, I think. Like, his administration was genuinely the worst administration of all time. Like, that's why Trump doesn't come near it. I mean, dude, Ukraine and Georgia, okay? Ukraine and Georgia also accelerated by motherfucking George W. Bush on his way out. No, I think Bush was worse than Reagan. I think Reagan is like a close second, but I think Bush is worse than Reagan. I don't think Reagan comes near the amount of deaths. Reagan is worse for domestic policies than George W. Bush. George W. Bush is worse for George W. Bush, I think, is worse for foreign policy, like way more deadly, not even close. Reagan broke America, Bush broke the world. And one might say that Reagan's policies were an inevitability. Really? Aren't so many problems today because of Reagan's policies? No. Neoliberalism was not invented under Ronald Reagan. It accelerated under Ronald Reagan. It continued under Bill Clinton, which made the neoliberal attitudes permanent. Iran-Contra happened under Reagan, but I'm telling you, like, guys, you know, George W. Bush is pretty fucking devastating on the planet. His administration, I mean. Carter did a whole bunch of things that were also expressly neoliberal. I'm telling you, I think George W. Bush and his foreign policy was more destructive overall. Foreign policy wise. What? Hassana just listed all the terrible things. 9/11, Al-Qaeda, Afghanistan, Iraq War, Katrina, the Great Recession, Georgia joins NATO, or Russia invades. Also tax cuts and assault ban, sunset laws. True. Motherfucker drops 2 nukes on 2 cities and can't even get second place. War crime Olympics. Okay, to be fair, while that's like totally unacceptable, I think that there's like a moratorium due to World War II because it's like the only time we were fucking awesome. You know what I mean? That's my position on that matter. Like I guess I'm too much of a World War II head to say that, like, you know, the fire bombing is bad, which I admit, and also the nukes were bad, which I admit, but like overall it was pretty sick. Like, it was the one good war. You know what I mean? So I don't think about it too much. Truman made the CIA that nuked your favorite country. Truman made the CIA and nuked your favorite country. Come on. Excuse me. One might say that those nukes accelerated what we now know and enjoy as anime. Okay? Early versions of anime were directly propaganda from the Japanese government. Okay? And a lot of those guys that got funding then continued onwards with anime, partially because of the nukes. Just gotta point that out. Anime is Truman's fault, making him a worse war criminal than Bush. Okay, stop. How the fuck did we get here? I'm talking about Johnny Harris and Divide and Conquer.
Extremist group known to commit heinous violence against civilians in Israel, and they were now in power. They controlled the Gaza Strip, an hour away from Tel Aviv. But look at this leaked document. In this leaked cable, you see that the Israeli official says that Israel would be happy if Hamas took over Gaza, because it would mean that Israel could now treat Gaza like a hostile country.
3 days post the ceasefire.
Fair, facts. Not even a joke. Good job from Johnny. Fair.
And there's unrelenting bombing in Gaza.
This document is a view into a strategy that right-wing factions within the Israeli government have used for decades in an effort to win one of the most divisive conflicts in the world today, in which 2 groups are fighting over one piece of holy land. And one side is winning by using a very specific tactic, one that the world says is illegal and immoral, and one that worked for a short time. but that recently has been shown to be a recipe for even worse violence and conflict and suffering.
Okay.
In this video, I want to lay out what this strategy looks like and show you how it failed. I know this is a topic that is full of deep emotions that has real stakes in people's lives. Please know that I am earnest in my efforts to tell this story with clarity and with accuracy. And also, please note that this is not a full account of the conflict between Israel and its neighbors. But I do hope that it sheds light on a view of the conflict that sometimes...
I swear he just remade a section of John Oliver's video only in that self-involved style where he makes it look like he's investigating it in real time and digging up some hidden secrets from obscure archives, but it's definitely copying John Oliver minus America's involvement. I'm only beginning to realize that if Austinox actually operated in the same way for me, and I just like sat down and I don't know, got Marsh to like film me as I speak sexily into a camera, and covered all of the things that I cover, sitting on my fucking dumbass, chirping and what my haters like to call reading tweets, when the tweets that I'm reading are, you know, journalists breaking their stories first on Twitter, which is perfectly valid. But I think that's pure projection from those who read Wikipedia pages, but like not even really read them and internalize, but instead just skim Wikipedia pages to find arguments that they think benefit their position after they've already made up their minds on the genocidal positions that they take. But like I said, the aesthetics, if I maintained the aesthetics of a Johnny Harris, a John Old Harris, I think I would kind of pop off, but I'm too lazy. Or rather, I like doing this style way more now. Eventually you'll have to evolve. True.
gets lost in all of the yelling.
No, you are lazy, Azan. Okay, that's a little ridiculous that you said I'm fucking lazy. I've done like 10 hours every day this week. Come on now. Can't do both. I can't.
For 2,000 years, Jewish people around the world have been persecuted and segregated and ostracized from society.
True.
That is a fact. By the time the 1800s came around, it became clear that wherever the Jews went, persecution would follow. This is when a movement emerged, calling for Jews to come together and to create a country for themselves, where they could govern themselves and be free from all of this racist hatred. The creation of a Jewish country would have at the top of its priority list the security of the Jewish people. But
yeah, it was just failed miserably at, but also I wonder if we'll talk about the other alternatives, which are kind of funny.
The big question was where. Several places floated around in proposals. Argentina, even modern-day Kenya, which back then was Uganda. But most people in this movement wanted the Jews to return to their historic homeland, a place called Palestine.
I mean, I think like the OG Zionists were not exactly like super religious or anything. I mean, it was not an accident. They were definitely way more like on board with the colonialism aspect than they were about the religious aspect. As a matter of fact, I think that the reason why they were down for Palestine was because they could personally tie it to some kind of like Judaism argument and maybe get the more religious Jews on board who were not on board with going to Palestine at all. Yeah, Theodor Herzl was not Jewish. I mean, he was not a religious Jew. There were also he was secular. There was also a lot of different types of Zionism at the time, which people point back to. Like, they'll be like, Einstein was a Zionist, and it's like, dog, literally things that he said, I say, and you claim is anti-Semitic when I say it. You know? Like Einstein, who was supposed to be the first president, right? Who is a socialist, by the way, straight up said about the Irgun and Haganah and the other militias that they were insanely violent. And that like his Zionism, his Zionism was very different than the way we understand Zionism now. He very openly, he very openly condemned the militias and said that is not what it's supposed to be. That's their word. We can't use it. What do you mean?
Where Jews built their temple and their culture 3,000 years ago, but then were exiled. And now there was this call to return, so that Jews could feel safe after 18 centuries of Jewish suffering. So as the 1900s came around, tens of thousands of Jews, mostly from Europe, flocked to Palestine, which eventually came under control of the British. The British were getting ready to leave this.
Yeah, growing up, I knew Einstein as an anti-Zionist figure, but today he's a Netanyahu supporter despite being dead for over half a century. He's also a big fan of capitalism, famously. He loves capitalism, and he also loves Israel. He loves Israel, and he loves capitalism. Don't look it up. Just trust me on this
region.
Please don't look
it up. We're struggling to contain the growing conflict between native Arabs and all these Jewish immigrants. Then in the 1940s came a horrific genocide against the Jewish people in Europe, led out by Hitler and his Nazi regime. This created a wave of international support for this idea of giving the Jewish people a homeland where they could be safe. Before they left, the British asked the UN to determine what would replace them in Palestine, and the UN decided that Palestine would become two new countries, one for the Jews and one for the Palestinian Arabs that had already been living in this region.
The Jewish state colored light, the Arab state dark, Jaffa to go to the Arabs, Jerusalem internationalized.
But as happens when outsiders draw lines on old land, there was a problem here. Within these borders that were meant for the new Jewish country, hundreds of thousands of Palestinian Arabs were living, who would soon have to leave their homes to move to their side of the line.
Abi Alman devrimini Rosa Luxemburg'u yeni öğrendim amına koyayım sosyal demokratların. Evet. Aynı boku yine yiyoruz bak. Sosyal demokrat zannediyor kendilerini insanlar. Burada işte Avrupa sosyal demokratı zannediyorlar kendilerini. Devamlı bağırıyorlar. Komünistlerin amına koyayım, sosyalistlerin amına koyayım. Aynı boku yiyorlar. Hepsi faşist oluyor günün sonunda işte.
Okay, wait, I'm going to pause there because, as I said, this is not a full history of the Arab-Israeli conflict. We actually just made a video on our new channel, Search Party, which focuses on what happens next. The conflict between Israel and its Arab neighbors.
Oh my God. Not one, but two Johnny Harrises?
That link's in the description. It'll give you some useful context. For now, just note that this led to a horrific conflict. Jewish militias forced over 700,000 Arabs out of their homes, turning them into refugees. The proposed borders shifted around, turned into ceasefire lines, and after all was said and done, the Jewish people did indeed get their own country, the State of Israel. And the two important points here are that, number one, the very foundation of the Israeli country is for security of the Jewish people after.
Yeah, some stuff happened in between, but, you know, it's fine. The Arab leaders are in a bind over Israel by Search Party. Oh my God, he's getting high. He's getting even more into maps. I'm losing it. Oh God, everyone is doing real life lore style videos. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I swear to God, YouTubers, stop making real life lore style videos. Challenge, impossible difficulty. Why? Every guy on YouTube either becomes one of two things, okay? They either become like weird alternative history fascists, okay? Or they become map perverts. Or obviously the debate perverts, but that's an entirely separate thing. I'm saying like for YouTube only, video on demand only channels, all of them are liberals, okay? Every single one is a liberal of a different variety. I do think that Autism and Hearts of Iron 4, Paradox Games in general has absolutely played a big role in this. Okay, I know some of you are gonna say, "Wow, you just said autism twice," but I'm serious. I feel like people are losing their minds.
After nearly 2,000 years of persecution, and number two, the location they chose to set it up was becoming, as a result of this conflict, not much safer than Europe. That's a tension that follows this whole story. Okay, so now let's fast forward to 1967.
Dude, there's a lot of stuff that he is just... Yeah, why did it become like less safe for Jewish people? Surely it was all the immediate anti-Semitism that the Arab Muslims and Christians felt deep in their hearts across the board. That's probably what it was, I assume. And definitely not like the massacres and the displacement. He literally said he won't talk about all the details in this video. Sure, that's true. That's true.
Israel has its country, and they fight a short war with their Arab neighbors, and they win that war, and they take over all of this land. A huge victory for them. I'm going to take away the Sinai Peninsula from here because they did give that back to Egypt as part of a peace deal a few years later. Israel now controls important pieces of land that enlarge their Jewish country. Many saw this victory as a sign from God that they were actually entitled to be here. But once again, Palestinians, nearly 1 million of whom had been kicked out of their homes, were living here, in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, which Israel now controlled, but they weren't really sure what to do with it. And it's this territory that would become the stage for the strategy that is the topic of this video, where over time this land would be sliced up with roads and checkpoints, walls and other military infrastructure that would control the movement and lives of the Palestinians. Soon, even Israeli citizens would start to move out here in large numbers, building full-on towns and further dividing up this territory. Moving citizens into occupied territory like this is something that the world has deemed illegal and immoral. So this occupation starts in 1966.
So disrespectful for people with autism to be compared to real-life lore videos.
And it goes on for decades.
I just said map
till eventually
pervetry.
the Palestinians living here can't handle it anymore, and they start fighting back. This is known as the first uprising, or Intifada. It started with boycotts, but escalated into mass protests, where Palestinians of all ages would throw stones and sometimes Molotov cocktails at much better equipped Israeli soldiers. It was Palestinian rage exploding against Israeli occupation, and it went on for years. The Israeli government would respond by cracking down, killing many Palestinians.
This is like, guys, this is not a bad assessment. Sure, there's aspects of this that he like skipped because it's, there's a lot of details to slam into 24 minutes, but it's shockingly insightful so far, and I don't think betrays the Palestinian humanity at all.
Important thing that happens around the same time down in the occupied Gaza Strip
the bar
is that
so
a new
low.
movement forms, promising to fight back against this occupation, calling for the destruction of Israel. The group is called Hamas. The first Intifada showed that this wasn't going to work. Chopping up Palestinian land, oppressing them, keeping them in this occupation was only going to produce more violence. It wasn't going to fulfill Israel's promise to provide security and safety for the Jewish people. They had to switch course.
The security of the Israeli people will be reconciled with the hopes of the Palestinian people.
I literally agree with this framing. This is, again, I pre-watch just what he says. Israel has a right to defend itself against terrorist babies. No, I mean, this is a better framing. Like Rabin seeing a necessity for peaceful negotiations as a security measure is literally better framing than like Israel decided to be kind out of the kindness of their hearts, and Rabin is like a peaceful dove who just loves Palestinians a lot.
And there will be more security and more hope for all.
So in the 1990s, they start getting serious about peace talks with the Palestinians, and they come to this agreement called the Oslo Accords, which for the first time establishes a Palestinian government authority and giving it power to govern pockets of land in the West Bank. It also gave the Palestinians some authority over almost all of the Gaza Strip, though there were still settlements in all of these places. This was a big deal for this conflict. Like, both sides were talking to each other and coming to agreements that was giving like authority to the Palestinians. But another theme of the story is that hardliners can use violence to derail peace. And that's exactly what happened here. Right-wing Israeli,
like recent history is enough for me to be like, this is incredible. Thank you so much for doing this. I am so used to liberal outlets just like straight up slanting this in the most annoying fucking pro-Likudnik ass way that whenever I see someone just straight up be like, yeah, did you guys know that Benjamin Netanyahu did Let's Murder Yitzhak Rabin protests? You know what I mean? It's just like, it's shocking. He's about to both sides of this.
Peace they can trust with a partner they can trust, and they don't feel they have it here. We want a real peace, not a fake one.
But the peace talks continue.
With all our neighbors, a comprehensive peace.
And shortly after signing the second part of this deal to give Palestinians some land, the Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin is assassinated by a far-right Israeli. Hamas conducts bus bombings, and the next year, Benjamin Netanyahu is elected as the Prime Minister.
Yeah, okay, there's there's some stuff in between there that lead to Hamas switching away from military targets directly to civilian targets and doing the famed bus bombings. That part, I think maybe he doesn't know, because to be fair, not a lot of people know that. I don't think that was like a lie by omission, but I think that that's probably the massacre at the mosque happens in that time frame, And I think that he did not mention that. This is when Hamas decides to change its militant targets to civilian targets as well. In Hebron, right? Embraces a pretty thank you. He did connect it to the collapse of the peace process and not the other way around like libs typically do. Don't forget you said you agree with the framework. Okay, stop. The Kahanist terrorist Baruch Goldstein, okay, born in Brooklyn, New York, goes into a mosque in Hebron and in the Israeli-occupied West Bank and commits one of the absolute worst acts of Jewish supremacist terror. This obviously creates a massive commotion. He's beaten to death. And following the massacre, Jewish Israelis are barred from entering major Arab communities in Hebron. The Israeli government also took extreme measures against Palestinians following the deadly riots after the massacre. Okay? So like the Christchurch shooting, kind of. Honestly, you could just say white supremacist Lamont. I mean, yeah, he is, yeah. Except it's not fully to say he's white supremacist because, like, you know, there's a lot of Kahanis and those who celebrate Baruch Goldstein who are not white, like Itamar Ben-Gvir. So people in Israel are also very okay with Baruch Goldstein. They even put rocks on his grave, the Jewish equivalent of leaving flowers. Yeah, they also, I mean, what is it, like 10% regard him as a hero or something? Still, like polls are conducted in Israel all the time about things like that. And I remember like one of the last polls that I read was that like a not insignificant chunk of Israeli Jews specifically considered him to be a good figure, like a hero, and his actions to be good. 0.46, thank you for the 35 total gifted subs, by the way. That's crazy.
Of Israel. Netanyahu is a key figure in this story because his worldview embodies a way of thinking that has taken root in Israel in recent years. The idea that the only way to give true security to the Jewish people is by doing whatever is necessary to stop the Palestinians from having a state anywhere in these borders.
Look, I'm 28 years old. I've had to defend my country in 2 wars.
I fucking love, dude, these are, yeah, 10% think he's a hero. 10% of Israeli Jews think terrorist Baruch Goldstein is a national hero. Like, so 10% is pretty low to be fair. Brother, this is like I don't know how to describe it. I mean, he's a straight up terrorist. Like a really, it's like 10% of fucking New Zealanders saying the Christchurch shooter is a hero. What do you mean? He just I mean, I always say like Americans, you can always find 30% in America to agree on anything. I feel like I don't think 10% of Americans will support Dylan Roof, or maybe they would. I don't fucking know. I don't want to know. So suddenly you're against terrorists? Yes, I am. Terrorism is a political designation applied to America's or whoever the state that we align with and their foreign adversaries. Okay? The only terrorism that I find appropriate is one that emancipates, like on the top of the hour ad break, when you purchase a $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. Okay? That is an emancipatory act that will save you from the terror of the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. This is how it works. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Fucking got him. Freaking got him. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Oh, buddy. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I knew you were going to fucking try and debate me. Exactly. I knew. That's why I clapped it first. 0 point. Thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Anyway. It's like if 10% of Pennsylvanians supported the Tree of Life shooter. Yeah, exactly. But then again, Americans do support Kyle Rittenhouse. So I don't fucking know. God, we are such a messed up country.
And in many battles, nobody wants peace more than Israel. But the stumbling block to the road for peace is this demand for a PLO state, which will mean more war, which will mean more violence in the Middle East. And I sincerely believe, if this demand is abandoned, we can have real and genuine peace.
So that was Netanyahu when he was a 28-year-old. But when he becomes the prime minister a couple decades later, he spends his term sabotaging the peace accords that his predecessor had worked so hard to create, claiming that the occupation of all this land and its people wasn't actually conquest, but rather the key for security of the Jewish people. They had to do this. Security was the one and only justification for all of this. So under his watch, settlers continue to move into the West Bank. We found this leaked video of Benjamin Netanyahu talking to some settlers in the West Bank. The cameraman does turn off the camera for a moment, but then turns it back on moments later. He is admitting to sabotaging the peace accords that the Israeli government had signed with the Palestinians. That because he disagreed with them, he wanted to sabotage them because he was so against a Palestinian state or any form of Palestinian autonomy in this land. And then he goes on to explain what his real thinking is on the situation. Netanyahu is a fantastic
Bro, really watching the TRT coverage, like, that's crazy. Isn't that from the Turkish radio television broadcaster, TRT?
Politician and statesman, and he's able to sort of cover up a lot of these policies in the name of security. But here we see what he really thinks as he's talking to these settlers.
Based Turkish broadcaster, Turkish national broadcaster defender Johnny Harris.
The appetite for peace.
Why is he acting like he's the first person to find this? I think he like narratively presents himself as a guy who's like doing deep investigations and like finding this stuff. But I don't know. I think that it's like I think it's like an aesthetic choice. He's just like storytelling. He's not like a deep investigator at all. Even though it is kind of sad that I guess in the mind of the average American hog, it's like in the mind of the average American hog, they're like, this is fucking crazy. Like, how did he find this stuff? He follows Zay Squirrel even though he dunks on him for the clip.
Breaks down on both sides. Palestinians come to the conclusion that the Israelis aren't really serious about giving them any.
I mean, it's fun. It's cool to see a liberal adjacent content creator make videos like this. Same with John Oliver, because like I fucking talk about all this shit every single goddamn day for hours, okay? Literally for hours. But my name is Hassan. I got a big old fucking beard, and I am the defender of all things terror in the minds of many like impressionable, I was gonna say impressionable teens, but let's be real. There's plenty of old people in the debate lord community who think that I am a terrorism defender, supporter, and have like a unnuanced perspective that is revolving around America bad and nothing else. So they're not going to listen to me. So I'm on board with guys like this saying the same shit.
Any kind of autonomy in the West Bank or Gaza, that their situation will never change. And once again, they rise up in a second intifada. This one much more violent, much more coordinated. Hamas becomes a major player in the violence with suicide bombings and attacks. Israel responds with great force, and during the fighting, 1,000 Israelis and 3,000 Palestinians are killed. At this point, the Netanyahu way of seeing the world is starting to look a lot better. Peace talks didn't work. All they did was produce more violence. And so maybe the only way to ensure security is to go back to full-blown occupation of controlling every move of the Palestinians in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. So at this point, the occupation gets more and more suffocating. More walls, more barriers, more checkpoints, more settlements. Then in 2005, Israel withdraws from the Gaza Strip, letting the Palestinian Authority have total control there. They turn their attention entirely to their historic homeland of Judea and Samaria, which is the West Bank. The next year, an election is held in the Palestinian authorities, and the winner surprised the world and would create a new chapter for this conflict. The winner of these elections was Hamas.
This is a very I stumbled into a Fox News comment section about you, and they literally think you raised $1 million so you could send it to Hamas for weapons. Like, deadass, they flat out said it, that those were your intentions. The brain rot is so severe, it's truly insane. It's really funny that you're saying that, because those are like, you know, literal boomers reading and commenting on a Fox News article, and they sound identical to like neoliberal Redditors. I'm not even joking. Like, that sentiment is expressed by 75-year-old racists that are diehard lifelong Republican Party voters and the based Biden Chad defending neoliberals who say the exact same things. Like, actually, yeah, I can't tell, like, You know how there was a Google doc going around and it's like, is this a Zionist who said this or a Nazi? You could do that about like, is this a fucking Destiny supporter or is this a Fox News comment section? Okay. Except you could probably tell easily because like they say, or it's better if you do like, is this a 4chan Groiper or a Destiny fan? And there is no difference between the 4chan poll Groipers and Destiny fans. They say the exact same shit, like literally. D fans are more racist? Yeah, no, literally.
Very bad results for the
More openly
Palestinians and for
racist.
Israel. Salam alaikum.
The incumbent Palestinian party that had lost the election tried to forcibly hold on to power, and soon the two Palestinian parties were fighting with each other. And it results in this split between the two Palestinian governments. It turns into violence. And when the dust settles, there's suddenly a bitter divide between these two Palestinian groups, Hamas completely taking over the Gaza Strip. And this gets us back to our leaked document that we started this video with, where an Israeli official is saying that they would actually be happy if Hamas took over the Gaza Strip, because now they can treat Gaza like a hostile country. Now that they're not occupying it, they're not responsible for the 2 million civilians who are living there. They can impose a blockade to control anything coming in and out of the Gaza Strip: people, food, medicine, money, building supplies. But there was another reason why Israel was happy that Hamas now controlled the Gaza Strip. The Palestinian government was now deeply divided, Hamas ruling Gaza and the West Bank being run by a more moderate, secular Palestinian faction. And crucially, neither considered the other to be legitimate, which weakened their ability to negotiate for any kind of state, for any kind of country, especially when Hamas still refused to...
This is shockingly good from Johnny Harris. It's nice. Maybe some liberals will learn a thing or two. They do love him.
Recognize Israel's right to even exist. This division,
yeah, Johnny Harris, more like Johnny Hamas,
right
dude. What's happening here?
Of the Israeli right.
Hello?
And this gets us back to Benjamin Netanyahu, that enemy of the earlier peace talks. He gets elected once again in 2009, declaring himself Mr. Security and promising to provide safety to Israeli citizens who are still shaken from the Second Intifada and are now worried that Hamas now controls the entirety of the Gaza Strip. Netanyahu's playbook was already made clear. He had said it point blank. It's what he had been doing for years, sabotaging peace talks that would give Palestinians any kind of authority over this land and continuing to build settlements, while continuing, in his words in that leaked tape, to hit the Palestinians hard, to make it unbearable for them. A complete assault on the Palestinian government, dividing and slowly conquering the Palestinian people, making life hard and desperate for them, controlling their lives, watching their every move. And this is where we get to this paradoxical alignment, almost alliance, between Benjamin Netanyahu and Hamas, the enemy of Israel. As long as Hamas held control over the Gaza Strip, the Palestinian cause would remain weak and divided. Netanyahu would feel justified in imposing this crippling blockade of the Gaza Strip, which in turn gave Hamas legitimacy among the people of the Gaza Strip, showing that their armed struggle against Israeli oppression was justified, provoking them to launch rockets into Israel to show that they were actually doing something, unlike the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, which in turn bolstered Netanyahu's narrative that the Palestinians actually don't want peace, they want violence and the destruction of Israel. And the only way for security is more occupation, more oppression. So instead of try to take Hamas out, Netanyahu overtly supported them by approving huge transfers of untraceable cash, literally delivered in suitcases, into the Gaza Strip, cash that would inevitably end up in the hands of Hamas to be used against Israel. He legitimized Hamas by negotiating with them, releasing 1,000 Palestinian prisoners in exchange for 1 Israeli.
The Israeli soldier held captive by Palestinian militants for 5 years is expected to be freed within days.
The more Netanyahu could keep Hamas in power in Gaza, but keep them contained, the more he could ensure that Palestinians remained divided. He could keep peace talks from ever happening, which in turn gave him time to continue to pursue his expansionist project in the West Bank. And indeed, since 2009, when Netanyahu became the prime minister, the number of settlements in the West Bank has only gone up. And if you look at this...
Dude, I feel like people are going to yell at him for this. I mean, I guess he's doing the classic, like, everything is actually Netanyahu's fault, which it's not the case at all. And it completely betrays the notion that this is like an extension of Zionism, like the Zionist project. Netanyahu might be a far-right shithead, but also he is continuing along the agenda of Zionism. Yeah, I feel like he's going to do like 8 videos on China and Cuba. He's going to be like, the Cuban blockade is good. Here's why. Here's why we should drone strike Cuba to make up for this video. The classic 1 to 2 equation. That's definitely the current narrative. My lip friend recently said he hates Netanyahu, which shocked me. No. No, guys, everybody always says they hate Netanyahu. That's not new. That's not new at all. Liberal Zionism has always talked about how much they hate Netanyahu, how much they despise him. But also, they kind of align with him when, you know, he's pummeling Gaza. The Palestinian cause was strong before the rise of Hamas. Was the PLO on the verge of achieving statehood after 60 years, but it went to shit? The Palestinian cause was strong before the rise of Hamas. Was the PLO on the verge of achieving statehood after 60 years, but it went to shit because Hamas won the election in 2000? No, of course not. Of course the Palestinian cause was strong before the election of Hamas. Why do you like this Fed, bro? No, the Palestinian cause probably was, I would say it was probably strongest during the first election of Arafat. Like, the Palestinians were most united at that point. And even then, the Rabin deal was really shitty overall. Hamas as a viable political movement could only happen after Israel reneged on its promises that it didn't really even give, to be fair. Like, Israel gave shitty promises that it didn't even follow through on. Is Hamas a reskinned Muslim Brotherhood, or did I fall for propaganda? No, Hamas started off as an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, but the modern day Hamas is not.
This map, you can see how these settlements just weave through and carve up this land, making it impossible to even fathom what a Palestinian state could look like, which is precisely the point of the strategy. I actually reported out here visiting the settlements back when I was at Vox. I did a series talking to the settlers, trying to understand why they live out there, what it's like to live in these settlements that are strangely peaceful and banal and just mundane. People living their lives because they're protected by the army. If you want a deeper dive on settlements, you can go watch that series. But if you're Netanyahu,
peaceful terrorists engaging in an act of terrorism simply by existing in settlements that have cut out Bantustans
over the last 16 years, you think your plan is working. Like, you see all these settlements going up, the international community can't do anything about it, they keep supporting you. Every once in a while there's some flare up in the West Bank where Palestinians get into a fight with Israeli soldiers, but it gets contained.
That's not how that works. No, it's settlers deliberately go and fuck up Palestinians and their farms and shit like that, and then the IDF comes in and cleans up.
Every few years, Hamas fires some rockets, which then gives Israel the excuse to go, as they put it, cut the grass by conducting a short, swift, violent military campaign to keep Hamas at bay. And every day that goes by, the notion of a Palestinian state becomes less and less feasible. This is one reason why a far-right Israel...
I mean, he said mowing the lawn, or cutting the grass. That's, again, not a thing that you hear, I would say, from liberal Zionists. This video definitely is great for the mainstream audience. He didn't use a keyword that I think he should have used, and that would have made it like a 9 out of 10 video. The keyword being apartheid. If he used another keyword, the Nakba, it would be a 10-10 video overall. Those words do matter, by the way, and that's why those NGOs matter as well in normalizing certain positions. Remember when you used to shit on this guy? No, I watch Johnny Harris videos because I'm his biggest fucking fan. Okay? I watch all the Johnny Harris videos. When he drops one, we're like Supreme fuckboys waiting outside of the Supreme store, camping out. Okay? The difference is, of course, for every one good Johnny Harris video, there's like 2 really bad ones.
Israeli lawmaker called Hamas an asset. So divide and conquer has been the name of the game in Israel for a long time, but especially in the last 16 years under Netanyahu. And again, to the people in charge, they think it's working.
Yeah, this is like McDonald's. You're right. This is exactly like McDonald's UK coming out and being like, "Oh, bruv, we love Palestine. Actually, our views have been misconstrued. Or like Noah Schnapp and Brett Gelman accidentally on the same day releasing videos about how, like, just kidding, they didn't like champion the genocide of Palestinians. Like, this signals a turn. And now many of you might say, well, dude, it took like nearly 30,000 Palestinians being ruthlessly slaughtered. But I do think, I keep saying this, but I do think that the tide is slowly but surely shifting.
Maybe this violent status quo, this equilibrium can hold, and the far right can get exactly what they want. Security for the Jewish people and expansion into all of this land. And maybe the occupation will break the Palestinian spirit, and they would give up on their dream of having a state. But that's not what happened. On October 7th, 2023,
Sam Cedar said he thinks Brandon will be the last Zionist Democratic president. I mean, yeah, but that's kind of ominous because, like, that could mean that the genocidal project of Israel comes to a close. Don't know if it'll end in the first Brandon administration, to be fair. Honestly, I credit Israeli Zionists for the most tide seemingly shift little by little by being the most deranged lunatics. Oh, 100%. No, it's all social media. 100%. It's social media both because, like, everyone that is in defense of Israel is coming out like fucking barbaric, bloodthirsty monsters. And it's also because, like, the IDF keeps posting their straight up, like, Nazi style behavior on social media. And also because the Palestinians are able to directly advocate for their own humanity, right? Their propaganda is really bad because it's grown stale. The Israeli propaganda is bad because they've enjoyed full-throated support from the United States of America, unconditional support for so many years that I think it's, you know, it's hard to shake the idea that, like, no, dog, you can't control the narrative as well as you want to. The ICJ may have more sway. We'll see. I mean, many changes are coming. It sucks that it came at the tail end of, it sucks that so many Palestinian lives were ended by Israel for this marginal, this incremental change in the right direction. We also have Western Zionists that are becoming increasingly deranged as well. No, for sure, because Western Zionists also enjoy that level of prominence and no pushback for far too long. They also have a harder time advocating for Israel's actions because there's simply more people paying attention. I'm telling you, I think the turning point, not to give too much of props to the NGOs because they aren't exactly great either, but I think Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, and Amnesty International collectively calling Israel, correctly calling Israel collectively an apartheid state, genuinely started giving a lot more people the permission to say that without fear that they will be branded anti-Semitic. You know, Doctors Without Borders. No, B'Tselem is great. I'm just saying that, sorry, I was just talking about Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, stuff like that. But it's just the fact that anyone seriously thinks this might end well is wild. I mean, well is, you know, all things considered, well in comparison to what it looks like right now or what it looked like it would turn into. Relative term. The humanitarian situation in Gaza, says the U.S. ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas Greenfield, okay, says the humanitarian situation in Gaza requires urgent action. We need to do more to get aid into the hands of Palestinians in need. In the U.S., and the U.S. fully supports the work of Sigrid Kaag and the UN Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator for Gaza. Jeremy Scahill says, what's remarkable here is that there appears to be no attachment to the reality that it is the U.S. that has armed Israel, prevented a ceasefire, and served as Israel's chief political and diplomatic protector throughout the indiscriminate bombing campaign and invasion of Gaza, which is true. But the fact that there is this, like, deviation from the norm instead of the John Kirby adjacent endless posturing is definitely interesting. Consider answering my question, says Kyle Anwar. Wait, what? Oh, the land was took back from them by force in Sinai? You didn't even ask a question, but you're right. Wait, what? Do you think the U.S. government supports Zionists just because they're political influence, or despite that, there's also a general mistrust across the board in Arabs due to racial, religious / creed differences? That's your question? I mean, I think that the American government likes Israel for material reasons. That's it. All the more convenient that their enemies are, they happen to be enemies that are aligned with our enemies, you know, Muslims, Arabs, people with no influence, people that the American government or the American population is primed into hating unconditionally and fearing, especially in the aftermath of 9/11.
We saw how wrong-headed this theory of security was.
In an unprecedented surprise attack, the militant Hamas rulers of Gaza sent dozens of fighters into Israel by land, sea, and air.
This deadly attack launched by Hamas showed us that while Netanyahu's strategy of divide and conquer might be good for taking over more land, what it's not good for is making good on the original promise of Israel, which is ensuring the security of the Jewish people. In fact, his strategy has produced exactly the opposite. Now, the responsibility for what happened on October 7th lies with the people who committed those acts of terror, Hamas fighters and their leaders. There is no excuse or justification for their actions. But the point I'm trying to make with this video is that there's also others that need to stand accountable here. Those who used Hamas as a pawn to continue this divide and conquer policy, who are now engaged in a campaign of mass bloodshed on civilians. They deserve to stand accountable as well, to the Israeli people and to the countries that support Israel. I believe in the need for a Jewish state. I do. I think that's a very reasonable proposal, that Jewish people should feel safe somewhere in this world.
Yeah, I don't think it's Hamas's fault. Like, what's happening in Gaza is not Hamas's fault. It's not. That's crazy. That's ridiculous. You don't blame Osama bin Laden for fucking what happened in Afghanistan, or I guess some people do, or Iraq. The people that blame Osama bin Laden for Afghanistan and Iraq are fucking ridiculous. Did I misunderstand what he said?
World. I think to the Koreans, they deserve to. We're announced with this video. No excuse or justification for their actions. But the point I'm trying.
Oh, he's saying Hamas is responsible for October 7, not what came after? Okay, fair. Facts. God damn. My bad. Okay, Johnny. Cooking. Fuck.
Which is ensuring the security of the Jewish people. In fact, his strategy has produced exactly the opposite. Now, the responsibility for what happened on October 7th lies with the people who...
Damn, dog. That's like, this is literally something that his like target audience would probably yell at him and call him anti-Semitic for. It's kind of crazy.
Those acts of terror, Hamas fighters and their leaders. There is no excuse or justification for their actions. But the point I'm trying to make with this video is that there's also others that need to stand accountable here. Those who used Hamas as a pawn to continue this divide and conquer policy, who are now engaged in a campaign of mass bloodshed on civilians. They deserve to stand accountable as well, to the Israeli people and to the countries that support Israel. I believe in the need for a Jewish state. I do. I think that's a very reasonable proposal, that Jewish people should...
Like that, I don't agree with. If there was like unoccupied land, certainly. Okay. But that is a tricky situation. When you say, I believe in the need for a Jewish state, you end up giving a major concession to the Zionist project that dictates that even in its like most theoretically peaceful capacity, still has to maintain demographic control over Israel, implying that you can't have too many Arabs, you can't have too many Palestinian citizens of Israel that are not Jewish. So what do you do then? The necessitation of a Jewish state is at the heart of the violence that Israel conducts. Like the notion that there is a necessity for a Jewish state for matters of security is quite literally the major reason as to why Zionism as a violent ethno-state project can continue and be defended in liberal circles, right? You can't, you can't do that, I don't think. I don't think you can, like, I don't know why he described all of this and said, I think there needs to be a Jewish state.
Feel safe somewhere in this world. And yet, what we're looking...
Also, like, Jewish people should feel safe somewhere in this world. I'm sorry, New York is right there, and so is Los Angeles, okay? The notion that, like, Jewish people can't feel safe in the United States of America is one that I, as an American citizen, actually feel kind of shitty about, okay? especially because, like, what the fuck are we doing? Jewish people are literally safer in Los Angeles or New York than they are only two cities in the USA. Yeah, like the only two important cities in the United States of America. Okay. But yeah, I think Jewish people, and this is not my perspective, this is the perspective of actual, Jewish Americans that happen to be anti-Zionist for the most part. But, they say they feel safer in America than they do in Israel, which is fair. Like, you forgot Boca Raton. I mean, New York City specifically has a higher number of Jewish people living in it than, like, I guess every single Israeli city, with the exception of like 2. So yeah, America has 3 of the 5 highest Jewish populated cities. Or no, America has the wait, what the fuck? Never mind. New York City has the highest number of Jewish people living in one area, in one city on the planet. Jerusalem has literally Jerusalem barely has a third. Los Angeles and New York, by the way, is not a fucking joke. That's why I mentioned Los Angeles and New York. Tel Aviv has less Jews, and then Chicago, and then Boston. Prager, you take? Dennis Prager said the exact same thing. Wait, really? Wait, why would he say that? Dennis Prager loves Israel, though. Dennis Prager 100% is like, Israel needs to exist, or else America is like, if Israel doesn't exist, then Jews are cooked. They're done. They're donezo. Lonk? What does lonk mean? It takes 3 Israel city populations to equal New York City's population amount. Yeah. And for the record, I'm fucking proud of that. Like, I think it was genuinely offensive, like legitimately offensive, when Joe Biden said that without Israel, Jews are not safe anywhere around the world. Like, that shit was gross, dude. You're the president of a country that has almost the same number of Jewish people as like the Jewish. Anyway, it's so funny because most Jews in the world haven't even been to Israel. They don't even know it as their home, myself included. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. I feel like that always goes back to the same like stupid ass like dual loyalty narrative that is inherently anti-Semitic or just xenophobic in general. You know what I mean? Where you're just like the notion that like, oh, if you're a Jew, you're not an American, like you're Israeli actually. This is fucking insane, you know?
Looking at isn't it. The Israeli project, the way that it's been wielded in its current form, produces the exact opposite of security for the Jewish people. Thanks for watching, and I know that you probably have thoughts.
Türk düşmanısın, takip bırakıyorum. Bırakma! Amına koyayım. We lost another Turk. He said you're an enemy of the Turks. I'm unfollowing. Made me sad. Thoughts on the video? 7 out of 10? 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. Germany was supposed to be safe too. That's what we were brought up, being told. Wait, what? I don't understand, because like everywhere in Europe was just not safe for Jews. Most places outside of like the immediate MENA region were just straight up not safe. Most places outside of the MENA region were just, as far as I understand, straight up not safe for Jewish people in general, at least historically. This includes Russia as well, until, the supreme Jewish ideology of socialism came up. That's why it's always funny when motherfuckers are like, bro, I can't believe you. Hassan, you're so anti-Semitic. So stupid. Anyway, yeah. Judeo-Bolshevism. As a Jew, I will take credit for socialism. Do it. Can you take her out? Whoa. What the fuck is this fit, dog? God damn, you look crazy. Does this say Chinese on your jacket? No, it says Dayanese. What? He's wearing his motorcycle. Wait, come in and show your fit. Are you wearing your shitty boots? Or are you wearing... Oh, those are motorcycle boots. Those are the moto boots. Look at that. Look at this guy. Doesn't it look like it says Chinese on his chest? Someone said, ooh, Dayanese jackets are dope. This motherfucker's got armor on him, dude. What are you doing here? Are you here to spread more dog poop? Oh, shit. Murat came to help Tadic and his internet issues, apparently. All right, that's nice. Okay, thank you. I didn't even tell you guys what Murat did the other day. Or not the other day, yesterday. He comes in. He's finally put his like bike rack behind his car, and he's working in the garage as always. Okay, so apparently, in that process, in that fucking process, this motherfucker opens the garage door and there's poop outside of the house. So it's not Kaya poop. Someone just like shit in the on the sidewalk. Okay, he steps on the poop, but the story doesn't end there. If the story ended there, that would be fine. You know, people step on poop all the time in Los Angeles. It's gross. Hopefully, it hits poop karma for whoever the fuck didn't pick up that shit. It's not human fecal matter. It's most likely a dog. So, so Marat takes a paper towel and wipes the shit as best as he can off of his fucking boot. And then, you know what this motherfucker did? You know what he did? He left the paper towel full of dog shit directly outside of my garage, inside of the vicinity of the house. And I was like, bro, that is a crime. What you're doing, what you have done is literally... Unmute my mic. Go ahead. Explain to them your position.
Right.
Oh, you're going to fall. This is going to fall. Mike's.
No, I didn't. Why, did it break? Oh, what the fuck? All right, I gotta go help.
Wait, go help Todd instead of trying to defend your poop situation. I
defend myself.
Wait, what? He said you heard it here, folks. You're not letting me defend myself. No, you went in and you broke Todd's internet. That's what you did. No, it's back. It's back. It's back. It's back.
Our guests came all this way. The least I can.
I think it's back. So funny. I think you guys can like kind of see my room from, like you can literally see. Wait, let me see if you can see from Talk Stream.
Hello? Yo! I think I kind of see you.
Wait.
Yo, chat, can you hear me? Hello?
Do I have an Ethernet cable that's long enough? I don't think so.
All right. Yeah, we didn't
No,
mean to
I don't
go
think I
off
have
there,
it.
But we're back.
Bro, my dude is struggling over here. We're cooked him. What happened to his stream? I think he's like losing internet. I don't know why. Every so often yell out behind you just for funsies. I feel bad that his fucking internet went out, dude. I hate that shit. It needs to be wired for sure. It is wired. It's just not directly straight piped into the... There's like one other form of connectivity. I like that chatters are giving fucking advice. Chatters are giving advice on my end to what I need to do on the hard wiring. What does Marat ride? He used to ride a dual sport, but now he also purchased what do you have now? Oh, did you find the Ethernet? Is that it? I have the Triumph what? He has the Triumph Street Triple R. You need fiber internet and Cat 6 wiring. Oh my god. Stop. CENTCOM. I was gonna talk about strikes Houthi terrorist missile launchers. Okay, we're done with this. Okay. All right, let's watch.
Hello and welcome back to Jarvis Johnson Gold, the premium channel.
This sweatshirt is sick.
That is free.
It
is free. But if you're watching this, you're premium. And there's a new trend on TikTok. Surprise, they're up to something else. We talked about this on my podcast, Sad Boys. If you don't listen, you should. I do it with my good friend Jordan Adika. We found these TikToks of a girl who goes into stores and she does free labor. She says, oh, I worked from Walmart for 8 hours and it was awesome. I worked from Target for 8 hours and it was sick. We talked about how you're kind of cosplaying, you know, working these jobs, which is very insensitive, and you're getting to profit off of this and get all these views. And, you know, the people who were
Wait, is he talking about Extra Emily? Did Extra Emily do that?
Working these jobs don't get to choose what they do during an 8-hour shift or a, you know, multi-hour shift. Maybe they're working a double. It doesn't come off the best, though the person probably had the best of intentions. One of my fears that I mentioned was that this would become a trend. It's a chicken or the egg conundrum. I don't know who came first, but there is another person who goes and does free labor in establishments that they do not work at. And this person specializes in cleaning the bathroom, and they make TikToks about it. And we're
okay. I think there's, okay, here's the thing. I think that there is an interesting dynamic, or I think that there is a point of this that's like actually kind of fire. Like one of my favorite, autism content creators is the guy who will open up the gunk on Street Drains. Yeah. Yeah. I love that guy. Okay. It's so good. Like he's doing an incredible job. And I think that like he's a national hero. The Landscape for Free guys. Who are those guys? I love the dudes who do free landscaping on YouTube. Wait, that's what Murad was talking about right here too. I've done sewer work before. Your speed slows down when your Osmo kicks in. It's hilarious when you switch gears. First of all, it's not.
We're going to watch those. I've seen one and woo-wee. It's going to be a good old time. But first, I do want to show you, if you have not seen Ugg Madison's TikToks, I'm going to give you a little primer on those.
Working at Walmart for free.
Oh, okay. First pet peeve of these videos is that they use the TikTok voiceover while their own talking is happening, and it attacks my senses. I can't, it's like it scrambles my brain. If you ever want to like sort of psychologically attack me, play the first.
Murad is currently fucking straight piping, hardwiring. Wait, where is it? Where's my camera? Hold on. Look at this guy. Show him what you're doing. He's making a freaking thing. He's making an Ethernet cable for Todic by hand. SB Mowing actively talks about how he earns income and actually helps others. There's a huge difference from the people in this video, I promise. Yeah, I think it's weird to do it for fucking Target, dude.
3 seconds of one of these TikToks.
I was doing such a good job that customers started asking for my help. I don't know. I don't work here. I'm sorry.
I thought you worked here. Judging by all the work you were doing here.
After a couple hours, I worked up an appetite. When I was in line, the girl in front of me didn't have a credit card, so she was going to have to go in a different lane and rescan all her stuff, and I told her not to worry about it and bought it for her.
So, you know, I do believe that Madison, I choose to believe that Madison means well. They, you know, buy people's groceries, they give out gift cards to the establishments.
Someone said girl autism. Oh, come on, dude.
I do not think it ends up being helpful content, in my opinion, because of the optics of like kind of cosplaying a job that a lot of people work these jobs and do not, you know, make ends meet. They do not earn a living wage from working these jobs, and oftentimes they're overworked and are not subjected to the best working conditions. So having someone come in, profit and build an audience and kind of get a ton of views, I don't think it's cool. But again, I don't think that this person's evil, and I don't think that they mean ill, but I don't think the content's helpful. Where I really fell off was in the Target video.
I got there 1 p.m. ready to work. For free.
Again, I have to complain about the first few seconds of the video. This is what I can only describe as a cacophony of something, a cacophony of voice.
The bathroom is really dirty, but don't worry, I fixed it.
I fixed it is objectively hilarious. The bathroom is dirty, but don't worry, I'll fix it. And we're gonna look at somebody who entirely focuses on bathrooms. So if that's your thing, then you're in luck.
Emptied the trash cans and got Olipop and more gift cards to give to my loyal customers. Awesome. Employees and security guards kept walking past me, but I blended right in.
I'm not gonna go into the whole thing, but I was like, it's a little odd to specify that you're giving Olipop to your customers. And then I realized it's an Olipop brand deal. That makes it worse. For a TikTok of this size, for a sort of a platform of this size to do a brand deal like this, you're getting paid probably thousands of dollars, at least in the low thousands.
I work at Target, and that woman literally restocked the cart that is used for taking stuff for pickups and shipments. So all that stuff was specifically picked out for online orders. Damn.
To who knows the upside. That then makes it like extra bad. Why does it make it extra bad? Because you're not doing it for free and out of the goodness of your heart. Now, cynically, I'm like, you're just profiting. You're profiting more than a person working this job does. For those who don't know, Olipop, it's like a probiotic soda or whatever. This reminds me exactly of like the backlash that Charli D'Amelio got when she like pretended to work at a Walmart because she was doing some sort of brand deal with them. It's kind of the same vibe. It's like cosplaying working a minimum wage job. Not the best look. I don't know this person. I don't know their intentions, and I don't want to make a statement on the person themselves. I will say that the content, that's how it comes off to me. So this is apparently just the beginning of, I guess you could call the like free work or free labor trend on TikTok. The focus of this video will actually be someone who I haven't seen named The Clean Girl. The Clean Girl has almost 600,000 followers. They say follow and I'll clean your toilet. Me and toilets have a bit of a story.
No, you can't. Wait, what did you say, Marat?
There's a lady cleaning.
They can't hear you. You have to speak directly into the microphone, but
There was a lady cleaning a Walmart toilet and got kicked out.
that's unacceptable. The fact that she got kicked out is not what I'm talking about. The fact that she is cleaning Walmart toilets, that is insane.
At that point, it's a public service.
That's insane, brother. That's insane. That's insane. That is fucking sane. As a civic hero, dude, no.
Storied history on this channel. Usually I'm seeing people on TikTok cooking out of them. So this is maybe a welcome change. Just from one look at the Clean Girl's pinned post, you can see that she's getting tens of millions of views with some of this stuff. And it doesn't look like she is always cleaning stores or anything, but I think she saw this trend happening and was like, let me jump on it, and made a video called I cleaned Burger King's bathroom for free. Actually, she said bar room for free, which is making me think, especially with the Gabriel's video that I just did, people are misspelling stuff in the description to game engagement on TikTok.
Yeah, 100%. That is the case. Because then people go, you spelled it wrong, bar room, lol, and then like it just increases engagement.
Because I can't think of another reason that they're doing
They do it in the description. They do it in the video as well.
this. Does anyone know? Is that what this is? Everyone has a typo in their descriptions now.
Come with me to clean the Burger King bathroom for free. Within minutes, I was caught.
Okay. Okay. All right. The first thing I noticed, I don't know anything about the Clean Girl, but she has perfectly nailed the 5 Minute Crafts voiceover inflection to the point where I thought it was like AI or something doing the voiceover. And you'll notice that like the editing of this is reminiscent of those like life hack content farm channels.
In the Burger King bathroom for free. Within minutes, I was caught cleaning their bathroom.
Also kind of to that end of like the 5 Minute Craftsification of content, I don't fully understand what sort of like color grading is happening here, because it looks so blown out and bright that it's like CGI. The saturation is peak. It looks like a fever dream, and it is a fever dream to me.
Within minutes, I was caught.
Is this sex work? Is this fetish content? You think this is fetish content? It's kind of crazy that she's like cleaning the Burger King bathroom without gloves, and then she's touching her mouth.
Kaya.
Which is, I mean, I have no words. I have no words. Words escape me. There's nothing I can say. Everything is fetish content now. Yeah.
Cleaning their bathroom.
Within minutes, I was caught. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
When Alejandro, the employee, saw my beautiful work, he immediately
Damn, she hit the Alejandro.
left to go get his manager.
I am wondering how you were caught within minutes. I guess you have to keep the door open for ventilation purposes, because you don't want to like hotbox the fumes of like the cleaning chemicals. So that's probably how Alejandro found you. I do like that she insists on changing her accent for Alejandro. And then I was discovered by Alejandro. Cue like Lady Gaga. But before we get into that, we have a brief word from today's sponsor, Air Up. Air Up is more than just a water bottle. With Air Up, you're drinking just water while experiencing flavor through scent. It's something they call scent-based taste. By sucking water through the straw, a slipstream is created, which allows water and air to come up through the scented pod and into your mouth. And that's where the scent-based taste kicks in. You've heard me talk about Air Up before, and it's because I love adding flavor without any additives or sweeteners. It's just water. They've got over 15 different flavors to choose from strawberry lemongrass.
Isn't free labor inherently socialist? I really think she's doing something here, House and Hobby. Of course, Slatty Maddie, the Cardi head in the chat, has a wonderful analysis to offer here. Happy birthday, Slatty Maddie. Thank you.
To cherry cola.
Yeah,
so
that's great.
For everyone. Each one of these pods is going to last you for about 5 liters.
This guy's
of
pretending to be
water.
homeless for 24 hours. If he was a streamer, I think he was like these people.
Peach. This is me trying Air Up for the first time. I was genuinely shocked that it worked. It felt like a magic trick. So hey, don't choose between health and flavor. Click the link in my description and get started with Air Up today. Thanks to Air Up for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video.
I have so many questions. Is it okay for me to clean here? Or will Alejandro be back to kick me out? I'm so worried. This is one of the dirtiest.
I don't think she's actually worried. Like, Alejandro's gonna kick me out.
Burger King bathroom?
It's giving Dora the Explorer.
I have so many questions. Is it okay for me to clean here?
Is it okay for me to clean here? Or will Alejandro find me? Will I catch something by not wearing gloves while I clean? And then she's just like waiting like Dora the Explorer. That's right. I will.
This is one of the dirtiest Burger King bathrooms I've ever
Bro, she has her hands directly inside of the Burger King toilet. Are you for fucking real right now? With no gloves, man. Also, what's happening with these fucking cleaning products? Why are they so goofy? What's going on? Absolutely, what is happening with the cleaning products? Like, they're all like so cutesy.
seen.
How many Burger King bathrooms have you seen? How often have you been doing this off camera? Before, I was like, you know, with the Target girl, I was like, maybe you're just doing this for the views and the brand deals and stuff. But the clean girl, she just goes into, this is her normal routine, is go into a random Burger King and clean it. And just today she decided to film it.
Which is wonderful. The dirtier, the better. I just hope I...
Okay, I didn't like the sound of that. The dirtier, the better. Relax. Okie dokie, dude.
I have no idea if I have minutes or hours to get the job done.
Probably minutes. If I had to guess, you have minutes, because one, even if Alejandro appreciates the job you're doing, people have to go to the bathroom. They can't just keep turning people away because some random woman on TikTok is cleaning it. Like, it's not scheduled maintenance, you know? The keen observers will have noticed by now, this is a brand deal. This is sponsored content, which is, it feels like most of TikTok is sponsored content these days, and I'm kind of working on a video about that, but this is a brand deal with Scrub Daddy, the famous Shark Tank success story Scrub Daddy, which I love. I'm a proud Scrub Daddy myself, but I do think this is a miss for their marketing department.
But I won't leave until it's perfect. Like this.
That looks like a hamburger bun. This must be some sort of cleaning supply, but that looks like the bottom of a McDonald's hamburger. Or is that? That is 100% a bun.
Leave until it's perfect.
Okay, so this is like engagement bait. I don't feel like Burger King would appreciate that, actually. Now that you're no longer using Scrub Daddy, does Scrub Daddy appreciate that? They, instead of using their product that has sold hundreds of millions of dollars in product, you could replace it with a Burger King burger, the king of a burger bun. This is 100% engagement bait. Take away the everything about this. Take away all of the context. I can appreciate a good engagement bait when I see one.
Like this. You could eat off that sink.
You could eat off that sink. I would not. I actually would not eat off that sink. But there is that guy on TikTok who makes like food in the sink. Remember the guy who he like cooked in an airplane bathroom? He made like shrimp. What have we done? We have done the wrong thing by creating a market for some of this content.
It's one of those moments where I feel like, I guess the older I get, the more I have those unique moments that are not so unique any longer, where I feel my age. I feel as though my mortality is coming up, you know? Like I am no longer able to comprehend things that are happening around me that people watch and derive, and get enjoyment out of. Sometimes I look at TikTok videos and I think like, this is literally what I do, but just, I don't know, the like a shit ton of the complications sucked out of it. It's like a lot of the things that you see on TikTok are just like an oversimplified version of things that other content creators have done time and time again throughout, you know, over the course of many years. And it's just progressively getting dumber and dumber, I guess, or oversimplified. You know, Google's super, this is good content for real. This predates TikTok bullshit. I don't know. I feel like we've always done dumb stuff online, but the dumb stuff is getting even dumber.
Where have we used to be a proper society, okay? This is, maybe we've gone a bridge too far.
One who follows me to do these transformations. And that's when Alejandro came back. He said he appreciates my work, but if I don't leave, he's gonna call the cops.
Don't call the cops, don't call the cops, Alejandro. I don't think.
Beautiful voice that you would be deprived of hearing if I ran the top of the hour ad break at the top of the hour, but I'm running it 3 minutes into the top of the hour. So you got to hear that, but you might miss out on other parts of the broadcast unless you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, baby. Let's go for $5 or for free. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Alejandro said that. I also think that was the same clip from talking to Alejandro from the beginning, just reused to tell the story. But I do think it's fun. It's fun that we get a little narrative about, are they going to call the cops on me for cleaning the Burger King bathroom? That's like a sentence that would harm the Victorian child. This is like the perfect amalgamation of bait content, and it's working. I mean, this got like 4.5 million views. I, again, can kind of respect it in a vacuum, which is another cleaning product I'm sure that the clean girl uses. We'll have to watch. We'll have to find out. I was kicked out of Walmart for cleaning their bathroom.
Come with me to clean the Walmart bathroom for free.
Why does she do this? I mean, okay, wait. All of the questions are like for bait, for comments, for engagement. Like that's, but what has happened to the, like, there's like some weird color grading happening here. This doesn't look natural. It like doesn't feel like my eye.
Shonda Black, congratulations, by the way. My man's got a verification badge. Black History Month came early. Funny. Good shit.
Eyes are able to make sense of it. It looks like one of those AI images where like nothing is exactly right. It's like, name one thing in this image.
Within minutes.
To the chatter that asked, just curious to know what you think the strategy behind Blinken saying that there's no military solution to Hamas. He's been watching my fucking streams, dog. Antonio Blinken finally coming to that same conclusion and openly stating it that I've been stating since October 8th.
Minutes, I was already caught cleaning Walmart's bathroom. When Rhonda, the employee, stormed out of—
Why she gotta name the employees? Why she
He's
gotta
a
name them
Hasanabi
like
head.
that, huh? They're just doing their—
That's why he said China and Taiwan are one nation under God, indivisible.
job. Why you gotta put Rhonda on blast, okay? Why you gotta put Alejandro on blast? You know, let them be. They're just minding their own business, trying to work their job. You're the one who's being annoying. Other than the fact that this is probably staged. Oh, no way. She's using Rhonda's real last name. Okay, I can see that an RH here. Where do you get off? Leave Rhonda alone. Use a fake name. You didn't need
like Alejandro
to use Rhonda's name and face in your TikTok, the clean girl. That's not very clean girl of you, actually. Rhonda was just curious.
When Rhonda, the employee, stormed out of the bathroom.
When Rhonda, the employee, stormed out of...
Rhonda, the employee, stormed out of the bathroom.
When Rhonda, the employee, stormed out of the bathroom. All right, let's get a replay on Rhonda storming out. Oh, yeah, storming. It looks like she sped up that video. Rhonda was probably moving even slower away. In fact, I would have understood if Rhonda stormed out, because you're weird. Because what are you doing? I would be concerned if two strangers walked into the bathroom and started cleaning. It's a weird thing that doesn't happen a lot. So I would ask some questions. She's a renegade cleaner. She doesn't follow any of the protocols, you know what I'm saying? She's the Batman of Scrub Daddy. Let me guess, she's gonna say, I didn't know if I had minutes or hours before they came to stop me, but I had to clean the bathroom, as that is my creed.
I had no idea what would happen next. Was it okay for me to clean here, or—
No, it's not. Vigilante cleaning is not allowed, all right?
This was one of the dirtiest bathrooms I had seen in a long time.
Damn, let them live, dude. Shit, you don't have to roast their ass. All right, it's a Walmart. We expect the bathroom to be dirty.
This bathroom needed a deep clean, and I had no idea if I had minutes or hours.
I knew she was gonna say this. These videos have the same structure.
50. They give it the 50, get the subs.
Team lead Mark. Damn, dude. She doxed everybody's ass. She doxed real ass Rhonda's name. I would censor Rhonda's name if it weren't for the fact that I want justice for Rhonda and I want to be able to say that. Can we get a group of support for Rhonda?
Has this OCD gone wrong? I just don't know. This is a very weird moment. Because, like, on the one hand, I feel like, are they lightening the load off of people that normally would do this? Like, if I'm the guy who's cleaning toilets and the one day I don't have to clean toilets and I'm getting fucking paid anyway, I'm like, this is fire. Doing this for content, aka her own benefit. Yeah, but it still feels like it just wouldn't get done. It's a liability at the end of the day. It's done multiple times a day. I'm just saying, like, the one time of the day, you got a little break. Are you playing devil's advocate? I'm just really thinking about, like, the overarching damage that content like this causes. And it's not, like, immediately... I mean, it's causing me to have a violent reaction to it simply on the nature of how weird and gross and odd it is. But that's kind of, like, the whole clout baiting aspect of the content in and of itself. But I also don't see an immediate burden beyond, you know, doxing random Walmart employees, you know? Like, if she wasn't doing that, if she wasn't just like pointing the camera at a random Walmart employee and being like, this is Rhonda, she's not letting me clean this bathroom, it would be definitely less harmful. No, because these corporations have specifications for how this shit has to be cleaned. So she's just at best ensuring someone has to go re-clean it after she leaves, and at worst requiring someone to have this, to be sent to specially sanitize it because they have no way of knowing what the fuck she did. Can I edit your videos and not get paid for it? Fuck yeah, if you'd like. You have to promise not to tell anyone though. I mean, that's like the same. You would be under the same contract as all of my current editors. Yeah. Yeah, you should put it on TikTok though, honestly. Deal. Okay, got it. Charity is not a substitute for systemic change. No, I'm not talking about that. I think you were making a joke anyway though. I need the Hassan Eclipse Industrial Complex to migrate into TikTok. I've realized we got to do more. Why can't you accept that women love cleaning? Lil Bear finally made one. There's no incentive because TikTok don't get paid for real. How do we know her charitable cleaning isn't indirectly funding Hamas? I don't know. You're right.
To deal with fucking the clean girl and fucking team lead Mark over here just on call.
And kicked out again. Oh well.
Yeah. Oh well. So they kicked her out because they say we clean it, but we can't have you clean it because you don't work here. And I'm sure there's some sort of liability that Walmart is culpable for if something happens. Also, she's cleaning it with like no gloves, with like short shorts on. I don't know for sure, right? I feel like I would develop some sort of a rash. I'm already prone to that. So I think if I were to clean this in short shorts, one, the cops would be called even faster. And two, I feel like I would develop some sort of condition. Not even from the dirt, but from all the chemicals. This is like contact dermatitis waiting to happen, dude. And for what? For a vigilante scrub mommy? Again, not an expert. I feel like maybe inhaling these fumes, especially the radioactive ass, color graded, hyper saturated, trum ass fumes you're breathing, feels like it's a risk. Feels like maybe you should have some sort of mask. Instead of Scrub Daddy, she should be sponsored by a fucking hazmat suit. Please put some protection on, okay? Also,
I think that's part of it. Like, she's doing it in like normie clothing. Like, she's trying to look good while she's doing it and like not using gloves.
So I feel like there have been...
She's raw dog in the bathroom, and I feel like that's a part of the fetish content.
Historically, stories of cleaning chemicals that have turned into toxins. I'm pretty sure that some of the most dangerous chemical weapons that have ever been made by humans were cleaning products first. So how do you not accidentally mix some shit and create a neurotoxin, you know? McDon lads kicked me out. Okay, that's fucking hilarious. That's a hilarious misspelling, McDon lads.
Clean into the bathroom is not for the bathroom.
I just wanted to make this place clean and enjoyable for everyone, and I get kicked out?
Yes, you do get kicked out. You're not supposed to be there. Does that help? Does that answer your question? What are these comments? Why don't these people have respect? Like you walked out of there without a thank you. You're so nice for doing that and they aren't even grateful. No. Wrong. This person is making a living off of this shit. They're doing their content. It's not like a public good that they're doing. You deserve a hero award though. Those big brands just don't want to be exposed. Don't feel bad for yourself. You're doing very good.
Exposed for what? Like having bathrooms full of doo-doo? Bitch, what do you mean? Walk into a fucking Walmart bathroom and you will find... I don't know, man. I feel like there are things that if she tweaked like 10% would turn this into like not as problematic of a venture.
Great. I'm not going to defend McDonald's, by the way, who needs no defense. Opposite, actually. But I will defend the minimum wage worker who's working there, just trying to do their fucking job. And then people like this make their jobs harder because they introduce weird variables in situations that they shouldn't have to deal with. This feels like an actor from a Trim video escaped the universe that those videos live in and started like doing shit in the real world. They like don't behave the way that normal people behave.
Come with me to clean the Taco Bell bathroom for free. This bathroom is disgusting, which is...
No. Look away. I'm looking away. I can't. Oh my Lord. Oh God. Oh, holy moly. That's a real nope. That's going to be a nope for me. Okay, let's keep
Wonderful.
watching.
The dirtier, the better, if you ask me.
We should do a dirtier the better % speed run. See how fast. This one, we got dirtier the better in 8 seconds or less.
Everyone said I had to clean a Taco Bell next. Challenge accepted. But I made a mistake. I forgot to bring enough rags. So I decided to get crafty and use a tortilla.
No, stop it. What are you doing? How did you get the tortilla, huh? Did you bring that from home or did you ask?
Yeah, she brought it from home. She did not ask for a straight tortilla from the kitchen.
The Taco Bell. This is making Taco Bell look worse. You may be a fine person. I have my doubts, but this content is disgusting.
I just heard some employees talking outside the door. I need to hurry up. I don't know if I have minutes or hours.
Oh, there is! Bro, she has died.
I don't know if I have minutes or hours. They glorify the free labor of the Target girl, so as hilarious as it is antithetical to your beliefs. Like homegirl clog one toilet with talk about tortillas, and Rhonda is getting canned on the TikTok girl. Fair. I just
Dialogue options, dude. This is wild. This is the free space on Clean Girl Bingo. Is I don't know if I have minutes.
Google LLC. I'm not being paid for that, so the companies have to reimburse 1,000,000%. What? What is this guy saying? Pirate flag.
Or hours. The dirtier, the better. All right, well, that's enough of that. I am sure that some of you will need to clean girl your eyeballs after this. What do we think about this trend? I think it's just a new version of annoying people at work, which is...
Yeah, I feel like this is annoying people at work, but like not as bad as like just going into Walmart and just like making a fucking scene.
Something I'm markedly not a fan of. So I'm
serious. Like it's like you have to annoy people at work. If you want to do TikTok, you have to do that. There's no other way to make content out there. It's just a thing you have to do. Okay? And I feel as though this is a new version of that. Anyway, please bring her on the broadcast. Yeah, dude, I've been interviewing too many people that the internet is calling terrorists, okay? I'm so tired. I don't know what happened. I don't know what came of me. I am dying a little bit. So that's my last point that I wanted to make. And tomorrow we'll look at some other crazy stuff, okay? Don't go on Twitter or Reddit. Yeah, fair. Honestly, I should never do that. I should never do that. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Bye-bye. Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says her son. The stun lock to the stun lock to the topic just begun. There is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Iger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips and out your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. I can't say that word.